Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Reborn as a God. Greek mythology beginning. Part 1. Boom. In the boundless silence of the darkness, a flash of lightning suddenly streaked across, and thunder roared. In the dark world, light finally appeared once more. However, this light was never a good thing. The voluptuous, beautiful, and deep-eyed goddess Metis held a mass of blood in her arms, her back toward the high-altitude lightning. A sea blue light screen spanned above them, being battered into fragments by the thunder. Every time the thunder fell, a wound would appear on the goddess's back, and blood would drip down her body. Her face was deathly pale, and she bit her lip, enduring this unspeakable pain. Beside her was a radiant young girl, her face full of worry as she looked at her mother. Every time the lightning struck, her heart trembled along with it, fearing that her mother would not be able to hold on. Métis' divine blood dripped into the void but did not dissipate. Instead, it was absorbed by silver-white vines that resembled blood vessels, forming a strange magic circle surrounding Métis. Finally, the thunder stopped after striking more than 100 times. The light faded, and the entire world seemed to enter the night once again. Mother. The young Athena wanted to go into the magic circle, but she was stopped by Métis' severity in her eyes. She was incredibly sorrowful, as if she had already seen that her mother would meet death, just like her brother Polos, who had not been fully gestated. Métis, the first wife of the Olympian god king Zeus and the greatest contributor who did her utmost to help Zeus obtain the throne of the king of gods, the former goddess of wisdom, now had a sorrowful expression and screamed shrilly, venting her curse toward the sky. Zeus, I curse you. One day, my child will overthrow Mount Olympus and make you lose everything. Afterward, she placed the mass of blood in her arms into the core of the magic circle and put a branch she had obtained by chance, which seemed older than the entire world, into the blood mass. Within this ancient branch slept an ancient yet incredibly weak soul. My father's divine power, offered unintentionally, revives you, my child. My mother's divine blood, offered voluntarily, revives you, my child. An ancient soul from who knows where, offered by force, revives you, my child. Métis recited a divine incantation she had once obtained from a foreign god. Her blood continuously poured into the blood mass, and the divine power of lightning preserved by her magic circle also slowly permeated it. The mass of blood churned continuously, wrapping around the ancient branch as the breath of life began to emanate from within. Can Polos really be resurrected? Athena, outside the magic circle, had her eyes light up, filled with pleasant surprise. She had originally thought that the divine incantation her mother obtained from the passing foreign god would have no effect other than making her die prematurely. She never expected that a miracle would actually happen before her eyes. The blood mass churned, making a thumping sound like a heartbeat, filling the mother and daughter, Métis and Athena, with anticipation. Soon, they saw the blood mass take shape, turning into the form of an infant and letting out a laugh. Polos, my child. At this moment, Métis was incredibly weak and very close to death. She crawled toward the infant's location, wanting to embrace him one last time before dying. Before she could reach him, the infant began to undergo a change. He was slowly growing, from his newborn state to 1 year old, 2 years old, 3 years old, finally settling into the appearance of a youth of 15 or 16. But unexpectedly, although this youth was handsome, he looked neither like Zeus nor Métis. With black hair and black eyes, he instead bore some resemblance to the ruler of the night, Nyx. Among the gods, only this one of the first rulers had not only black hair but also black pupils. In his hand, that ancient withered branch had also regained its vitality, becoming a strangely shaped tree. The roots and the tip of the tree formed 2 points, with 3 trunks connecting them in the middle, and branches linking the trunks to each other. It no longer looked like a tree, but rather a unique divine artifact, with indescribable power of laws rotating within it. After the youth appeared, he glanced at his body and chuckled softly, finally resurrected. Is it Polos? I take your name and bear your karma. The words the youth spoke were not the language of this world. Each word and tone was short and powerful, possessing an indescribably wonderful rhythmic charm, but neither Métis nor Athena could understand them. Métis looked at the youth, her eyes showing a look of horror. It's you. She clearly recognized that this youth was the foreign god who had given her this divine incantation back then. Indeed, it is I, Lady Métis, goddess of wisdom. This time, the youth used the language of this world, allowing both Métis and Athena to understand. The youth was a practitioner from the cultivation world in an eastern city during the Dharma ending age who, by a stroke of luck, obtained an ancient exotic treasure and stepped into the world of cultivation, calling himself Taoist Meng. Though called cultivation, it was actually no different from demonic cultivation. The exotic treasure he obtained was named the Heart of Janmu. It was said to be the essence left behind after the divine tree that connected heaven and earth during the mythological era was severed during the separation of heaven and earth. The heart of Janmu merged with Taoist Meng's soul, possessing the ability to absorb various life forces, magic, and spiritual power to strengthen his own cultivation. Relying on it, Taoist Meng grew step by step from an ordinary student into a demonic figure feared by everyone in the Blue Star cultivation world during the Dharma ending age. Everywhere across the globe where traces of cultivation remained, be it churches, magic schools, temples, or cultivation sects, he had visited them all. Absorbing all energy to complete himself, he finally reached the step of ascending to immortality. Unfortunately, during his ascension tribulation, perhaps because he had been too unrestrained on Blue Star and destroyed too many sects, he offended many big shots above. Several entities took action, directly shattering his soul and spirit within the lightning tribulation. Taoist Meng did not die because of this. Instead, for some reason, with the help of the heart of Janmu, he traveled to the era of Greek mythology and witnessed the creator god Chaos opening the heavens and earth and falling into a slumber. He originally thought about entering this mythological world and restarting his path to immortality. Who could have expected that while the creator god Chaos of this world did not discover him, he was instead discovered by a goddess of unknown origin. Within the universe, there is an inevitable fate. Destiny can be broken, but fate must be obeyed. Taoist Meng still remembered to this day that when he entered this world, that vast and boundless voice of a goddess seemed to come from beyond the heavens. An unimaginable great power shattered his soul once more, and the heart of Janmu also withered, becoming a piece of dead wood. He had some knowledge of Greek mythology and guessed that the goddess who took action should be Ananke, goddess of inevitable fate. Greek mythology also has different versions, a fact Taoist Meng was well aware of. The most outrageous version was the one where ultra-primordial gods existed. Among these ultra-primordial gods, there was Kronos, who represented space-time and the first cause, Ananke, who represented inevitable fate, Hymarmon, who represented cause, effect, and destiny. Even Chaos, whom Taoist Meng saw with his own eyes creating the world, was one of the ultra-primordial gods, and merely one of the lowest among them. His true spirit was nurtured within the dead wood transformed from the heart of Janmu, wandering everywhere to avoid the inevitable fate in the shadows, witnessing this world develop from ignorance to prosperity, and witnessing the birth of 3 successive generations of god kings. Taoist Meng discovered that perhaps it was only because he was in existence outside of inevitable fate that he triggered the ultra-primordial god's action. In fact, it was still unknown whether this was an action by a deity or the will of heaven, in the shadows. Because the subsequent development of this world followed the most widely circulated version of Greek mythology. Finally, when Zeus, the 3rd generation god king, rose to power, the heart of Janmu recovered a bit of strength and told him that if he wanted to integrate into this world to cultivate, he temporarily needed to obey inevitable fate and could not be an outlier. Otherwise, he might trigger the previous incident again. Therefore, Taoist Meng began to contemplate replacing a deity of this world to re-embark on the path of cultivation. With the help of the power recovered by the heart of Janmu, he was able to temporarily shield all cause, effect, and destiny, walking outside for a period of time. In the identity of a foreign god, he accidentally encountered the goddess of wisdom Métis, the black-robed goddess Leto, and Hera, who was still just Zeus's sister. All 3 of them had been given a piece of dead wood from the heart of Janmu by Taoist Meng. At the same time, they each received a different incantation, all provided by the heart of Janmu, related to their respective encounters in mythology. What Leto received was an incantation to sacrifice herself to protect her children. If she had completed the magic circle incantation first, Taoist Meng would have most likely replaced the identity of Apollo, god of light. What Hera received was an incantation to make her child's appearance perfect. If she had completed the magic circle incantation first, Taoist Meng would have taken over her eldest son, the naturally ugly Hephaestus, and turned him into a handsome eldest son who would satisfy Hera. The incantation Métis received was, naturally, one to resurrect a child who died young. Now, Taoist Meng had arrived, replacing her child Polos, which could be considered an alternative resurrection. From then on, by calling himself Polos, he no longer belonged to an existence outside of inevitable fate. At most, he could only be said to have broken Polos' destiny. In Greek mythology, there was originally a deity named Polos, and even his divine office appeared as the god of opportunity and creation. He was the youngest son of the 3rd generation king of the gods, Zeus, and his first wife Métis, goddess of wisdom, and the full brother of Athena. But on the day Zeus had just become the king of the gods, he received a prophecy. Métis' first child would be a very powerful daughter, and her second child would be an even more powerful son, and Zeus would be replaced by this son. Zeus believed this prophecy implicitly. It seemed to have become the destiny of their divine royal family. However, the experiences of Uranus and Cronus could both prove. Just knowing the prophecy is useless, the key is how to prevent it from coming true. Zeus's grandfather, Uranus, stuffed his children back into the birth canal of Gaia, his mother and wife, only to be overthrown by his other sons. Zeus's father, Cronus, swallowed his sons into his belly, but was still overthrown by him. From this, it can be seen that both of these moves were useless. So what should be done? After much thought, Zeus decided to take a ruthless step to eliminate the future trouble forever. He directly swallowed the mother of the children together with them. Zeus swallowed Métis into his belly, using his divine power to slowly wear down Métis' divine power, merging with Métis forever. In this way, he could not only avoid the predicted outcome but also gain Métis' wisdom, killing two birds with one stone. This place was the world inside Zeus's body. After Métis gave birth to her daughter Athena, she had been trying every means to revive her son Polos, who had died prematurely. Now, Polos had indeed been resurrected, but he was not the son Métis had imagined. Polos recalled everything from before and thought of the records in mythology, filled with many emotions. He looked towards the heart of Janmu. His narrow escape from death was all thanks to its help. But as he looked, Polos was suddenly stunned. His heart of Janmu had actually changed drastically, becoming a strange shape that was neither tree nor artifact. The top and bottom became narrow. Among the roots, stems, branches, and leaves, there were 10 circles and 22 paths connecting the trunk. There were also vaguely 3 pillars, forming various peculiar links. At this time, Polos was no different from a newly born deity. His divine power was still very weak, but it was enough for him to investigate the heart of Janmu. He probed with his divine power, and immediately a stream of information entered his mind, leaving him unsure of what to say. The heart of Janmu, like him, was an existence outside the inevitable destiny and needed to adapt to the foundational great Tao of this world to undergo a new transformation. Even his former, cannibalistic style, cultivation technique could not be used in this world. The only thing that comforted Polos was that the evolution of the heart of Janmu this time had also derived a cultivation technique suitable for him to practice in this world. The Tree of Life. This was the new name the heart of Janmu acquired after turning into that strange shape. At the same time, he obtained an alternative method of becoming a god, also called the Tree of Life. According to the description of the Tree of Life, Godhood method, it was a method that allowed mortals to step by step become deities, and even become the creator. Isn't this the Kabbalah Tree of Life? After fully understanding it, Polos immediately realized that this model was almost identical to the cultivation method he had seen in a certain sect back on the Blue Star in his previous life. The only difference was that his Tree of Life was not for spiritual cultivation. In this era where gods existed, he not only needed to cultivate step by step from the bottommost kingdom to the topmost crown, gradually perfecting his own material realm, formation realm, creation realm, and divine realm. At the same time, he also needed to establish a divine system and find suitable deities to become his subordinate gods. With himself as the core, he would complete the 3 pillars, 10 foundations, and 22 messengers of the Tree of Life. And he could also obtain the divine power and laws of these deities, increasing his own strength step by step to reach the peak. If I really had so many subordinate gods, I could immediately fulfill Polos' destiny, kill Zeus, and seize his throne. Polos shook his head, but in his heart, he had already begun to ponder which deities were suitable to become the 10 foundations under his command. Kingdom, foundation, glory, victory, beauty, severity, compassion, understanding, wisdom, crown. Among them, kingdom is the lowest and crown is the highest, both being himself. After he has passed through kingdom, he can appoint someone to take charge of it, but crown cannot be. Beyond these foundations, there is also a hidden knowledge beneath the crown. In other words, there are 10 foundations in total that need deities to fill them. Speaking of which, I can consider the 2 in front of me. Polos stroked his chin, looking at the dying Métis and the still graceful young girl Athena. Métis was the goddess of wisdom of the previous era, while Athena, in the future, would be not only the goddess of wisdom but also the goddess of war and goddess of victory, even holding many divine offices such as art, weaving, painting, gardening, crafts, agriculture, animal husbandry, navigation, military, law, and order. It could be said that whether Métis was included among his subordinate gods was not important, but the future Athena must absolutely not be let go. You lied to me. It's impossible for Polos to be resurrected. At this moment, Métis, whom he considered not so important, showed a look of despair on her pale face. After being swallowed by Zeus, she should have died long ago, but she was unwilling. Of the 2 children in her womb, Athena had already formed and was born in Zeus's belly, but the other child in the prophecy had no chance of being born at all. Knowing she was bound to die, she hoped to use this mysterious incantation to make her youngest son appear, so that in the future, as the goddess of destiny's prophecy said, he would overthrow Zeus and become the new king of the gods. If that happened, she would die content. But now, the appearance of the youth before her clearly told Métis that this was a scam. This strange divine incantation did not make her child Polos appear, but instead helped a foreign god resurrect. That's right, I did lie to you. The youth looked down at Métis, who was lying weak on the ground, and said faintly, your child Polos, the predicted god of opportunity and creation, was destined never to be born the moment you ignored my words and chose to see Zeus. I gave you a chance, telling you to be careful of Zeus and not to see him before the child was born, but unfortunately, you didn't listen to me. Métis, goddess of wisdom, was merely one of the 3 candidates for his resurrection. It could even be said that becoming Polos was the worst choice. Therefore, the goddess of wisdom had even received his warnings to not see Zeus during her pregnancy, precisely because he hoped this candidate wouldn't be the first to appear. Unfortunately, Métis, goddess of wisdom, did not heed the advice and was still swallowed in one gulp by Zeus. At this moment, like the mother and daughter Métis and Athena, he was inside Zeus's belly. How to get out was still a big problem. Yes, you're right. Once Zeus discovers his throne is threatened, he will never care about the help I once gave him. Métis, goddess of wisdom, lay on the ground, talking to herself in sorrow, her graceful curves undulating, looking very much like a tragic and beautiful woman. Polos stroked his chin, looking at this graceful woman, or rather goddess, falling into deep thought about whether to save her. After Janmu turned into the tree of life, it generated 10 circles, which were the 10 foundations he had to experience and master in his journey through the divine path. At each circle, there was a leaf of law. As long as a deity was willing to proactively eat this leaf, they could become one of his 10 foundational subordinate gods. According to the information the Tree of Life gave him, when a deity consumed a leaf of law and entered the Tree of Life, both he and that deity would receive immense benefits. What those benefits were, Polos did not yet know. But once a deity consumed the leaf and was confirmed, it could not be changed. It could be said that in the divine system Polos would establish in the future, these 10 foundational subordinate gods would occupy very important positions. At this moment, Polos was hesitating whether to give Métis, goddess of wisdom, this chance. In Greek mythology, the deities that Polos could take an interest in were actually not few. Not to mention far away, the Athena in front of him was one goddess he was determined to obtain, and well, there was also Artemis, goddess of the hunt, who was a virgin goddess like Athena. Add to that Hestia, goddess of the hearth, who liked to stay with humans. In the process of cultivation, happiness was the most important, and Polos would feel incomplete if any of them were missing. Besides them, there were also Themis, mistress of justice, Hera, queen of the gods, Hecate, goddess of magic, the 3 fates, the 3 Horae, and so on. There were too many suitable goddesses to choose from. Polos hadn't even considered male deities for the time being. Of course, Polos definitely didn't discriminate against male deities. If they were truly a perfect fit, he would consider including them. On the contrary, in mythology, Métis mostly served as a utility god who helped Zeus seize the throne and gave birth to Athena, with not much written about her. Polos didn't know if she was actually worth a leaf. Mother. Seeing Métis' weak, dying appearance, Athena couldn't help but let tears flow. Mother and daughter had spent many years in this dark, sunless place. Now, her mother was reaching the end, and perhaps she would be left alone in the world. Métis beckoned, calling Athena to her side, restraining her grief and showing a smile. If you have a chance to get out in the future, live well. The deaths of Polos and me are both arrangements of destiny. Do not resent Zeus. He is your father. After you go out, he will give you the treatment a daughter of the king of the gods deserves. She was going to die. Her daughter was not the deity indicated by destiny. If she could get out, there was no need to oppose Zeus. Athena pursed her lips and did not speak, her eyes filled with hatred and hesitation. No matter what she would become in the future, at this moment, she was just a poor girl who, after losing her brother, was about to lose her mother. At this time, the Polos, who had replaced their brother said with a hint of mockery, what, you don't even plan to let her seek revenge for you. Métis looked at Polos, feebly, her eyes filled with unabated resentment, for Zeus and for Polos. She said hatefully, Zeus is already the king of the gods, he is destined to become more and more powerful. The only hope was this child of prophecy, Polos, but now that you've ruined him, what will you use for revenge? Polos smiled and walked closer, squatting beside the fallen Métis. Pinching her face, he spoke in a seductive voice, have you never thought about taking revenge yourself? He finally made a decision. After all, Métis could be considered the deity who helped him truly enter this world, making her the mother of this body. He would sacrifice a bit and give her this chance. Métis' face was held by him, yet she lacked the strength to break free. Now that death was at her door, there was no need to struggle. She only said faintly, I am about to die. Even if I could make it out alive, with my strength not even reaching the level of a main god, what would I use for revenge? Polos patted her snow-white cheek with a wicked smile. If I said I could let you leave here alive, would you be willing to take your revenge? She is willing, mother is willing. Before Métis could speak, Athena had already made the decision for her. Can I still live? A glimmer of light shone through Métis' dimmed eyes. If one could truly live, who would be willing to die? At this moment, inside Zeus's body, she was struggling against Zeus's power of lightning. Her own divine power was exhausted, and from constantly setting up formations, her divine blood had also run dry. Coupled with her priesthood being stripped by Zeus, she no longer possessed even a shred of authority. The bloodline of a deity and the authority they command are the foundations of divine power. Métis had neither anymore. She wouldn't even need to wait for the next bolt of thunder to fall before she completely dissipated. She truly couldn't imagine how she could possibly survive. Polos shook the tree of life in his other hand, and 10 green leaves fell before Métis. Pick one. Then, facing the tree of life, recite this contract, and you shall live. Athena first looked at these 10 peculiar green leaves, then saw the contract Polos manifested in the air. Her expression changed slightly, and she hesitated to speak. This contract was simply too terrifying. Under normal circumstances, she would never agree to her mother entering into such a contract. But now, she remained silent, waiting for her mother's own decision. Seeing this terrifying contract, Métis actually laughed instead. If she didn't sign such a contract, why would the other party be willing to save her? Without a second thought, she picked up a green leaf and found the divine script for wisdom written upon it. Wisdom. Then in the future, Athena will only be able to choose victory. This thought flashed through Polos's mind. At this time, Athena had not yet grown up, so it was not a good time to take her in as well. I, Métis, in the name of wisdom, consecrate the tree of life as the supreme tree, the master of the tree of life as the supreme sovereign, the eternal creator. You are the one, and also the myriad, the primordial beginning, and the end of all things. All that I am, whether life or soul, divine power or destiny, I dedicate to you, as your most loyal servant. The contract consisted of 3 passages. After Métis finished reciting them, she smiled through her tears and swallowed the green leaf. After she finished the contract and swallowed the leaf, Polos smiled and struck more than half of his currently meager divine power into Métis' body. He had taken over Polos's identity, and his current divine power was only at the level of the newborn Polos. Before his cultivation of the tree of life was on the right track, he even needed to rely on Polos's divine power to live in this mythological world. I still need to find a way to get out early. I can't wait until the time Athena is born. His face turned slightly pale, but Métis turned into a beam of light. Before she could even react, she rushed into the tree of life in Polos's hand. Mother. Athena grew frantic, reaching out toward where Métis had disappeared, but she caught nothing. Just then, the tree of life shuddered, and the remaining 9 green leaves on the ground returned to their points of origin within it. Athena could clearly see that at one of the 10 circular points of this strange tree, no green leaf had returned. Instead, a tiny version of her mother was standing inside that circle, eyes tightly closed, with light faintly shimmering all over her body. When will I be able to see her? Athena was born incredibly intelligent, and by now she could sense that her mother indeed would be able to survive. She now wanted to know when she could see her mother Métis again. We'll talk about that when you can get out. What Métis harmonized with was the foundation of wisdom. Polos himself would need to reach that stage and begin absorbing her divine power before she could emerge from the tree of life. For now, Polos only possessed the divine power belonging to this world and the divine power seed of the kingdom. To reach the stage of wisdom, one needed to pass through 7 steps: foundation, glory, victory, beauty, severity, compassion, and understanding. In other words, Polos needed to take in 7 more deities and obtain their laws of divine power before it would be Métis' turn. Can we get out? Hearing Polos's words, Athena fell silent. Previously, it was mother and daughter locked here together, now, she was the only one left. As for her mysterious, younger brother, Polos, Athena felt that with his special abilities, he might not stay here to accompany her for long. Polos glanced at the silent Athena, suddenly reaching out to stroke her beautiful golden hair, comforting her, don't worry. When your strength is sufficient and you continuously strike the space above, Zeus will let you out. The ones Zeus wants to kill are Métis and Polos. There is no need for him to harm you. No matter what status she would hold or what achievements she would attain in the future, at this moment, she was nothing more than a helpless little girl. He thought to himself that he was still counting on Athena to willingly sign the contract just now in the future, so he decided to start building up her favor now. Athena felt very awkward being stroked on the hair by Polos. Just as she was thinking of dodging away, a startling scene occurred before her eyes. Polos, who was clearly taller than her, suddenly seemed to deflate, turning into the form of a 1 or 2-year-old infant who could barely stand up. Even the tree of life turned into the size of a baby toy at this moment, gripped in his hand. You. Athena showed a look of surprise, her elegant little mouth hanging open, completely unable to understand why. To save your mother, my divine power is almost exhausted. I can only return to my original state. Polos was also helpless. His previous appearance as a teenager in his teens relied entirely on divine power. After all, as an adult, who would be willing to be an infant? But taking Métis into the tree of life just now had exhausted all of his already meager divine power. So cute. Athena was bold, she directly picked Polos up, kissed him on the cheek, and then tried to pinch him with her hand. At this point, Polos spoke. Athena, you wouldn't want your mother to suffer under my hand, would you? Athena froze. Only then did she remember that her mother, Métis, had already signed a contract and become this infant's servant. No matter what, she is still considered your mother. Athena wrinkled her pretty nose and said to Polos. Hearing this, Polos scoffed. Uranus, the first king of gods, and Earth Mother Gaia were also mother and son, weren't they? Athena was once again rendered speechless by a single sentence from Polos. Gaia and Uranus were not only mother and son but also husband and wife. However, Uranus's position as king of the gods was overthrown under the plotting of Earth Mother Gaia. Even Uranus's lower parts were severed by the scythe Gaia gave to the last generation king of gods Cronus. Métis had told Athena all about these past deeds of the gods. I'm tired. Let me lean in your arms and rest for a while. After Polos closed his eyes, Athena nestled him in her arms, just as she had been nestled by Métis when she was small. Brother. This word flashed through her mind, and she couldn't help but sigh inwardly, if you really were my brother, how wonderful that would be. Leaning in Athena's arms, Polos did not fall asleep. Instead, he utilized his meager divine power to check what benefits the tree of life would give him after Métis became one of the 10 foundational deities. In an instant, Polos's divine power was drawn toward the wisdom circle on the tree of life. For a moment, it was as if he saw a peculiar space. Métis stood within this space, her eyes tightly closed. Polos could not enter, but he saw an illusory high tower behind Métis. Each of its levels was composed of thick books, and every book had a brass-colored eye upon it. The higher the level, the darker it became, and the more it was filled with auras of madness, destruction, misfortune, and disaster. This high tower extended into the sky, as if it had enclosed the entire world within itself. Tower. Inexplicably, this word flashed through Polos's mind. So-called benefits, are they actually the rewards of this system? This tower is not something from Greek mythology or any Western primal mythology, but from Lord of Mysteries. Although the setting of Lord of Mysteries has many origins in the Tree of Life, the two are not identical. Polos did not expect that the benefits he and the subordinate god who entered the Tree of Life obtained would be the power of this system. So, as long as it's something from a Western fantasy system, it doesn't belong outside the inevitable fixed numbers, right? Polos couldn't help but sigh. From its very foundation, this world rejected Eastern systems. However, with the divine path of the Tree of Life and the ability to obtain the mystery god system, Polos didn't mind these things anymore. In fact, the one who truly obtained the mystery system should be Métis. Beyond her own divine power, she would gain a completely new Beyonder power system. In this space, there were the Beyonder characteristics of the White Tower pathway, from low to high. And Polos's harvest depended entirely on how far he could take this system. In short, the abilities he gained would always be one level higher than Métis. That is to say, if Métis could become sequence 1 of the White Tower, then Polos would have the abilities of the White Tower sequence. If Métis could reach the stage of sequence, then Polos could become half an old one. It's actually quite nice to obtain power without having to cultivate it myself. Polos was already waiting for Métis to absorb all the Beyonder characteristics inside as soon as possible, allowing him to become a god in one step. With Métis' original strength as a goddess, she shouldn't need to perform promotion rituals, at least before reaching the sequence level, right? At this moment, Polos could not communicate with Métis and could only hope she could advance successively without needing rituals. Speaking of which, there are 10 foundations in total. When other gods move in, will the 4 pathways of the Dreamer, Sun, Tyrant, and the Hanged Man also appear? In that case, as long as they can all become sequences, I can directly become God. Thinking of this, the joy in Polos's heart grew even stronger. At the same time as his joy, a mysterious power immediately began to pour into his physical body and soul. Sequence 9, Sequence 8, Sequence 7, it didn't stop until Sequence 3. It seems that in this short time, Métis has already become a Sequence 4 prophet. In the world of mystery, Sequence 4 is already a demigod. The further one goes, the harder it is to advance. Polos had never expected Métis to become a Sequence true god through a completely new pathway in such a short time. It had nothing to do with strength, but purely depended on her level of understanding of another world system. Currently, within Polos's body, there are 3 different divine power systems, almost distinctly separated. The first was the mystery potion system he had just acquired, which required no time of his own, only waiting for his subordinates to advance. He carefully pondered the various abilities he had gained: reader, deductive student, detective, polymath, arcane mentor, prophet, and cognizer. To be honest, these could only be considered auxiliary abilities. When facing a god, they basically wouldn't play a very large role. The second was the cultivation system obtained through the Tree of Life, which required him to walk step by step from the bottom kingdom to the top crown, perfecting his own material realm, formation realm, creation realm, and divine realm to become the supreme creator. Polos had only received the seed of divine power. The first step required him to go into the mortal world, become a god among mortals, possess his own kingdom, spread faith, and grow this seed of divine power. Not to mention he hadn't even left Zeus's stomach yet. Even if he did, wanting to spread faith probably wouldn't be a simple matter. The third was the innate divine power of this world, obtained by replacing Polos's identity and karma. His divine power was generated by combining the divine powers of Zeus and Métis, and should have similarities with Athena's. Polos knew how strong Athena would be in the future. Perhaps, in the short term, what could truly give him the ability to protect himself was still the innate divine power of this world. Regarding the native gods of this world and how their divine power improved, Polos had not understood it before. He was truly a bit troubled by his weak divine power, so after opening his eyes and returning to reality, he asked Athena about this question. Improving divine power. After hearing his question, Athena said casually, as you grow up, your divine power will naturally increase until the moment you reach adulthood. Adulthood for a god is not a specific age, but when the innate divine power stops growing, they are considered an adult. So, the strength of a god's divine power is determined at birth. This result was very consistent with mythology, but it was not what Polos wanted. He did not intend to abandon the innate divine power of this world and wanted to let it continuously improve in the future. You can't say that either. Athena recalled Métis' past teachings and said, we gods have 3 divine power boons. Divine power boons. Tell me more. Polos changed his position and leaned against Athena's chest. Athena held him a bit tighter, trying her best to imitate the way Métis had taught her back then, and spoke slowly. In the world opened by chaos, the gods are his most favored children. When they are born, they receive a divine power boon from the creator god. Generally speaking, the initial divine power of the gods decreases as the generation increases. It is widely believed that first-generation gods are stronger than second-generation gods, second-generation gods are stronger than third-generation gods, and third-generation gods are stronger than fourth-generation gods. Speaking of generations, Polos couldn't help but laugh. He interrupted Athena and asked, I have a question, which generation of god do you count as? Athena was suddenly stunned and moved her fingers, counting which generation of god she was. Counting from Earth Mother Gaia, the last generation king of gods Cronus was a second-generation god, and Zeus was a third-generation god, so he and Athena would be fourth-generation gods. However, Uranus, the first king of gods, was also the son of Earth Mother Gaia. Counting this way, the last generation king of gods Cronus became a third-generation god, and he could only be counted as a fifth-generation god. Forget it, it's not important. Athena stopped brooding over this issue, but seeing Polos looking at her with a mocking gaze, she couldn't help but say in annoyance, do you still want to listen? She really didn't understand what was so funny about not being able to distinguish between generations. Except for the first generation of gods, isn't everyone like this? Anyway, you now have the bloodline of a god. Whether you admit it or not, you are my younger brother. No matter which generation I am, you are the same. Polos did not expect this boomerang to hit him. He changed his position again and said lazily, you're right, continue talking about the divine power boons. Tilt your head a bit, don't try to bite me there. I'm not a mother, I can't breastfeed. Polos was speechless. Was he a god who hadn't been weaned yet? Even if he were, with Athena's current size, he really had no interest at all. Among all the gods, there are always some specifically favored by chaos. They are born with powerful divine power, transcending generations and far surpassing many of their peers. Speaking of this, Athena paused for a moment, her tone complex. Mother once said that I belong to this kind, and my father, Zeus, is also like this. When mentioning this name, a flicker of hatred flashed in Athena's eyes. Polos said, don't think about it. If we can get out in the future, before you are strong enough, you cannot let him feel even a bit of your hatred for him. Not to mention Athena, Polos himself, after going out, would not find it convenient to openly oppose Zeus before the Tree of Life system reached the third stage or the mystery system became an old one. I understand. Athena nodded. Her mother Métis had also warned her about this. Gods of this type are strong enough as long as they can live to adulthood. For a god, whether one is an adult has nothing to do with time or appearance. When divine power no longer grows automatically, one is considered an adult. Zeus reached the peak of his original divine power very quickly back then. Just talk about the second time. The first time really depended entirely on bloodline and destiny. It was hard to change, so Polos felt it was dull. The second divine power boon occurs when a god obtains a divine portfolio. Athena's voice lowered again. Generally speaking, a god can only obtain a divine portfolio through the 5 original rulers or the king of gods who governs heaven and earth. So, not only I, but even if you want to become powerful, you must first obtain a divine portfolio from Zeus. Polos nodded thoughtfully. Presumably, compared to Gaia, Tartarus, Nyx, and the other first rulers, Zeus, the king of gods, could grant more divine portfolios. Athena was quite surprised to see that Polos did not object at all, so she continued to relay knowledge related to divine power boons. After the second divine power boon, divine power will evolve again based on one's own divine portfolio, and gods also begin to walk different paths. Some gods are willing to focus on one divine portfolio, while some gods think about accommodating many kinds of divine portfolios. At this time, Polos raised a question. So, is it better to focus on one divine portfolio or to accommodate multiple divine portfolios? Athena shook her head. I don't know. I don't even have a single divine portfolio now, but mother said both may have their advantages. The former is simpler, and there are more such gods. After all, the divine power attributes of most gods are mixed, some more and some less, while divine portfolios are limited, and some even conflict with each other. Ultimately, a choice must be made. Mother once told me that regarding the correspondence and divergence between divine power and divine portfolios, the 12 titans who presided over the previous divine court each had deep research while organizing heaven and earth. For example, our maternal grandparents focused on aspects related to the deep sea and the ocean, and our aunt Amphitrite received the inheritance and was even superior. As for mother, she mainly researched her own divine power of wisdom and gave up on improving her ocean-related divine power long ago. The use of we made Polos roll his eyes. He only manifested as an infant to conserve his divine power. Did she really intend to treat him as her younger brother? Athena continued, Mother once told me that if I wanted to enhance my divine power over the seas in the future, I might ask Amphitrite for help. Before she was swallowed by Zeus, Poseidon, king of the seas, had been pursuing her. Perhaps by the time we get out, our aunt will have already become the sea queen. Polos could give her the answer to that without waiting to leave. Amphitrite did indeed become the wife of Poseidon, king of the seas, the sea queen of this generation. If mother knew this news, she would probably be very happy. Athena sighed and continued, no matter what choice a deity makes when selecting their priesthood, it is all for the sake of becoming a main god sooner. Main god. Hearing an interesting term, Polos couldn't help but repeat it. That's right. By becoming a main god, having subordinate gods, and then establishing your own divine system, you can receive the third gift of divine power. Mother never became a main god, so she didn't teach me the knowledge beyond that. That's enough. Polos finally understood the hierarchy of this world. It was a bit crude and not very specific, but in the era of primitive mythology, things weren't supposed to be overly detailed anyway. For the time that followed, Polos and Athena stayed within the space inside Zeus's body. Unlike Polos, who lay around all day recovering his divine power, Athena often practiced combat techniques with the divine spear Métis had left her. She was inclined to teach Polos about the use of divine power and artifacts, but Polos flatly refused. He couldn't afford to waste his hard-earned divine power on such things. It wasn't that he had nothing to do. The cultivation method of the Tree of Life contained not only paths to elevate a deity's status but also methods for utilizing divine power. In other words, at this moment, Polos possessed the way, the law, and the arts. Currently, Polos was studying a method of utilizing divine power called the 10 Arts of Destiny. The so-called 10 Arts of Destiny referred to the Great Salvation Art, Great Annihilation Art, Great Transformation Art, Great Light Art, Great Blessing Art, Great Edict Art, Great Disaster Art, Great Resurrection Art, Great Teleportation Art, and Great World Art. Originating from inner faith and applied through divine power, they could leverage the destiny of heaven and earth. Once all 10 arts of destiny were mastered, combining them would result in the great destiny art. Compared to nearly engaging in hand-to-hand combat with a divine artifact, Polos preferred to be a spell-casting mage. The 10 arts of destiny were incredibly profound. Polos felt that the easiest ones to start with were the Great Annihilation Art, the Great Transformation Art, and the Great Blessing Art. The Great Teleportation Art, which Polos wanted to master most, was impossible for him to even begin. This forced him to abandon the idea of using this divine art to leave this place, and he turned instead to researching the 3 simpler divine arts. He had a premonition that the other 2 goddesses who had obtained the withered branches of the Tree of Life would summon him, just as Métis had. At that time, he could use the power of the Tree of Life to follow the guidance and leave the space inside Zeus's body. Sure enough, only a few months later, the Tree of Life underwent an unusual change, flickering with a strange light. A voice came from the tree, heard not only by Polos but even by Athena. Mysterious foreign god, you are the wielder of the ancient sacred tree, the protector of the future. I am willing to sacrifice my everything to you. May you protect my children, so they may be born smoothly and grow up in peace. This is. Athena stopped her combat practice and came to Polos' side, expressing her confusion. Polos smiled with a sigh. You should know that Zeus has other lovers besides your mother, right? Athena nodded. Mother told me, Themis, mistress of justice, and Mnemosyne, mistress of memory, sisters of the last generation king of gods, as well as my mother's sister Eurynome. Mother even said that they all bore children with Zeus. It seems they are the 3 fates, the 3 Horae, the 9 muses, and the 3 graces. He's quite good at fathering daughters, Polos muttered. The one who just spoke is another of Zeus's lovers. She is the daughter of Polos, lord of celestial bodies, and Phoebe, the goddess of light. She is currently pregnant with Zeus's child. However, Hera, queen of the gods, does not want to see her child born and is hunting her down everywhere. Hera. Athena only then learned the name of the queen of the gods. A trace of resentment flashed in her eyes. That position should have originally belonged to her mother, Métis. Why does she get to be the queen of the gods? Athena knew Hera was the daughter of the last generation king of gods Cronus, and also Zeus's sister. She had reason to be dissatisfied. Her mother, Métis, had exhausted herself to help Zeus, winning over allies for him everywhere. Even Zeus climbing into the beds of Themis, mistress of justice, and Mnemosyne, mistress of memory, had been Métis' suggestion. In this way, they dismantled the powerful Titan gods and gained the help of the Cyclops and the Hecatoncheires, finally achieving the ultimate victory. Unfortunately, Métis did not enjoy any of the fruits of victory. On the very first day Zeus ascended to the throne of the king of gods, she and her child were swallowed whole. Hearing Athena's question, Polos laughed. Perhaps she is Zeus's true love. Your mother Métis, or the other goddesses, were just for mutual benefit, or perhaps he just felt like having a fling on a whim. HMPH, true love. Athena was very dissatisfied. If she wants to keep an eye on her true love, why make things difficult for other goddesses? Perhaps because it mirrored her own mother's plight, she felt sympathy for this goddess Leto whom she had never met. Polos agreed. Exactly. If she had the strength, she should go teach Zeus a lesson. Why bother the mistress? Clearly, Hera lacked the strength. Facing Zeus's power, she could only vent her fury on his lovers. So, do you think we should help Leto? Of course we should. Athena said resolutely. Her children should be considered our younger siblings, right? When you overthrow Zeus in the future, they might even be our helpers. Polos gave Athena a strange look, not expecting this girl to be plotting such a thing. Athena met his gaze and said calmly, regardless of your origins, you have accepted the name and identity of Polos. Then why can't we, like Zeus overthrew Cronus, also gather our brothers and sisters to overthrow Zeus together? Polos joked. In that case, it might be my turn to be overthrown by my own children. In Greek mythology, sons overthrowing fathers seemed to have become an inheritance. Polos thought to himself that if it weren't for the later angelic armies covering all mythological worlds, including the Greek mythology world, Zeus would have eventually been replaced by one of his sons. When the time comes, just don't have children. I don't understand, deities can live forever, so why bother having children? Polos gave her a thumbs up. That made perfect sense. Since you think so too, then I'll go help her. Polos gripped the tree of life, intending to follow the unseen guidance to the place where goddess Leto was. But before that, he handed the green leaf representing victory to Athena. If in the future you feel there's no chance of getting out, swallow this leaf and recite that contract. I will take you out. Athena did not refuse. She clutched the green leaf in her hand and gave Polos, who had returned to his adolescent form, a hug. Wait for me to come out, and we will overthrow Zeus together. All right. After Polos said this, he disappeared from before Athena, taking the tree of life with him. She looked at the spot where Polos had vanished and sighed softly, only I am left. By the Aegean Sea, a pregnant goddess was running through the air in a panic. Over a dozen terrifying monsters were not far behind her, chasing her relentlessly and preventing her from landing on the ground. These monsters were all descendants of the hundred-headed dragon Typhon. They were currently under Hera's orders to hunt Leto and prevent her children from being born. Leto was not a goddess with great divine power, and being pregnant, she was completely unable to repel these monsters. She had fled from the mountains to the seaside, unable to touch the ground for even a moment, her heart filled with despair. The father and mother she hoped for did not come to save her. The king of gods Zeus, whom she expected, did not come to save her either. Leto flew through the air, her speed getting slower and slower, until she finally decided to take out a section of a withered tree branch. With a sorrowful expression, she slowly poured her blood into the withered branch, chanting under her breath. Mysterious foreign god, you are the wielder of the ancient sacred tree, the protector of the future. I am willing to sacrifice my everything to you. May you protect my children, so they may be born smoothly and grow up in peace. This had been given to her by a passing foreign god before she had met Zeus. That foreign god seemed able to see the future and told her that when she became pregnant in the future, she would face great danger. Not only her, but even the children in her womb might lose their lives. At that time, the innocent and romantic goddess Leto had only taken it as a joke. Though she accepted the branch, she never took it seriously. To her surprise, the words of the foreign god were coming true at this very moment. She was indeed in danger, and it seemed her children would perish along with her. The gentle and quiet goddess Leto, dressed in black robes, had no choice at this most critical moment but to place all her hopes on this withered tree branch. Her divine blood continuously poured into it, making her weaker and weaker, while the various monsters behind her drew closer and closer. Once, twice, 3 times, until the 9th time, when goddess Leto had reached the high skies above the sea, the withered branch suddenly underwent a change. The branch, stained with her divine blood, slipped from her hand, stood in midair, and slowly transformed into a deity goddess Leto had only met once before. The deity appearing before Leto had black hair and black eyes, yet was incomparably handsome. He held a peculiar tree-shaped divine artifact in his hand and smiled at her. It was Polos, who had followed the peculiar guidance of the tree of life from within Zeus's belly, appearing as if he had jumped directly from one space to another. Seeing him appear, Leto felt as if she had found someone to rely on. Exhausted, she suddenly tumbled down toward the sea. Polos caught her, and looking at the many monsters nearby, he swept the tree of life in his hand toward them without a word. His divine power was limited and could not be used lightly, but the tree of life was different. This was the tree of life, the tree of one's own faith, and the tree of the faith of all living beings. After gaining the faith of Métis, the goddess of wisdom, it could already unleash impressive divine power of faith. Using its power, Polos struck with a divine art, the Great Annihilation Art. The so-called Great Annihilation Art meant the annihilation of everything in the world. At this time, Polos could only manage to annihilate physical matter. He could not yet annihilate laws, spirituality, karma, fate, or the entire world. But even so, it was enough to deal with the monsters before him. After the holy white light swept through, all these monsters were disintegrated into fragments of flesh and bone. So, just how weak is Leto? It's hard to imagine that Artemis and Apollo are her children. Polos had killed all these monsters with a mere wave of his hand, yet he did not feel particularly strong. The divine power contained within the tree of life right now certainly did not exceed Métis' strength at her peak. He had learned from Athena that before Métis was swallowed by Zeus, she hadn't even clarified her own first divine office, let alone found the path to becoming a main god. In this mythological world, she might have some resourcefulness, but she couldn't be considered very strong. From this, it was evident that Leto's strength was even weaker. In this world, there were no level divisions below the main gods, but Polos pondered that he could actually make a rough distinction himself. Someone like Métis, who had a deep understanding of divine offices and divine power and was one step away from being a main god, could be called an upper god. Most ordinary deities who have obtained a divine office could be called middle gods. Deities who have reached adulthood but have not yet obtained a divine office could be called lower gods. Of course, this could only be considered a rough division of realms, not necessarily strength. For example, the middle god Leto before him was even inferior to himself, who couldn't even be counted as a lower god. He looked at Leto, whose face was pale from losing too much divine blood, and flew over the ocean, wanting to find a small island where she could safely give birth. The changes by the sea had actually been under the observation of some nearby deities. This was a family matter between Zeus, king of the gods, and Hera, queen of the gods. No deity dared to interfere. But seeing a deity intervene and even kill the pursuers sent by Hera, they immediately became somewhat panicked. Hera, queen of the gods, was not a magnanimous goddess. They certainly didn't want her to think they were the ones who did it. Among these deities, someone quickly headed to Mount Olympus to report the scene they had witnessed to Hera. On this divine mountain at the center of the world stood a magnificent palace, which Zeus, king of the gods, had ordered the remaining golden humans to build after winning the Titanomachy and becoming the king of the gods. The golden humans were the first generation of humans created when Cronus, Zeus's father, was the king of the gods. This generation of humans knew no disease or aging. While they lived, they did not need to labor, as the earth provided everything they needed. Because the Titanomachy led to the end of the Golden Age, all remaining humans became servants of the gods, continuing to enjoy eternal life under the protection of divine glory. Zeus, king of the gods, was not in the temple at the moment, and Hera did not know where he had gone to enjoy himself again. Hera, queen of the gods, also happened to have just become pregnant and was already in a bad mood. When she heard the news, her anger flared even more, and she carefully inquired about what the deity who helped Leto looked like. It's him. Hera was suddenly startled. Before she became Zeus's wife, she had once encountered this male deity who, like Nyx, Lady of Night, had black hair and black eyes. He called himself a foreign god and had even made a prophecy to her, saying she would give birth to an incomparably ugly child. At that time, Hera was so furious she had driven him away immediately. However, before that foreign god left, he had given her a withered tree branch. He said that if Hera wanted a more beautiful child, she could use the withered branch and recite a prayer. I knew that fellow was against me. Hera's expression was cold as she ordered her maid, Iris, goddess of the rainbow, to go to the ocean and question that foreign god. At the same time, she conveyed her demands to Poseidon, king of the seas, and Oceanus, lord of the ocean. No island and no stretch of sea was permitted to take Leto in. Due to Leto's powerful parents, she didn't intend to kill Leto, she just didn't want the children in Leto's belly to be born. She wanted Leto to find no place to set foot, let alone give birth. Thus, while Polos was taking the pregnant goddess Leto across the sea to find a place to stay, the gods of the ocean, whether they were under Poseidon in the near seas or subordinate gods of Oceanus in the far oceans, were unwilling to let them enter the islands in their territories when they saw them coming. They were well aware that Hera deeply hated this lover of Zeus and did not want her to give birth to Zeus's eldest son. No deity was willing to offend Hera, queen of the gods, for Leto's sake. It seems we can only wander upon the boat of life. Polos had long expected this. He transformed the tree of life into a boat of life and sat side by side with goddess Leto, drifting everywhere on the sea. They hadn't been drifting for long when a rainbow streaked down from the horizon, transforming into a brilliant young goddess who appeared before them. Iris, goddess of the rainbow. Upon seeing this goddess, Leto's face couldn't help but turn pale, and her body trembled slightly. She leaned tightly against Polos beside her, almost as if she were trying to squeeze into his embrace. To this, Polos had no idea what refusal meant and directly pulled the pregnant goddess Leto into his arms. Then, he looked at the goddess of the rainbow in the sky and asked calmly, "Maid of Hera, what have you come for?" As he expected, and as recorded in myths, Hera would not personally act against Leto. What she targeted were the unborn Artemis and Apollo. Especially Apollo. If he were born, he would be Zeus's eldest son. Deity from a foreign land, the queen of the gods bids me advise you to stay away from Leto, and you shall receive her friendship. If you insist on helping Leto, you will incur her enmity. Friendship or enmity, please consider it carefully. The friendship or enmity of the queen of the gods. The deities upon the various seas were perhaps the most numerous in this world. After all, Oceanus, lord of the ocean, known as a prolific progenitor, and his wife, the ocean nymph Thetis, might not be skilled in other things, but they were all too skilled at having children. Between the past and the future, the two of them had a total of 6,000 children, 3,000 male river gods and 3,000 ocean nymphs. Athena's mother, Métis, was one of the 3,000 ocean nymphs, belonging to the elder ones. At this moment, at least a dozen young ocean nymphs were nearby, secretly listening to their conversation. In their view, this question wasn't a question at all. Of course one would choose the friendship of the queen of the gods. Even goddess Leto, upon hearing Iris's question, couldn't help but turn pale, her heart filled with bitterness. In terms of status, she was inferior to Hera. In terms of strength, she was inferior to Hera. Even in terms of appearance, she was far behind Hera. She really couldn't think of any reason why this mysterious foreign god would continue to help her, and her heart couldn't help but fall into despair once more. But at that moment, the foreign god holding her in his arms tightened his hold on her and said something that moved her beyond words. Go tell Hera that enmity or friendship is her own choice to make. But for now, Goddess Leto is under my protection. The categorical tone of his words made Goddess Leto's heart tremble involuntarily. Polos, still appearing as a youth, seemed much taller in her eyes at this moment than Zeus, the king of the gods. I will relay this to the queen of the gods. Iris left. When it came to fighting, she was not even a match for Leto, so she naturally did not dare to engage personally. The many ocean nymphs watched Polos as he drifted into the distance on the small boat, falling into silence for a time. What exactly is so good about Leto? The king of the gods likes her, and this strange god is even willing to offend Hera for her sake. I find it strange too. If the children in Leto's womb were his, I could understand him making such a choice. But those children are clearly Zeus's. Polos heard those discussions but didn't care. He wasn't doing this for Leto, but for the unborn Artemis and Apollo. Of course, it was mainly for Artemis, Apollo was just a tag along. However, Leto was moved beyond measure. She clung tightly to Polos's body, listening to his heartbeat, her cheeks flushing warm. Polos felt it, but on this vast sea, with other gods constantly watching them, it really wasn't a good time. Asteria, why haven't you appeared yet? Do you no longer love your sister? In the myths, when Leto was being hunted by Hera and fled to the sea with nowhere to stay, it was her sister, Asteria, goddess of shooting stars, who lent a helping hand. Asteria transformed into a floating island at sea, allowing Leto to give birth there and for the children to grow up smoothly. Just as Polos was thinking this, he suddenly felt a shooting star streaking down from the sky. A goddess appeared before them, wearing a strange expression as she looked at Leto, who had her head buried in Polos's chest. It seems I haven't come at a good time. No, you've come at exactly the right time. The goddess who suddenly appeared was indeed Asteria, whom Polos had just been thinking of, truly a case offspeak of the devil. Back when he had first met Leto as a foreign god, Asteria had been by Leto's side and had heard his prophecy regarding her. Asteria, I regret not listening to you. I was deceived by Zeus's sweet words. Seeing her sister, Leto's face showed a look of shame. Seeing her pregnant and in such a miserable state of wandering at sea, Asteria sighed and swallowed her words of complaint. Our family doesn't have many gods, just focus on giving birth to the children safely. She sighed and suddenly leapt, transforming into a floating island upon the sea's surface. The island was lush and covered in trees, appearing perfectly natural. This kind of technique greatly surprised Polos. He glanced at Leto again, wondering why sisters could have such a massive gap in power. Leto seemed to see through Polos's thoughts and said with a face full of envy, Asteria is a subordinate god of Nyx, Lady of Night. Her authority over shooting stars was also bestowed by her. My authority is, stasis, bestowed by Zeus after the Titanomachy. To this day, I haven't figured out what this authority is useful for. Polos nodded in understanding and, holding Leto, stepped onto the island Asteria had transformed into. After drifting at sea for many days, they finally experienced the feeling of solid ground again. This island was also unwelcome by any god of the ocean and continued to drift constantly. However, the waves could no longer affect Polos and Leto, everything was blocked by Asteria's divine power. Simultaneously blocked were the prying eyes of the numerous sea deities. Finally, I can have some fun. In his previous life, Polos was a famous demon in the cultivation world during the Dharma ending age. He called himself a cultivator but never knew the meaning of self-cultivation. When encountering female cultivators seeking revenge, it was normal for him to consume the unattractive ones and bring the beautiful ones into his harem. Having come to this world since the dawn of creation, he didn't even have a body for a long time, being carried around by the tree of life and hiding everywhere. Later, when he finally got a body, Métis was taken into the tree of life as soon as they met, leaving him to depend on Athena. As for the not yet grown Athena, Polos expressed that he really wasn't into that. Having spent so much time in close proximity to Leto on the sea recently, he had long wanted to make a move, but hindered by the constant prying of gods, he couldn't bring himself to do things out in the open. Now, it was time to do what he had been wanting to do for a long time. Be gentle, watch out for the children. Leto had also been willing for a long time and had no intention of refusing at all. Don't worry, I have experience. He did indeed have relevant experience from his previous life. Even if he didn't, how could a goddess's pregnancy be so easily compromised? Thus, the moment Asteria turned into a floating island and Polos landed, he began to cuckold Zeus. With nothing to do on the island and no need to eat or drink, Polos didn't know what else to do besides this. They played like this every day until the time for Leto's delivery arrived. I say, do you two really have no consideration for the children at all? There's less than a month until the birth. If you keep playing, I'm going to get angry. Even Asteria, who was being used as their bed, couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up to stop them. Only then did Leto become embarrassed, shyly pushing Polos away, though the tender affection in the corners of her eyes could not be hidden. Day 1. Today Leto was warned by her sister Asteria to be careful of danger to the children and that we can't play happily anymore. Leto pushed me away and decided to start preparing for birth properly. I've noted down this grudge against my sister-in-law. Day 2. Wine and lust make me haggard and lose my fighting spirit. Today is my first day of abstaining from women. I must cultivate properly. Although the 10 arts of destiny are difficult, I am confident that besides the great annihilation art, great transformation art, and great blessing art, I can master another divine art. To deal with Zeus's arrival, I've decided to choose the great resurrection art. Day 3. The great resurrection art is too difficult and leaves me without a clue. In my frustration, I saw Leto sunbathing, radiating maternal glory, and couldn't resist seeking her out for another round. Day 4. Cultivated for a day. Under the moonlight, I saw Leto looking as smooth as jade and decided to reward myself, just once. Days passed one by one, and Asteria, transformed into the island, had given up on trying to persuade Polos and Leto, letting them be. 2 months later, the time for Leto's delivery finally arrived. First to be born was a girl, named Artemis by Polos, born with divine power stronger than her mother's. She could even use her divine power to help Leto give birth to her younger brother, whose delivery was difficult. Her brother was named Apollo by Polos. Both siblings were gods. Shortly after birth, they could jump and walk, and they quickly learned to speak. Hearing them call him father, a smile of a loving father appeared on Polos's face. You really dare to act as their father. Aren't you afraid Zeus will come looking for trouble? While Leto was breastfeeding, Asteria's voice reached Polos's ears. Polos smiled faintly. Even if they didn't call me father, Zeus and I would cross paths sooner or later. The Lady of Night once told me that Leto's 2 children will both become powerful main gods, their destinies linked to Olympus. As the divine envoy of Nyx, Lady of Night, Asteria, goddess of shooting stars, was not like her sister Leto, a naive person who cared almost nothing for the great affairs of the world. They are still small now. Once they are slightly older, their powerful divine energy will be impossible to hide. It will surely be known by the gods of the sea, and also by Hera. With Hera's personality, she will not tolerate Zeus's eldest son being born of another goddess. Hearing this, Polos was speechless. Why does she care so much about the eldest son? Zeus himself is but a youngest son. Asteria said. The eldest and the youngest are both special. The first king of the gods was an eldest son, the previous king of the gods was a youngest son. As for this generation's king of the gods, Zeus, he only won by drawing lots against Hades. Otherwise, the king of the gods might not have been him. Artemis and Apollo have been born. I think you should leave. When Zeus comes and hears them calling you father, he will surely kill you. Asteria urged Polos to leave once more, truly not wanting to see him die at Zeus's hands. Don't worry, I've prepared a way to escape. I won't die. On the contrary, it's Leto, she and Hera are on bad terms. Before Artemis and the other are strong enough, it's not suitable for them to go to Mount Olympus. During this time, Polos hadn't just been playing with Leto, he had also made preparations for when Zeus or Hera might come to the door. However, his preparations could only be used by himself. He had also thought about whether to consider turning Leto into his own subordinate god, but unfortunately, Leto's talent was truly limited, and her affinity didn't match, there was no foundation that suited her. You don't need to worry about Leto. The Lady of Night has already promised me that I can take Leto to live in the realm of night. Since Asteria had said so, Polos felt even more at ease. On this floating island, he and Leto were like a mortal couple, teaching the children by day and researching the combat methods of gods with Leto by night. One day, I will create a Xuanyuan Heart Sutra, belonging to the gods. In his previous life, Polos had received the inheritance of the Yellow Emperor, Xuanyuan, and obtained the Xuanyuan Heart Sutra. This meant that in his later cultivation, he wasn't solely focused on consuming people, he would occasionally supplement and balance his progress through dual cultivation. Unfortunately, the Buddhist and Taoist techniques he was once most proficient in were all temporarily unusable. All along, Polos had been unsure whether the level of divine power he was born with in this world was strong or weak. But watching Artemis and Apollo grow day by day, he discovered that his divine power, whether in its initial quantity or its subsequent growth rate, was roughly the same as that of the twins. It seems that even without the faith system or the mystery system, Polos's innate divine talent is about the same as that of Athena, Artemis, and Apollo. Knowing this answer, Polos felt relieved. This divine path was worth continuing, he should not give up. After Polos and his family of 4 had lived happily on the island for 3 months, the daughters of Zeus and Nyx, the Lord of Justice, the 3 goddesses who weave fate, suddenly sensed a change in the threads of destiny. Surprised, they immediately went to the great hall of Olympus. What? The children born to Leto, named Artemis and Apollo, will be the future pillars of Mount Olympus and help me truly control the entire world. During this time, because Hera was about to give birth, he had not gone out to pursue other goddesses, waiting instead for the birth of his and Hera's eldest son. Upon hearing the words of the 3 fates, an indescribable joy appeared on Zeus's face. Fate had long shown that his and Hera's eldest son would be a pillar of Mount Olympus. Now that 2 more children had appeared, how could he not be happy? Do not be in such a hurry to celebrate. Fate shows that these 2 deities seem to be undergoing a change in the future, slowly turning away from Mount Olympus and drawing closer to a divine mountain that may only appear in the future. What do you mean by a divine mountain that may only appear in the future? Be more specific. Zeus was dissatisfied and pressed the 3 fates for answers. The 3 fates simultaneously flicked their spinning threads, and a holy, illusory divine mountain appeared within the great hall of Olympus. It was not Mount Olympus, but it caused a strange sense of panic to rise within Zeus, as if this divine mountain represented an unspeakable disaster for him and all the gods. What must I do to prevent this mountain from appearing? The 3 fates shook their heads simultaneously. They could see a glimmer of destiny and pull abnormal fates back onto the right track, but they could not change established destiny. It is unavoidable, but beside Apollo and Artemis, there seems to be a deity related to this mountain. Hearing the words of the 3 fates, a cold glint appeared in Zeus's eyes. It seems I must personally go to the sea to bring back my children. Although Zeus, with the help of Métis, goddess of wisdom, had united his brothers, won over the giants, and divided the Titan gods to ultimately win the Titanomachy and overthrow Cronus to become the god king. He knew very well that his position as god king was not secure. When Cronus was the god king, he had the support of Earth Mother Gaia and the help of his 11 siblings, which was enough to suppress all disobedient gods and monsters. But Zeus was different. Hades and Poseidon also coveted the throne and were only aligned with him in appearance. Of the 12 titans, only a few had been imprisoned by him in the Tartarus abyss, guarded by the Hecatoncheires. Many were still at large, who knew if they were secretly plotting to overthrow the Olympian pantheon. Therefore, he had always used his charm to constantly seduce various goddesses, all to find more allies. Unfortunately, Hera simply did not understand his painstaking efforts. Zeus sighed softly and sent a divine messenger to inform Hera that he was going to the sea to bring back Leto's 2 poor children. Hera indeed did not understand. About to give birth, the news of Zeus going to retrieve Leto's children caused waves of anger, resentment, and sorrow to flood her heart. Under this stimulation, her stomach began to ache, and the child within was actually about to be born at that very moment. As the queen of the gods, Hera held divine offices over marriage and childbirth. Giving birth was naturally not a difficult task for her. Soon, a thing came out of her womb. What kind of monster have I given birth to? Hera was startled. It was an infant, but its skin was wrinkled, more terrifying than even the elderly among the humans who now experienced birth, aging, illness, and death. Its eyes were mismatched in size. The larger one was bigger than its nose, while the smaller one was just a slit. The top of its head was sunken, as if it had been struck by someone's fist. Hera had never seen such an ugly child. She could not imagine that such a thing had actually been born from her own womb. It must be because of Zeus. Thinking of Zeus going to fetch Leto's children while the thing she gave birth to was so hideous. She even worried that because of this child's existence, the relationship between her and Zeus would be affected, and the position of queen of the gods might even be snatched away by Leto. Hera judged Zeus by her own heart. He loved beauty and loathed ugliness even more than she did, so he would surely be dissatisfied because of this child. She did not know that Zeus didn't care at all whether a son was good looking or not, he only cared if the son could be of help to him. Hera steeled her heart and made a decision, throwing the child directly off Mount Olympus. She wasn't worried that this thing would die. As a deity with innate divine power, he could live quite well even if he wasn't on Mount Olympus. Just as Hera expected, after being thrown off Mount Olympus, the child did not cry or fuss. He tumbled through the air, flying toward the direction of the sea. A god might not be fully mature at birth, but they are born with consciousness. He already knew he had been abandoned by his biological mother. But how should I explain this to Zeus when he returns? After throwing her ugly son off Mount Olympus, Hera began to worry about what to say when Zeus came back. After all, the 3 fates had once said that this son of hers would be one of the important pillars of Mount Olympus in the future. Do I really have to find him and bring him back? The thought of nursing such an ugly thing was completely unacceptable to Hera. She suddenly remembered the foreign god she had encountered during the Titanomachy, before she had become Zeus's wife. That deity had told her she would give birth to an incredibly ugly child, one she would loathe from the bottom of her heart. Hera hadn't taken it seriously at the time and had even driven the foreign god away. She never expected that the foreign god's prophecy would actually come true. She gripped the withered branch left behind by the foreign god, falling into a state of confusion. Water it with divine blood and chant the divine incantation, and you shall have a more beautiful child. Those words rang in her ears like a curse. I cannot let Zeus know that I gave birth to such an incredibly ugly child. Finally, Hera made her decision. She poured her own blood onto the withered branch and began to chant that strange divine incantation. Wandering soul from beyond the bounds of inevitable destiny, you are the supreme ruler. Grant me a perfect scion, and in the name of the queen of the gods, I shall give him the status he deserves. On the floating island at sea, Polos was watching Artemis and Apollo compete in archery. To be honest, it made him feel quite ashamed. These children were only 3 months old but already looked 5 or 6, and their talent for archery was simply too outstanding. In any case, with Polos's current archery skills, he probably couldn't compare to them. The 2 children used wooden bows handmade by Polos, happily shooting down birds flying in the sky. Every time they shot one down, they would call him over to look. In the end, Artemis shot one more bird than Apollo and ran affectionately to Polos's side, cheering, "Father, I won." Yes, you won. Polos gently pinched her cheek and prepared to give her a gift, intending to teach her the great blessing art from among the 10 arts of destiny. Although Apollo lost, Polos also decided to teach him the great light art. He had discovered during this time that he could use the 10 arts of destiny using his own divine power instead of the faith system's power, though the effects were slightly weaker. Before he could begin teaching the divine arts, a cold voice suddenly came from the sky. "Father. You dare to call yourself her father? Are you truly not afraid of death?" Zeus appeared above, looking down at the family of 4. The goddess Leto, whom he had pursued for so long, was looking at this stranger with black hair and black eyes with a tenderness he had never seen. His children, Artemis and Apollo, were looking at this strange deity with eyes full of admiration and expectation. And out on the sea, several other gods were watching this scene. The fury in Zeus's heart almost set the sky ablaze. Without a word, he invoked the power of his divine artifact, Thunderbolt. No. Leto seemed to react. She actually lunged forward, wanting to shield Polos. But how could her speed possibly compare to the heavenly lightning struck by the divine artifact, Thunderbolt? In the understanding of the gods, this divine artifact was forged for Zeus by the 3 Cyclops. But only Zeus and Hera knew that the lightning spears forged by the Cyclops were far from being comparable to Zeus's current, lightning. This was a divine artifact naturally birthed on Mount Olympus shortly after he became the king of gods, which Zeus then obtained. Terrifying lightning suddenly descended from the sky like a punishment from heaven and earth, a locking on of destiny, and a supreme erasure. Facing this horrific power, Polos had no power to resist at all. His entire being seemed to go numb. Rumble. In just one strike, Polos was reduced to ashes in full view of everyone. His body exploded, shattered and burned by thunder and fire. It was a literal disintegration where not even a piece of flesh could be found. That's it. While Leto was in grief and Artemis and Apollo were heartbroken, Zeus felt strange. He hadn't even truly made a move and the opponent was killed. Wasn't he far too weak? This did not match the future shown to him by the 3 fates, which had made him feel such panic. Where was that holy power that had made his heart palpitate? Why hadn't he seen him use it? Zeus was puzzled. He swept his gaze across all the sea areas near the floating island. Whether gods or sea monsters, none dared to meet his eyes for fear of angering the king of gods who was currently in a state of wrath. Never mind the king of gods, even an ordinary god would be enraged to see their lover enjoyed by another and their children calling someone else father. Zeus looked across the seas and saw no trace of Polos. Believing him to be thoroughly dead, he finally relaxed and looked at his lover and children with a gaze he considered incredibly gentle. Artemis, Apollo, I am your true father, Zeus. I will take you to Mount Olympus to become gods revered by all living beings. But whether it was Artemis or Apollo, their gaze toward Zeus held only fear and complexity. There was no hatred in their eyes. Before this, their father had told them this scene would occur. They also knew their true father wasn't dead and would come for them in the future. They had long been prepared, having even practiced their expressions under their father's supervision. What they needed to do was follow Zeus to Mount Olympus, grow strong, and protect their mother. In fact, until now, besides Métis and her daughter, no one else knew the name, Polos. On the floating island, there was no other social interaction, so there seemed to be no need for a name. Leto called Polos, Lord, while Apollo and Artemis called him, Father, and that was all. Ultimately, Apollo and Artemis agreed to follow Zeus to Mount Olympus, but Leto refused, claiming she was unwilling to be with Hera. Zeus also thought of Hera's hostility toward Leto and knew that not bringing Leto to Olympus was the best choice. Thus, Leto was taken away by her sister, the goddess of shooting stars, who had transformed into the floating island to carry Leto for nearly half a year. Asteria, is he really not dead? On the way to the kingdom of night, Asteria heard this question again and replied helplessly, Leto, how many more times are you going to ask? He said it himself, he was prepared and nothing would happen. But that was Zeus after all, the king of gods. So what? How long has he been the king of gods? His authority is not yet firm, and there are still many gods more powerful than him. As expected of Zeus, the tree of life, floating in a corner of the sea, emitted a holy light at this moment as Polos' voice drifted out from it. One of the 10 arts of destiny, the great resurrection art. Each of these 10 divine arts had incredible effects. The great annihilation art that Polos had once used, at its peak, was enough to annihilate all matter, spirit, laws, and even cause and effect destiny and the world itself. And the great resurrection art could likewise resurrect all tangible life and even intangible worlds. With his current strength, he hadn't truly mastered the great resurrection art, he couldn't yet bring the dead back to life, let alone resurrect other fallen gods. However, with the help of the tree of life, it was enough to resurrect himself. Or rather, as long as the tree of life was not destroyed, he should inherently never die. Since before his transmigration, he had long been bound to the tree of life, which was once the heart of Janmu. But with the help of this bit of the great resurrection art, he could recover his state faster without falling into a weakened dormant period. As early as when Apollo and Artemis were born, Polos had thrown the tree of life into the sea to drift with the currents. He hadn't left early because he wanted to see exactly what kind of power and strength the king of gods of this world possessed. Now, Polos had seen it, and it made no difference whether he had or not. Regardless, with his current strength, he simply couldn't tell how strong Zeus was. The king of gods of a world, lightning is merely a tool he wields. He is also the lord of the sky and the lord of all things in this world. Zeus's unfathomable nature served as a warning to Polos, he would have to be more careful in his actions in this world. After all, besides Zeus, there were primordial rulers like Earth Mother Gaia, Nyx, and Tartarus, as well as 2 former kings of gods who, though they had lost their thrones, had not died. Develop slowly, gather subordinate gods, and wait for an opportunity. After this thought flashed through Polos' mind, he intended to recondense his divine body. Before he could emerge, he was startled by a massive object in the sea beside him. What is that thing? How disgusting. This was a sea area shimmering with golden light. Under the reflection of the sun, it actually possessed a unique kind of beauty. But all of that beauty was ruined by an object nearby. Polos saw a thick rod, like the sea-calming needle, floating on the sea surface, but it was somewhat different from the sea-calming needle. The front end of this thing was slightly larger and ended with a bit of a point. It looked more like a certain part of a male's lower body. Around this special, sea-calming needle, there were bubbles as white as pearls, and within the foam was a giant shell as white as jade. Polos could feel that inside the shell, a female goddess was being birthed. This scene seemed somewhat familiar. Polos thought for a moment, and suddenly his heart stirred as he realized something, showing a strange smile. So, inside the shell should be the future goddess of love and beauty, Aphrodite. He had learned about Greek mythology before. There were various legends regarding Aphrodite's birth, but the most widely circulated one was related to Uranus, the first king of gods. Cronus, the last generation king of gods, encouraged by Earth Mother Gaia, led his 11 brothers and sisters to revolt against the heavens and overthrow the tyrannical Uranus. During that battle, while Uranus and Earth Mother Gaia were in union, Cronus used a scythe to sever Uranus's lower parts. That thing fell into the sea, still carrying Uranus's essence, and inserted itself into the body of Thalassa, the mysterious seawater goddess and wife of Pontus, the ancient sea god. Aphrodite was thus conceived and emerged from the ocean during the era when Zeus became the king of gods, becoming the goddess of love and beauty. Polos had some interest in Aphrodite, the goddess who represented love and beauty in Greek mythology. It wouldn't be a bad idea to intercept her before she married or cheated. But he was even more interested in this thick rod. Something from the first king of the gods, although it's a bit ugly, I should be able to refine it into a divine artifact. Polos didn't have a single divine artifact other than the Tree of Life, he had long wanted to find a powerful one. But in all of Greek mythology, powerful divine artifacts were limited and mostly already had owners, so he had no way to get his hands on one. Now, with such good material right in front of him, as long as he could stomach the disgust and do it himself, he could refine an usual golden banded staff. I'll go for it. We'll see if I'm more disgusted holding the rod, or if the gods hit by the head of this rod are more disgusted. Just as Polos was preparing to have the tree of life help him slowly refine this calming needle, he suddenly felt a sensation and heard a voice that wasn't entirely unfamiliar. Wandering soul from beyond the inevitable destiny, you are the supreme ruler. Grant me a perfect child, and in the name of the queen of the gods, I shall give him the status he deserves. This was Hera's voice. Polos would never forget it. Perhaps because of her status as the queen of the gods, when Polos first saw her, he decided that he must take her in the future. Hera's priority in Polos's heart was second only to Athena and Artemis, even above Hestia, goddess of the hearth, who was also one of the three virgin goddesses. This feeling became even stronger, especially after being struck by Zeus. In that case, I'll make a sacrifice and be your child for a while, then make you call me, Daddy, later. Polos didn't plan to manifest his divine body here. Instead, he intended to use the last remaining withered branch left before the heart of Janmu transformed to go to Mount Olympus and be the son of Hera, for a while. Not just for Hera, but also to take this opportunity to seek a divine office on Mount Olympus. After learning from Athena that all gods have three opportunities for divine power bestowal, Polos pondered that the connection with Hera must not be severed. If he didn't want to humble himself before Zeus, then he would lower his head and serve Hera, obtain a divine office, and secure the chance for a second divine power bestowal. Old friend, I entrust this staff to you. Refine it slowly. This time, Polos decided not to take the main body of the tree of life with him. He would leave it here to refine the calming needle into his future, usual golden banded staff. Simultaneously, if anything unexpected happened to him on Mount Olympus, he could be resurrected once more in this place. If he took the tree of life with him, and if Zeus or Earth Mother Gaia, who was very likely to appear on Mount Olympus, could destroy it, he wouldn't even know how to cry. After Polos made his decision, he used the power of the tree of life to follow an intangible guidance, descending towards the last remaining withered branch left by the heart of Janmu. After he left, a faint glow emanated from the tree of life, beginning to slowly permeate the calming needle. Without Polos's control, it acted like a pre-programmed sequence, gradually carrying out his instructions. On Mount Olympus, all the subordinate gods and attendants had been driven out by Hera. None of them knew that not long ago, Hera, queen of the gods, had thrown her firstborn, ugly son, off Mount Olympus. They only wondered why the queen's mood was so foul, when the birth of a child by the queen should be a joyous occasion for the entire divine court, worthy of a grand feast. However, considering that king of gods Zeus had gone out to find his lover's child while the queen was giving birth, even bringing that child back to Mount Olympus, it was perfectly understandable for Hera, queen of the gods, to be in a terrible mood. It is said those two children are greatly favored by the king. He gifted them powerful divine artifacts as soon as he brought them back. That must be true. Otherwise, why hasn't the king come to see the queen yet? In the empty palace, Hera heard the attendants' discussion outside, and her expression grew even more complicated. She looked at the withered branch that remained motionless after absorbing her divine blood, already thinking about how to explain the matter of the child to Zeus when he entered. That's right, I threw him out in a fit of anger. Let him find his own way. Zeus's actions had already given Hera a reason. As for the appearance, she could also explain it away. Throwing him out, who knows what he encountered, that's how he ended up looking like this. But just as Hera had finished devising her excuse, the withered branch began to change. It turned green, emanating an aura of life, with divine power leaking from within. This divine power surprisingly carried a trace of Zeus's lightning attribute, astonishing Hera greatly. Lightning, this unprecedented divine power, since the world's creation, had only ever been mastered by Zeus alone. No other god had ever obtained this authority. Amid Hera's astonishment, an infant appeared before her. Compared to the hideous one that had fallen from her womb, this was what the offspring of gods should truly look like. The only thing that dissatisfied Hera was that this child had black hair and black eyes, somewhat resembling that foreign god. Since it's related to him, perhaps it's natural to carry some of his features. Clear that this child's divine power contained the lightning attribute, Hera was completely reassured. Who would dare say this wasn't Zeus's child? She would show them this divine power imbued with lightning. A beautiful smile appeared on Hera's face. She picked up the child, held him in her arms, untied her garment, and began to nurse him. The little fellow was too lively. While suckling vigorously, he even played with the other one. Hera didn't mind. Although he caused her some pain, her heart was filled with satisfaction. Polos was equally satisfied. He hadn't expected such benefits so soon after arriving on Mount Olympus. His so-called benefits were absolutely not about being able to play with Hera, but because Hera's breastfeeding surprisingly contained other effects. Polos could actually feel that a brand new attribute, likely related to strength, had been added to the divine power within him. No wonder the future Heracles, having been nursed by Hera only once, could become the famous god of great strength with his demigod body. Heracles was the child born from Zeus's affair with Alcmene, wife of Amphitryon, king of Thebes, who was also Zeus's own great-granddaughter. In Greek mythology, he could be said to be a child of destiny. Polos, currently being nursed by Hera, could confirm that Hera's breastfeeding must have played a significant role in Heracles' growth. I shall give you a good name. What do you think of the name Arthas? Hearing Hera happily suggest a name, Polos was so startled he choked on the milk. What kind of naming genius is this queen of the gods? In Greek mythology, due to linguistic conventions, names starting with A are simply too numerous. Apollo, Artemis, Aphrodite, Ares, Astraea, Apate, and so on, there are just too many. But Arthas, that name is simply too outrageous. Hera, what kind of naming genius are you? While coughing, Polos thought about the experiences of the Lich King from another world, known as the Father's Sorrow. Actually, if one ignored Arthas's final outcome, wielding a Frostmourne to chop Zeus down, he wouldn't be opposed to that. But Polos felt that keeping his current name, inheriting the karma of Polos, was just fine. There was no need to change it to Arthas. It seems you are not satisfied with this name. Hera also sensed her beautiful son's rejection of the name. Gently patting his back, she prepared to think of a new one. Hera, I'm here. How is the child? While Hera endured Polos's playful antics, thinking of a name and nursing him, Zeus finally arrived at Hera's palace to visit his queen and primary wife who had just given birth. Hera glanced at Zeus, her face instantly turning cold, and ignored him. Zeus was accustomed to his wife's anger. Chuckling, he approached, ready to take the child from Hera's arms. Why does he look like this? A child with black hair and black eyes let go of what he was playing with and grinned at him. This smile, in Hera's eyes, was a child's innocent grin. But in Zeus's eyes, it was as if he saw another black-haired, black-eyed foreign god. He had possessed Zeus's lover, making Zeus's own sons and daughters call him father. Zeus would bet that the child before him bore some resemblance to that foreign god. My child, how could he look like this? He cannot be my child. Zeus and Hera, even their elders, had those with black hair, but absolutely none had black eyes like Nyx, Lady of Night. Zeus, whose lover had been taken by another, immediately glared with eyes like lightning, suspecting Hera. Hera, thinking Zeus had discovered something, paled slightly. After all, the real child had been thrown off Mount Olympus by her. But she stubbornly said, "This is your child." No matter what, she was unwilling to admit that freak was her child, unwilling for Zeus to retrieve that freak. Fine. I made you queen of the gods. Is this how you repay me? Seeing Hera's pale face, Zeus grew even more suspicious that this was a child born from Hera's infidelity. It was even possible that the one she had been unfaithful with was also that black-haired, black-eyed foreign god. What do you mean? When have I ever wronged you? Hera also grew furious. Even if she had discarded that freak, even if she had prayed for a more perfect child, it was for the good of both Zeus and herself. Won't admit it, will you? Zeus sent out a command to Iris, goddess of the rainbow, go and summon the goddess of justice. Have her bring the oracle of prophecy. Iris, goddess of the rainbow, trembled with fear, looking at Hera, not daring to speak or move without permission. Go now. Seeing Iris hesitate, Zeus manifested faint sparks of electricity in his hand. Iris panicked. Not daring to wait for Hera's instruction any longer, she hurried to the temple of the goddess of justice and brought this goddess representing law and justice to the palace. What matter is so urgent to summon me like this? The goddess of justice wore a simple white robe, a golden crown upon her head. She was tall and slender, with a cold, beautiful face, exuding an intellectual and severe aura from within. So this is Themis, mistress of justice, the most beloved daughter during the time of Uranus, the first king of gods. If she wore glasses, she'd have the feeling of a beautiful, stern female teacher at school. Polos naturally knew of Themis. Among the 12 titans, her strength was perhaps second only to Cronus, the last generation king of gods. As early as when Uranus, the first king of gods, ruled the heavens, she had obtained the divine office of upholding justice and order. Later, seeing her brother Cronus, fearing fate, swallow his children one by one, she decided to help Zeus overthrow Cronus. It could be said that in Zeus's path to becoming king of gods, Themis's contributions were second only to Métis, goddess of wisdom, who had consistently advised Zeus. She was Zeus's aunt and also his second wife. During the Titanomachy, she united with Zeus, giving birth to the three Horae and the three Fates, Zeus's eldest daughters. But when Themis learned Zeus had devoured Métis, she became deeply averse to him. Thus, she created the laws of marriage, invented the concept of family, and defined the obligations between men and women to restrain Zeus. Hera's current position as queen of the gods owes much to the contributions of Themis. Therefore, Themis is also the only goddess Hera recognizes as being capable of sitting on Zeus's throne alongside her to handle the affairs of the cosmos. On many occasions, Hera even respectfully addresses her as Lady Themis. Mistress of justice, you are a goddess trusted by both Hera and myself, and you hold the oracle. Please use the oracle of prophecy to confirm whether this black-haired, black-eyed child is truly mine. Zeus's face was icy, and Hera's had also turned pale. Yet, the newborn child in her arms remained innocent and ignorant, occasionally letting out laughter. Themis found it very strange and glanced at Hera, utterly unable to understand how a goddess of Hera's temperament could possibly be unfaithful. Wasn't that the kind of thing Zeus was supposed to be doing? Her obsession with power was the most intense among all the goddesses Themis knew. Being the queen of the gods already, the risk involved in infidelity was immense. Themis, mistress of justice, took out a strip of cloth and blindfolded herself. A stone tablet shaped like a book flew up from Themis's body, emitting a clear light as it hovered above her head. As that, the blindfold of the goddess of justice. Polos thought to himself. During the reign of the first king of the gods were in discord, and no one dared to step forward to mediate or arbitrate. The hot-blooded were easily tempted, while the worldly wise dared not speak truthfully to power. They searched high and low, but could not find a suitable candidate. Finally, a goddess in white robes and a golden crown stood up beside Uranus, the first king of the gods. She took out a handkerchief, tied it over her own eyes, and declared loudly, I will do it. Upon seeing this, the gods had no choice but to nod in agreement. With her eyes covered, she could not see the faces or statuses of the disputants, and thus would not be susceptible to temptation or intimidated by authority. That goddess was Themis, mistress of justice, who had now come to arbitrate the dispute between Zeus and his wife. Oracle of prophecy, grant me revelation. Is the child in Hera's arms the son of Zeus? After Themis's cool voice spoke these words, an illusory river began to flow near the stone tablet, connecting fragments of past, present, and future. Is this the legendary oracle of prophecy? Polos looked at the stone tablet, his curiosity growing even stronger. This was a treasure of considerable renown in Greek mythology. It was initially held by Earth Mother Gaia, who later passed it on to her favorite daughter, Themis. Later on, the oracle was passed to Apollo. Because Apollo's temple was in the region of Delphi, it also became known as the Delphic oracle. Themis was using the oracle of prophecy to learn about Polos' circumstances and determine whether he was the son of Zeus. Hera's suspended heart finally sank, knowing that the matter of her throwing that little monster off Mount Olympus was about to be exposed. She held Polos tightly in her arms, resolved that no matter what, she would not let this child come to harm. In Hera's arms, Polos watched Themis's every move with wide eyes, yet he wasn't overly concerned. Can this oracle truly see the future? Will the revelation she receives be the future of the Greek god Polos, or will it encompass the future of all my systems? Polos was intensely curious, awaiting the answer. If Themis truly exposed his origins through the oracle of prophecy, it would simply mean reviving once more by the tree of life. The biggest impact would be that the divine path's divine office might need to seek a first master to bestow it. Not long after, the illusory river vanished. The oracle of prophecy returned to Themis's hand. She removed the blindfold from her face and looked at the divine king and queen, and at Polos. Her expression was now cool and detached, as if lost in deep thought. Zeus, Hera, and Polos were all waiting for her answer. He is the son of Zeus and should be named Polos. After saying this, Themis gave Hera a deep look, her gaze filled with puzzlement. Then, she glanced at Zeus with a complex expression, sighed, and left the temple of Olympus, returning to her own temple. It seems my replacement of Polos' identity and karma has taken effect. What she likely saw on the oracle of prophecy was Polos, the son of Zeus and Métis. Polos felt reassured. Obtaining a divine office and receiving the second divine grace was now essentially guaranteed. So, he continued to suckle, began to play, and listened to Zeus's apologies and flattery, finding them merely noisy. After Zeus analyzed the current situation, explaining to Hera how unstable his position as king of the gods was and his need for powerful and talented newborn deities to assist him, Hera accepted the fact that Zeus would bring the siblings Apollo and Artemis to Mount Olympus to be raised. She wished Zeus belonged only to her, but she cared even more about her position as queen of the gods. The pillars of Olympus, as indicated by fate, were there to help Zeus, and by extension, to help her. As for the issue of polos, both the king and queen of the gods had their own guilty consciences and did not discuss it much. Zeus was relieved he hadn't outright accused Hera of infidelity, framing it merely as checking on the child. That was the forced explanation he stuck to. To his delight, Hera, perhaps addled from childbirth, did not pursue the matter further. Hera, in her heart, was also relieved. The mistress of justice, Lady Themis, remained as willing as ever to help her. This goddess who presided over order had actually told a lie. However, Hera still remembered Polos. As Zeus was about to leave, she demanded benefits for him. I don't care how you treat Apollo and Artemis. My child Polos must have a suitable divine office. Hera could sense that the divine grace Polos received from heaven and earth upon his first blessing was not much inferior to what she had received at her own birth. Upon reaching adulthood, he was destined to become a powerful deity. Given this, the second divine grace, corresponding to his divine office, needed to be even more fitting. Consider the ocean lord's thousands of children. Many were born with great divine power, but if their subsequent divine offices couldn't keep up or didn't match their nature, they ultimately faded into obscurity among the gods. She could see that Zeus still disliked Polos. She could not allow her most perfect child to have such a future. Zeus was indeed as Hera suspected. Even though the mistress of justice had confirmed this was his child, the sight of those detestable black hair and black eyes, and the resemblance to that foreign god, filled him with nothing but disgust. To fully appease Hera and secure an opportunity to go out, to find allies without endangering Artemis and Apollo, he agreed to Hera's demand. Let him choose his own divine office, then. As long as it's not an excessively presumptuous one, I will allow it. After Zeus left, Hera held Polos. A maternal glow appeared on her noble and elegant face. Polos, do you think we should prepare a gift for Themis? Polos rolled his eyes, knowing the queen of the gods probably still believed the mistress of justice, Themis, had lied. In any case, regardless of what specific revelation Themis saw, Polos was very satisfied with this outcome. A major part of his purpose in coming to Mount Olympus had been achieved. As long as he obtained a divine office and completed the second divine grace before Hephaestus, Hera's biological son, showed up, it wouldn't matter much even if Zeus found out. God of opportunity and creation. Polos thought of the divine office of the deity of the same name in the original myths who never had the chance to be born. He pondered whether to choose these two divine offices. As for the lightning attribute within divine power, Polos didn't even consider it. Zeus would never share that authority with him. Zeus left Hera's temple and went to find Artemis and Apollo. Earlier, he had been in a hurry to see Hera and the child she had given birth to, and also to seek Hera's consent for them to grow up on Olympus, so he had temporarily left them in the main hall of the king of the gods. When Zeus arrived, he directly retrieved a pair of divine bows from the treasury. One shone with golden brilliance, the other was as silver as snow. Both were rare and powerful divine artifacts, forged by the Cyclops on the command of the first king of the gods. Since you both like bows, these two divine bows are for you. The golden bow, with its overwhelming volley of arrows, will accompany Artemis throughout her life. The silver bow, from which nothing can escape, will be Apollo's finest aid. The siblings Artemis and Apollo accepted the bows gifted by Zeus and expressed their thanks. However, in their hearts, the bow they cherished and loved the most was still the one made from ordinary wood, gifted by their father. In front of Zeus, they could only put that toy bow away, not daring to show the slightest hint of anything amiss. Seeing how much the siblings liked the bows he had given, Zeus revealed a satisfied smile. Zeus had many children, but it was only with this pair of siblings that he truly experienced the feeling of being a father. Before Artemis and Apollo, Zeus had several daughters, but the circumstances were somewhat special. The eldest were the daughters he had with the mistress of justice, Themis, the three Horae and the three Fates, 6 daughters in 2 births, born during the 10-year Titanomachy when he overthrew Cronus. After their birth, they grew to adulthood within a few days, becoming fully fledged goddesses who could even go to battle as war goddesses. At times, Zeus even felt that his role back then was simply to cooperate with his aunt, the mistress of justice Themis, to sire these 6 goddesses who held the powers of time and fate. After the births of the 3 Horae and the 3 Fates, the mistress of justice never gave him another chance. Soon after, he had the 3 graces with the ocean nymph Eurynome, and the 9 muses with another aunt, Mnemosyne, mistress of memory. Although their power couldn't compare to the earlier Horae and Fates, after siring these daughters, Zeus also never had another chance to touch these two elder goddesses. At that time, Zeus truly felt like a tool god. Near the end of the Titanomachy, Métis also became pregnant, and there should have been a daughter. But Zeus, fearing that Métis would give birth to a son who would overthrow his throne as prophesied, swallowed Métis whole. That daughter never even had the chance to be born. Zeus felt not a shred of regret or sorrow over it. For the sake of the throne of the king of the gods, everything was worth it, and everything could be sacrificed. Later, before his formal wedding with Hera, Zeus found an opportunity to have relations with his second sister, Demeter, and Persephone was born. As Persephone grew up, Zeus discovered that when he looked at her face, which was almost identical to his second sister's, a desire would rise in his heart, wanting to do something. His abnormality was noticed by Demeter, the goddess of agriculture and grain, who took Persephone far away and had not appeared before him for many years. Because his divine position was not yet fully secure, Zeus could not attend to them for the time being. So, in a sense, Zeus was experiencing the feeling of being a father for the first time with Artemis and Apollo. Especially knowing that these two children would help him stabilize the throne of Olympus, he was even more willing to be a good father. As for Polos, what Polos? He still could not accept a child who somewhat resembled his enemy, even though that child was born from Hera, whom he loved most. While Zeus was on Mount Olympus learning how to be a good father, the true son of Hera, who had been flying in the sky for a day, finally landed. He fell on an island in the sea named Lemnos. The child was found by Thetis, the granddaughter of the ancient sea god Pontus and the cleverest daughter of the friendly sea god Nereus and the ocean nymph Doris. What? You are the child of the god king Zeus and the queen of the gods Hera. How did you end up here, with your legs even broken from the fall? The son of the queen of the gods could speak right after birth and knew everything that had happened to him. He told the sea goddess Thetis about his tragic experience. Hearing that he was disliked by Hera because of his ugly appearance, Thetis looked at him and indeed found him ugly. However, Thetis was not as concerned with beauty and ugliness as Hera. She comforted Hephaestus, saying, "True ugliness lies in the heart, not in appearance." She decided to raise this child of the god king and return him to Zeus in the future, representing their lineage of the ancient sea gods in forging goodwill with the Olympian pantheon. During this time, ever since the sea king Pontus married Amphitrite, the daughter of Oceanus, lord of the ocean, he had been constantly targeting the gods of their ancient sea god lineage. The flames of war between the two sides appeared almost everywhere in the ocean at any time. Thetis was tired of fighting. She pondered that the god king's son before her might be an opportunity for both sides to cease hostilities. She named the son of Zeus and Hera Hephaestus. Under her care, Hephaestus learned various crafts. His talent in forging even surpassed that of the former Cyclops. And because he harbored a grudge in his heart, wanting to prove to the mother who abandoned him that she had made a mistake, he was much more diligent compared to normal gods. Hephaestus did not know that on Mount Olympus, there was a child who had taken his place, drinking the queen of the gods, milk every day and also thriving. The queen of the gods, milk was indeed more nourishing for gods, causing Polos' divine power to grow at a significantly faster rate. Now, he could almost be considered an adult. In just 5 years, his divine power had nearly grown to its limit. At this time, however, Polos did not let his body take on the form of an adult god like Apollo, Artemis, and Ares. Because some benefits could only be enjoyed by children. Polos, you have grown up. It's no longer suitable for me to breastfeed you. Behind the curtains, Hera, queen of the gods, looked helplessly at her beloved, eldest son, and sighed. Even Ares and Hebe have been weaned for many years. Why can't you stop? Ares and Hebe were the two children Hera gave birth to afterward, similar to Artemis and Apollo, considered twins. However, gods are different from humans. Twins begin gestation simultaneously but are not necessarily born at the same time. Ares was born more than a year earlier than Hebe. What did they know? Drinking more milk helps you grow faster and become a powerful god sooner. Do you think I don't know? It stopped having any effect 2 years ago. Hera snorted lightly, swatting away Polos' mischievous hand. The last time, just the last time. Polos drank and played at the same time, seeming to enjoy it immensely, causing a faint blush to flash across Hera's face, but she did not interrupt Polos. For 5 years, she had grown accustomed to Polos' mischievousness. The claim of, the last time, had been going on for almost 3 months, and she hadn't seen him stop. This time, it really is the last time. Didn't you say last time that you could almost obtain a divine office? If you are still in this child form during the second divine power bestowal, you will be stuck as a child forever, unable to grow up. I understand. Polos felt somewhat melancholy. In the future, if he wanted to experience such benefits, he would probably have to wait until he completely won Hera over. What Hera said was indeed true. In the future, that little god of love, Eos, also known as Cupid in Roman mythology, remained a child's form for this very reason. Perhaps Eos always had a childlike heart and liked that appearance, but Polos did not. He preferred to play more adult games in the future. Looking at Polos, who resembled that foreign god more and more, Hera felt a great headache. I hope your adult form won't look too much like that foreign god. She understood Zeus very well and knew how much hatred Zeus harbored in his heart for that foreign god. But Polos was the perfect child granted to her by that foreign god. Judging by his current foundation, he would most likely look the same as that foreign god. In her heart, she understood that the future relationship between Polos and Zeus would not be good. All Hera could do was try her best to safeguard Polos' interests. Although Polos was not her biological son, compared to her biological son Ares, she undoubtedly liked Polos more. There were reasons for this. Polos, already over 5 years old, still insisted on drinking milk daily. And also, out of spite towards Zeus, the less Zeus valued Polos, the better Hera wanted to treat Polos. On the contrary, Ares was taken away by Zeus shortly after birth, saying he wanted to train him to be a powerful god of war, just like Apollo. Now, his personality was that of a complete brute. Every time Hera wanted to scold him, she didn't know how. Thinking of this, Hera became angry. She was so intelligent, yet the child she gave birth to was taught by Zeus to become like that. Also, what was so great about Artemis and Apollo, born from Leto? Hera often heard Zeus praising their talents in various places. Her Polos was also exceptionally talented, not inferior to any god. Speaking of which, Polos, have you really decided on those 2 divine offices? After Polos had almost drunk his fill, Hera discussed serious matters with him. Yes, god of opportunity and creation. Polos still decided not to change his divine offices to avoid causing unnecessary changes. Especially after he had seen the oracle of prophecy and heard from Hera that the reason Zeus brought Artemis and Apollo to Mount Olympus earlier than recorded in the myths was because he had received a reminder from the 3 fates. These events served as warnings to him, reminding him not to act too recklessly in this world. With his current strength, he was far from being a match for Zeus, let alone opposing the inevitable destiny of this world. Then let's set it 3 days from now. I want Zeus to prepare a grand coronation ceremony for you, announcing your existence to all the gods. Hera, maybe let's just forget about it. Polos refused. He just came to obtain a divine office, it could actually be given secretly. There was no need for such trouble, as it could easily lead to problems. Speaking of which, the Greek mythology world, or the entire Western fantasy system of worlds, did have one good point. That was, from the time he started speaking, Polos basically called Hera by her name directly, without having to say, mother, and Hera didn't mind. Or perhaps, in fact, no god really cared about issues of address. Hera had always been a goddess who valued face and loved grandeur. Especially when all the gods often praised Artemis and Apollo, she wanted Polos to stand openly in the forefront even more. She wanted all the gods to know that her eldest son Polos reached adulthood much faster than Artemis and Apollo. The most talented junior on Olympus was not Leto's children, but her child. Only under the witness of all the gods could Polos's deserved future interests be better guaranteed. Therefore, Polos's refusal was ineffective. She still decided to proceed. No matter how much the god King Zeus disliked Polos, he would not, in this matter, deny her, the queen of the gods, face. Thus, news spread from the Olympian pantheon that in 3 days, the eldest son of the queen of the gods would be granted a divine office. Many gods related to the Olympian pantheon were invited to come to Mount Olympus to attend this banquet. This news reached Hephaestus's ears 2 days later. He was crafting jewelry for a sea goddess when he suddenly heard this news and couldn't help but be astonished. The eldest son of the queen of the gods, Polos. Could you tell me about him? This ocean goddess was one of the thousands of daughters of Oceanus, lord of the ocean. The ocean goddesses gathered together with nothing to do but discuss rumors about various gods. Seeing that the skilled, old, blacksmith before her was interested, she couldn't help but start talking. Polos is Hera's eldest son. It is said that when he was born, it coincided with the time when the god King Zeus brought Artemis and Apollo back to Mount Olympus. At that time, the god king and his wife had a big fight. The rainbow goddess was greatly frightened and asked Themis, mistress of justice, to mediate. Only then did the god king and queen of the gods reconcile. Perhaps because of this, the god king has never liked his eldest son, Polos, preferring Artemis, Apollo, and his second son with the queen of the gods, Ares. According to some maids in the Olympian pantheon, when the god King Zeus is on Mount Olympus, he loves banquets the most. However, the eldest son of the queen of the gods, Polos, has never appeared at his banquets. Therefore, the gods speculate that this eldest son of the queen of the gods is not favored by the god king. Speaking of which, the ocean nymph clicked her tongue a few times. It seems the rumors were wrong. The king of gods actually specifically invited the gods to witness Polos receiving his divine portfolio. How could that be called disliking him? Wait, I'm not finished yet. Where are you going? While the ocean nymph was shaking her head, the old blacksmith panted heavily, leaned on his cane, and stormed out the door. The jewelry is finished. You can take it once the fire dies down. This news is very important to me, so I won't take your payment. The old blacksmith Hephaestus soon found Thetis and told her what he had heard. Thetis sighed. I've heard about it too. What do you plan to do? Hephaestus said angrily. I'm going to Olympus to see my heartless mother, and to see exactly who has taken my place and received my parents' love. Thetis had always been wise. She thought for a moment and then said, You can go, but you can't just go like this. Then how should I go? Hephaestus asked, puzzled. Thetis said, Since you're going to Olympus, you must make Zeus and Hera, queen of the gods, acknowledge your identity and give you the treatment you deserve. Otherwise, what's the point of going to Olympus? Just to vent. Please, teach me. Hephaestus thought about it and agreed. If he didn't take back everything he deserved, he would be doing a disservice to the hardships he had endured. We need to invite a few deities. After gaining their recognition, we'll go to Olympus together, preferably appearing at the most critical moment. A light of wisdom flashed across Thetis's face. After Metis' death, she was known as the foremost wise goddess of the sea. The sea goddess Thetis took Hephaestus to the ocean nymph Eurinum. They were both daughters of the ocean, but belonged to different camps. Thetis was the granddaughter of Pontus, the ancient sea god, while Eurinum was the daughter of Oceanus, lord of the ocean. Although conflicts occasionally broke out between the two sides after Poseidon became the sea king and married the daughter of Oceanus, Amphitrite, queen of the sea, who was also Eurinum's second elder sister. But the clever Thetis was different from her siblings and even her elders. She had always been making friends with deities from the opposing camp. The ocean nymph before them, Zeus's former wife who had once borne him the three graces, was one of Thetis's newly made friends. Upon hearing Thetis's intent, Eurinum immediately cried out, How could this be? After learning of Hephaestus's tragic experience, this goddess, who had always yearned for the beauty of the world, couldn't help but feel sympathetic. The true son of the king of gods was wandering and suffering, while a false son enjoyed the glory. She could not accept this at all. Don't worry, I will definitely take you to Mount Olympus and proclaim your identity to the gods. At Thetis's suggestion, Eurinum also worried that Hera, queen of the gods, would refuse to acknowledge him. She decided to invite more deities to go to Mount Olympus together to reveal the true face of that fake son of the king of gods. They went to find the goddess of the Styx, and Amphitrite, queen of the sea, who were Eurinum's elder sisters. On the way, they also encountered Zeus's eldest sister, Hestia, goddess of the hearth. As the eldest sister of Zeus and Hera, this silent goddess of the hearth was deeply saddened in her heart by what Hera had become. She even decided to stay on Mount Olympus for a while to keep a close eye on this troublesome couple. Precisely because inviting several goddesses took some time, by the time they reached Mount Olympus, the feast of the king of gods had actually already begun. Hera was very happy this day, even walking with a spring in her step. Her most perfect son was finally going to reveal his outstanding talent before the gods. Before heading to the Great Hall of Olympus, Hera tucked a belt into Polos's hands, leaving him quite puzzled. This is the belt of Apate, the goddess of deceit. It is enough to manifest any appearance, and no god can see through it. I traded for it from the goddess of discord, Eris, using a golden apple. Polos was very surprised. Why was the belt of the goddess of deceit with the goddess of discord? The two goddesses Hera mentioned were both daughters of Nyx, Lady of Night. This lady, representing the primordial night, had somehow parted ways with her husband, Erebus, after giving birth to Aether and Hemera, and they no longer associated with each other. A bunch of deities with messy divinities in the kingdom of night, such as deceit, discord, poverty, pain, old age, and so on, were all conceived by her alone. Polos didn't know much about Apate, the goddess of deceit, but he knew some of the stories of the goddess of discord. The legendary struggle over the golden apple was caused by this goddess of discord who loved to sow dissension. He hadn't expected that in this timeline, Eris, the goddess of discord, had obtained the golden apple in this way. Don't worry about why this belt was with Eris. During the second divine power bestowal, you will appear in your adult form. At that time, use the belt of deceit to slightly change your facial features. You must not look exactly like that foreign god. When Hera finished speaking, she even used divine power to manifest an image, which was exactly what Polos would look like as an adult. He chuckled softly, took the belt, and fastened it around his waist. I understand. I won't make things difficult for you when the time comes. Hera looked at him, her expression suddenly becoming complex. She touched his cheek and sighed. I truly wish you were my real child. Polos was slightly stunned and wanted to say something, but Hera gave him no chance. She took his hand and flew to the great hall of Olympus, slowly walking in under the gaze of the gods. When she reached the center of all the gods, she let go of Polos's hand and went straight to the throne of the queen of the gods next to Zeus. Gods, this is my eldest son Polos. You should all know him. He will be the most talented junior deity of Olympus, destined for a glorious journey. As Hera spoke, she glanced thoughtfully at Apollo and Artemis nearby. Unlike Polos, who still maintained a child's appearance, this pair of siblings already looked like a young woman and a young man. However, at this moment, the siblings didn't care about Hera's gaze. After seeing Polos's appearance, they looked at each other, filled with astonishment. This appearance was clearly 60 or 70% similar to their former father. Was he really the son of Zeus and Hera, and not their father's son? Zeus also seemed to notice the siblings' expressions. Annoyed, he said directly, enough, there's nothing to see. Today, in the name of the King of Gods, I bestow upon you the divinities of opportunity and creation. Zeus, you. Seeing Zeus being so casual, Hera was very dissatisfied. She had agreed with Zeus to have a grand ceremony. Now that the gods were all watching, she hadn't expected Zeus to let the ceremony start and then directly bestow the divine portfolio. Hera, I am the King of Gods. Zeus gave a faint glance at the Queen of the Gods beside him, then held the scepter of the King of Gods and pointed it at Polos. The gods watching this scene included mountain deities, sea deities, as well as Zeus's daughters, the three Fates, the three Horae, the three Graces, and the nine Muses, and even the mother of the King of Gods, the former Queen of the Gods, Rhea, goddess of time. She could be said to be the most distinguished guest among them. Seeing this, she finally confirmed that the rumors circulating privately in Olympus, that Hera's eldest son was not liked by Zeus, should be true. Finally, I've successfully obtained a divine portfolio. Polos was not dissatisfied like Hera. Being able to skip those tedious steps and go directly to the final stage was exactly what he wanted. After all, he wasn't some good person, but a villain. Villains often run into trouble because they talk too much or the buildup is too long. In the midst of everything, a peculiar thing seemed to be added to Polos. This thing was like an embodiment of the world's origin. It wasn't a law, yet it was above laws, something that couldn't be explained or described. Is this authority? Polos's heart stirred. Now, after Hera's teaching, he was no longer as ignorant about the divine path of this world as he had been at the beginning. Hera had told him everything Athena had told him, and Hera had also told him many things that Athena didn't know. Hera had told Polos that a deity's strength is determined by both divine power and authority. Divine power comes from oneself, while authority comes from the world. When divine power and authority align, and the deity masters the authority, laws can be born. Laws are infinite. Some laws are controlled by only one deity, like Zeus's lightning, because besides him, no one else's divine power possesses lightning attributes. Even if they had such authority, they couldn't produce laws to use it. There are also some laws that many deities have mastered. The most typical example is undoubtedly the laws related to the ocean. Oceanus, lord of the ocean's thousands of suns are all revolving within it. Even regarding what Polos and Athena had once discussed, whether a single divine portfolio or multiple divinities were better, Hera had given Polos the answer. In the early stages of a deity's life, there shouldn't be too many divinities. Only after the initial divine portfolio perfectly aligns with their divine power is it suitable to dabble in other divinities and seek the path forward. This was the case for Zeus and Hera. The authorities of the king and queen of the gods could actually dabble in all divinities. But until now, Zeus basically focused on lightning and the sky divine portfolio, while Hera's focus was on fertility and protection divinities. Polos had once speculated that if Zeus were stripped of his position as king of gods, he might become much weaker. When a deity can mobilize the power of the world through their own divine portfolio, they become a main god and can construct their own divine system. Above the main god is the ruler of their own world. Hera was still far from touching this realm and couldn't say much more. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Reborn as a god. Greek mythology beginning. Part 2. Therefore, Polos believed that Zeus, who had not been the god king for very long, should still be a chief god. Of course, this was just speculation. With Polos' power, the idea of stripping Zeus of his god-king position was utterly unthinkable. Strictly speaking, the so-called second divine power blessing is not actually a divine power blessing, but an authority blessing. The god-king, representing the will of the world, or a divine sovereign above the chief gods, divides the authorities of heaven and earth among the gods. When a god's divine power slowly merges with authority, it begins to undergo a leap-like transformation. The explosive surge in divine power is merely the first and most superficial manifestation. There are many more mysteries that the gods must slowly master themselves while wielding their authority. Polos had already sensed that his divine power was about to change. He understood in his heart that he should take on an adult form and could no longer remain confined within a child's body. With this thought, his body suddenly grew, transforming into the appearance of a 15 or 16-year-old youth, similar to what Athena had seen, but younger than the appearance Artemis and Apollo had witnessed. Although he did not use the belt of deception, nor did he look exactly as he had when Zeus saw him, he now looked more like the son of his enemy. Then, Polos immersed his mind within, comprehending this unprecedented change, the kind that could only be felt when obtaining a divine office for the first time. It really looks like him. As he closed his eyes and carefully contemplated, Artemis and Apollo inwardly exclaimed, "How could he possibly be my son?" Zeus roared inwardly. This appearance was almost identical to his enemy who had been utterly annihilated. Why won't he listen? Hera sighed inwardly. She knew very well that Polos had not used the belt of deception she gave him. Otherwise, it would definitely not be this appearance. So, are you truly him, and after being killed by Zeus, you became my child? This hidden worry flashed through Hera's mind, but she dared not mention it to anyone. At that moment, the previously closed main doors of the Temple of Olympus were pushed open by a god. He is not the son of Zeus. At the temple entrance appeared a male god and 5 goddesses, looking coldly at Polos in the center, who had just received his authority and was immersed in the state of surging divine power. What an ugly god. The 5 goddesses did not cause much surprise among the gods. Even the ocean goddess Thetis was not too unfamiliar, let alone the others. Instead, this male god, with wrinkled skin, mismatched eyes, and even leaning on a cane, was clearly a cripple. Among the gods, it was hard to say who was the most handsome or beautiful. But now, if asked who was the ugliest, the answer seemed to have emerged. Hestia, what nonsense are you talking? Hera abruptly stood up, glaring angrily at the gods at the entrance. She paid no attention to the goddesses, nor to the freak she had thrown down, but directly called Hestia by name. Hestia gave Hera a disappointed look and, leading the ugly Hephaestus beside her, walked to the center of the gods, not far from Polos, who had closed his eyes to sense himself, cut off from external perception. Everyone, let me introduce you. This child is the true son of Zeus and Hera, Hephaestus. After she finished speaking, everyone was shocked. Everyone had come to attend the Olympian feast, waiting to drink wine and watch the muses, dances in the evening. They never expected to hear such explosive news. Was Hestia, goddess of the hearth, crazy? Dragging over an old and ugly god, claiming he was the son of Zeus and Hera, wasn't that just too absurd? Although all the gods felt that Polos, with his black hair and black eyes, did not resemble Zeus or Hera much. But compared to this god named Hephaestus, Polos still looked more like their son. Seeming to see the gods' doubts, the ocean goddess Thetis stepped forward and said to Zeus, "God King, this is what happened." She was about to recount her experience of finding Hephaestus when Hera interrupted her sharply. There's no need. Polos is Zeus's son. This was personally determined by Themis, mistress of justice. At this moment, Hera suddenly felt a sense of relief. Back then, when Zeus summoned Themis, it could now serve as powerful evidence for Polos. Is that true? Hestia, goddess of the hearth, the river goddess Styx, Amphitrite, queen of the sea, and the ocean nymph Eurynome, upon hearing Themis's name, immediately cast suspicious glances at Thetis and Hephaestus. Were these two in cahoots, coming to disrupt the ceremony where Hera's son was receiving his divine office? After all, Themis, mistress of justice, was a lady trusted by almost all gods. She could not possibly lie. Facing these questioning gazes, Thetis suddenly faltered. She even began to doubt herself. This wise woman of the sea, looking at the old and ugly Hephaestus beside her, also fell silent. Could I have been deceived? All along, it was only Hephaestus who claimed to be Hera's son, with no proof whatsoever. At this point, Hephaestus, filled with grief, looked at Hera on the high platform and asked mournfully, "Mother, are you really so heartless?" Interesting, truly interesting. Zeus sat high on his god-king throne, looking at this old man who claimed to be his and Hera's son. Furious, he instead laughed. If a more handsome god came to be his son, although displeased, he wouldn't be this angry. Now, such an old and ugly old man claimed to be the son of the handsome Zeus and the beautiful Hera. Was this an insult to his intelligence? He, Zeus, the mighty god king, the most handsome male god in history, how could he possibly have such an ugly son? I'll give you one chance. Pick any god here. As long as he or she believes you are my son, I will forgive your crime. After Zeus finished speaking, his gaze swept over the gods. These gods, who had been enjoying the spectacle, immediately suppressed the smiles on their faces a bit, though their eyes still held playful amusement. Upon hearing Zeus's words, Hephaestus felt even more sorrowful. He looked at the gods and found their eyes strange, treating him as a joke. It seemed as if there was not a single god left on Mount Olympus who believed him. The three fates. Finally, Thetis reminded Hephaestus to go ask the three fates. Only then did Hephaestus react. Respected ladies Moirai, please tell the gods what the answer is in every thread of fate. Moirai is the collective name for the three fates, just as the three Horae are sometimes collectively called the Horae. At this moment, the eldest sister among the three fates stepped forward. Facing her father, God King Zeus, she said softly, God King, Hephaestus is indeed your son with the queen of the gods. This is beyond doubt. After she finished speaking, the entire hall seemed to explode. The gods erupted in discussion, never expecting the goddess of destiny to give such an answer. Silence. Silence. Perhaps due to the noise in the hall, or perhaps for other reasons, Zeus felt a headache coming on. He immediately struck his scepter, ordering the gods to quiet down. Instantly, the entire hall fell silent. The queen of the gods, Hera's face turned pale. God King Zeus looked at the three fates with a scrutinizing gaze. Are you certain? The eldest of the three fates nodded. Absolutely certain. Zeus felt his headache worsen. He turned his face sideways to look at Hera. My dear queen of the gods, can you give me an explanation? Hera remained silent, saying nothing. Zeus stopped looking at her. After a heavy pause, he instead said to Iris, goddess of the rainbow, go and summon Themis, mistress of justice. Have her explain this to me. He now suspected that Themis, mistress of justice, and the queen of the gods, Hera, the two gods he trusted most, had conspired to deceive him. Suddenly, Zeus's headache intensified, even causing him to let out a soft groan. Zeus, what's wrong? The queen of the gods, Hera, looked at Zeus, not understanding why he was groaning. Zeus glanced at her. I have a splitting headache from being angered by you. What do you think is wrong? Hera said no more. As she withdrew her gaze, it fleetingly swept over Polos, who was still oblivious and experiencing his second surge of divine power. Her heart grew even more worried. Once Polos's identity was exposed, would he be safe and sound? Zeus had never been a generous god, especially now when Hera herself didn't know how to explain Polos's origins. She was already contemplating how to explain the matter of Polos once Themis, mistress of justice, arrived. Themis, mistress of justice, arrived, bringing her oracle of prophecy, along with her scales of justice and sword of sanction. As she stepped into the temple, the first thing she saw was the old and ugly Hephaestus. She immediately guessed what had happened. This goddess, who wielded the oracle of prophecy and upheld justice, first nodded to her daughters, the goddesses of destiny and the Horae, before turning her gaze to Zeus. Themis, please use your oracle of prophecy to see if Hephaestus beside you is the son of Hera and me. Zeus's voice carried a hint of irritability. Themis, however, responded calmly, no need to look, he is indeed the son of you and Hera. When she last used the oracle of prophecy to confirm Polos's identity, she had already glimpsed a corner of the future. In that future, on Mount Olympus, 12 main gods sat around a round table, and one of them was Hephaestus, the son of Zeus and Hera. Hearing Themis's straightforward answer, Zeus immediately stood up from his divine throne and almost roared, what about the other one? Is this black-haired, black-eyed person also my son? His heart grew increasingly panicked. His two most trusted goddesses might truly be colluding to deceive him. Themis's expression remained calm, without a ripple, and she replied, he is indeed your son as well. Zeus was speechless. Just as he was about to curse Themis, his head, for some unknown reason, began to throb with excruciating pain, which even he, the king of the gods, found unbearable. Zeus swayed, and had no choice but to sit down again, clutching his head, cold sweat beading on his face from the agony. Zeus, king of the gods. All the gods exclaimed in surprise, looking at Zeus, not understanding what had happened that the mighty king of the gods Zeus had suddenly become so distressed. Zeus was somewhat dazed, but suddenly, he saw that Hephaestus, this old and ugly, son, was carrying an axe. He spoke, Hephaestus, isn't it? Come forward. Hephaestus didn't understand his intention, but he obediently limped forward. He was quite far away and filled with awe towards Zeus. Come closer. Hephaestus moved closer as instructed, but Zeus was still not satisfied, even closer. When Hephaestus moved a little closer, he pointed to the axe at Hephaestus's waist and said, "Use your axe to split open my head." This demand, not to mention startling Hephaestus who dared not comply, also made the other gods wonder if Zeus had been driven mad by the complex situation before them. "Zeus, are you all right?" Rhea, the queen of the gods, who had barely spoken, finally spoke, worried about her son's condition. Zeus waved his hand, but roared at Hephaestus, "Hurry up and do it. Do you think I, the king of the gods, would be killed by a single axe blow from a cripple like you?" Hephaestus's anger flared upon hearing the term, cripple. He never minded gods mocking his ugliness, but he detested being called a cripple. His appearance was predetermined, but his lameness was caused by his mother's cruelty, almost a trauma in Hephaestus's heart. He no longer hesitated, raised his axe, took a deep breath, and with almost all his strength, struck Zeus's forehead. With that axe blow, all the gods in the great hall of Olympus heard a loud crash, like Zeus's thunder unleashing its power. They also saw Zeus's head split open in response, revealing a dark void within, from which a golden light then emerged. As the gods watched in astonishment, the golden light shone from within, illuminating the entire hall. Within this pervasive golden light, a graceful goddess, clad in armor, holding a spear in one hand and a sharp shield in the other, leapt out from Zeus's head, appearing above his head, and then slowly descended. Hephaestus had not expected that his single axe blow would split open to reveal such a beautiful goddess. He looked at Zeus's head, then at his own axe, wondering if another strike would bring forth a new goddess. Alas, his courage was limited, and he dared not try again. The maiden landed, with bright eyes and white teeth, radiating dazzling golden light, astonishing the surrounding gods. Even Polos was startled by Athena's birth, waking up from his peculiar state. He had no time to summarize his recent gains. Because he discovered that many things seemed to have happened in the great hall of Olympus during the time he had shielded his senses. Athena had been born at this moment, and that old, ugly deity holding an axe was most likely Hephaestus, the future god of forging and fire. This meant that his identity as the false son of the queen of the gods had been exposed. No wonder Themis, lord of justice, had returned to Mount Olympus. She must have been facing Zeus's interrogation. However, Polos, having successfully completed his second divine power bestowal, showed no panic. His goal of being Hera's son for a few years had been achieved. Even if Zeus were to reclaim his divine portfolio later, he wouldn't care. The foundation of divine power and laws had already been laid. At most, his future growth would just be slower. So, Polos watched the latter half of this farce with keen interest, placing himself in the audience's position despite being a key figure. Zeus's head no longer hurt, and the hole in his skull healed instantly. His expression was complex as he looked at the newly born maiden. "What is your name?" "Athena." "Athena. That's a good name." Not just him, but many gods present also guessed the maiden's origin. She should be the daughter of Zeus and Metis, goddess of wisdom, whom he had swallowed, and the sister of the deity prophesied to overthrow Zeus's throne. What a pity, it's not her brother. Some gods who were dissatisfied with Zeus thought secretly. "You stand aside for now." Zeus sighed, seemingly thinking of a certain goddess. Athena said, "Oh," and glanced at the great hall, recognizing the smiling Polos almost instantly. Her eyes brightened slightly, but being clever, she pretended not to have seen anything, obeying Zeus's words and silently standing beside a maiden as beautiful as herself. The daughter of Metis. Next to her was naturally Artemis, who looked at this sister with great interest. Continue, Themis, and Hera, I am waiting for your explanation. Zeus's head no longer hurt, and Athena's birth had interrupted the previous rhythm, so his anger had subsided somewhat. "You won't like what you hear, Zeus." Themis sighed upon seeing Athena's birth as well, truly reluctant to reveal the entire truth she knew. "Just say it. I am the king of the gods, there's nothing I cannot know." "Since you insist, very well." Themis no longer concealed the truth, stating, "Polos is your son, but not Hera's son. He is the son of Metis and you, and also Athena's younger brother." What? As Themis's words fell, it was as if a single stone had stirred 1,000 waves. This was far more exciting than the previous plot of the true and false king's son. The son of Zeus and Metis, Athena's maternal younger brother, if they remembered correctly, he was the fated deity in the prophecy who would overthrow Zeus's throne. Because of that prophecy, Zeus did not want Polos to be born, even swallowing his first wife, Metis, into his belly. Yet, he was born anyway, and for some unknown reason, had lived on Olympus for several years as Hera's son. "This is my younger brother." Athena feigned surprise, exclaiming this title as if it were the first time she had seen Polos. This acting seems even better than Artemis and Apollo's. Polos had seen Artemis and Apollo's performance before Zeus, which had completely convinced Zeus that they had forgotten their former father, and only had him, their biological father, in their hearts. What Athena had to perform now was that she had never seen Polos, and had not even known of his existence as a younger brother before. As for whether she could deceive Zeus, that would depend on how Polos and Athena's future interactions played out. You didn't lie to me. Zeus's attitude instantly changed, and violent divine power surged through the great hall. It was as if thunder hung high, and the punishment of the heavens was imminent, ready to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. Zeus, what are you doing? Themis saw Zeus's actions and immediately felt a sense of dread. Doing what? Zeus sneered, no deity can threaten my throne, even if he is my son. He didn't even ask how Polos became Hera's son. Because in his view, those things weren't important, Polos not existing was more important. After he finished speaking, a bolt of thunderous power, in full view of all, struck down upon Polos's head. Polos. Seeing this, Hera used her divine power to create a transparent shield around Polos's body. As the queen of the gods, her divine duties mainly included marriage, fertility, and protection. The marriage divinity points to the laws of contracts, the fertility divinity points to the laws of life, and the protection divinity, as its name suggests, points to guardianship. The transparent shield around Polos's body was generated by Hera, using her own laws as a foundation and drawing upon the power of heaven and earth. Zeus, don't make the same mistake again and again. Zeus's eldest sister, Hestia, also made a move, and as if a ball of flame inexplicably ignited above Polos's head, the flames seemed to have a life of their own. Why does it feel somewhat like the power of faith? Polos was extremely surprised and looked at Hestia, goddess of the hearth. He had always thought that the gods of Greek mythology would not study the power of faith. This power should only blossom within the system that ends all myths. However, Polos didn't have the chance to fully comprehend Hestia, goddess of the hearth's strange flame, because it was quickly dispersed by Zeus's lightning. At the same time, the transparent shield created by Hera was also shattered. Zeus was, after all, the king of gods, and possessed the world's strongest divine artifact, lightning. His power was absolutely incomparable to Hera, queen of the gods, and Hestia, goddess of the hearth. Polos was already prepared to revive again on the sea where the tree of life was located. He didn't care, he had already reaped the benefits of being granted a divine position anyway. Athena frowned deeply, Artemis and Apollo were filled with worry, and Hera's eyes were full of panic as she looked at Polos, who was smiling as if he had been scared silly. Just then, another god made a move. Or rather, she had already made a move, but the gods hadn't noticed. The world's earliest scales suddenly appeared, and Polos felt the space he was in suddenly shift. At this moment, he had left the spot where the lightning struck and was standing in the position where Themis, mistress of justice, had once stood. And Themis, mistress of justice, appeared in Polos's place, taking the lightning strike from Zeus. Good, you all want to oppose me. Zeus saw that after Hera and Hestia, even Themis, mistress of justice, had intervened to protect the rebellious god he intended to kill, and he couldn't help but sneer repeatedly. Hera was his wife, and he granted her the status of queen of the gods. Hestia was his eldest sister, and as she wished, became the guardian of the family. Themis was his most respected elder, and he allowed her to wield the authority of the king of gods on his behalf. It could be said that these were the three goddesses he trusted the most, even more so than his mother Rhea. Now, these three goddesses were simultaneously betraying him, intending to protect this god, who, according to prophecy, would usurp his throne. All the gods present could feel the anger in Zeus's voice, even electric sparks faintly flickered in the air. But Hestia ignored Zeus's anger and rebuked him, saying, because you fear prophecy, you swallow your own children, preventing them from living in this world. Are you going to become a second Cronus? As the eldest daughter of the previous king of gods, Hestia was swallowed into endless darkness by Cronus immediately after her birth. She grew up in unspeakable loneliness, and even after Demeter, Hades, Poseidon, and Hera successively entered, she took care of them as they grew. Therefore, these younger siblings always respected Hestia, even more so than Zeus. Hestia was very disappointed at this moment. Zeus's actions deeply disgusted her. Zeus, hearing this, roared loudly, what do you want me to do? Should I just sit by and watch him grow up and usurp my throne, just as Cronus overthrew Uranus, and I overthrew Cronus, waiting to be overthrown by him? Hestia fell silent. Although the child Polos had been saved from death with the help of the Lord of Justice. How to deal with him, however, remained a big problem. Hera was even more at a loss for words. Her recent intervention was purely out of a mother's heartfelt impulse. Initially, upon learning that Polos was the son of Métis and Zeus, she felt no envy, as Métis was already dead. On the contrary, her heart was filled with joy, because this proved that Polos was not that foreign god. Over the past few years, her greatest fear was that Polos was not a pure child, but rather the foreign god killed by Zeus, using some divine art to revive as her child. If that were the case, what would her years of nursing count for? Under the testimony of Themis, mistress of justice, she learned that Polos was not what she feared. But now, Polos had been saved, and another matter needed to be considered. Zeus was her husband, only if Zeus was the king of gods would she be the queen of the gods. Once Zeus was overthrown, she would at most suffer the same fate as her mother Rhea, losing her authority, and the gods would no longer fear her. Hera did not want this to happen. She liked power, and she needed power. Even though Polos was a child she loved, she would not allow Polos to overthrow Zeus's throne. It seems you've all understood that this child cannot be kept. Zeus saw Hestia and Hera's expressions change, both falling into silence, and he also suppressed a hint of anger, speaking earnestly, "Do I want to kill my own child? It's just that if he isn't dealt with now, there will likely be another Titanomachy in the future, and who knows how many gods will perish in it." His words, as if considering the entire world, made Polos scoff. He was quite frank. Taking Zeus's throne and snatching his queen of the gods was absolutely not for the world and the gods, but merely for his own greed for power and lust. The argument before him arose because of Polos, yet he seemed like a bystander watching a play, waiting for the drama to conclude. Zeus, have you ever considered that so-called prophecies are merely possibilities? Instead, it's the gods' attempts to evade prophecies, making various error decisions, that actually cause prophecies to come true. Themis, mistress of justice, said, Cronus, fearing Uranus's prophecy, worried about being overthrown by his children, so he swallowed them one by one, imprisoning them in a lawless world devoid of light. His actions caused your mother Rhea immense sorrow, and also disheartened or displeased me, Mnemosyne, Oceanus, Theia, Koios, Phoebe, and others. Therefore, after Rhea saved you, everyone was willing to help you overthrow Cronus's rule. Did we not know that with the 12 titans ruling the world and Cronus as the king of gods, our status would be higher and our benefits greater? Themis's words were deafening, plunging all the gods into silence, including Zeus. Only the mother of the king of gods, Rhea, goddess of time, sighed, indeed. I was the queen of the gods then, but also a mother. For my children, I could betray my husband and abandon my position as queen of the gods. Zeus, I don't want you to follow the path Cronus took. Zeus immediately retorted, how could I possibly follow Cronus's path? Apart from this prophesied child, I will properly nurture all my other children. This was not an empty boast. Zeus was indeed carefully nurturing his children. The Olympian pantheon did not possess the overwhelming power of the 12 titans. Zeus needed his children to help him stabilize the position of the divine court. At this moment, Themis, mistress of justice, showed a complex expression and continued, but I must tell you, in the prophecy, this is not the only child who will overthrow your divine position. There will be other prophesied children in the future. Are you going to kill them one by one after they are born as well? What? This time, Zeus was truly shocked. All along, Zeus had believed that Metis' child would, in the future, repeat the paths of Cronus and himself, overthrowing his father and becoming the king of gods. Therefore, he had been ruthless before, directly swallowing Metis to prevent this child from being born. Upon learning that he had appeared on Mount Olympus in a way he still didn't understand, becoming Hera's adopted son, Zeus became even more fearful. He felt that this might be the prophecy coming true, so he didn't mind killing his son in front of all the gods. But now, for Themis, mistress of justice, to tell him that other prophesied children would appear in the future, was something Zeus had never expected. He turned his gaze to the three fates. Is this all true? The three fates nodded. Yes, after the god of opportunity and creation, there will also be the god of wine. In fact, Apollo also carries a hint of such a divine destiny. The god of opportunity and creation, the gods already knew, was Polos before them. They were not clear who the god of wine was. But Apollo, whom the gods were familiar with as Zeus's eldest son, whom he had been showing off for years, unexpectedly also carried the divine destiny to overthrow Zeus. There's even a peculiar branch of fate, a demigod born of you, Zeus, and a mortal woman, who will almost wipe out all the gods of Olympus. Before the gods could fully appreciate the changes in Zeus's expression, they suddenly heard this news and couldn't help but panic. Almost wiping out all the gods of Olympus, was this really a demigod? What kind of demigod could be so outrageous? Don't worry, this is a branch of fate. Unless the king of gods and the other gods keep making error choices, it's impossible for it to become the main branch of fate. Themis, mistress of justice's words somewhat reassured the gods. But Polos, who had exchanged places with her, pondered, son of Zeus, demigod, wiping out Olympus, how similar this experience is to a certain bald man. Tributaries of fate, quite interesting. I truly hope to master the great destiny art soon, to see through fate and alter it. So, Zeus, do you still decide to kill Polos? Themis, mistress of justice, asked again, and all eyes turned to Zeus. Zeus's lips moved. He glanced at the assembled gods, those familiar and those strangers, those originally belonging to Olympus and those attending the feast as guests, all seemed to oppose him. Finally, the king of the gods waved his hand. Forget it. I won't kill him, nor will I strip him of his divinity. However, I have one condition. What condition? Before Polos could speak, Hestia had already spoken up. He must swear a dire oath to never set foot on Mount Olympus again. Zeus said this, then glanced at Hestia. Remembering her authority and the laws she governed, he continued, otherwise, he shall be bound upon a rack and burned to death by raging fire. Polos, agree to it. Child, just make this vow. Hera, queen of the gods, and Hestia, goddess of the hearth, both looked at Polos with joyful expressions, hoping he would swear this dire oath. Beyond them, Mother Goddess Rhea, Themis, mistress of justice, and many Olympian gods, regardless of their motives, all wished for Polos to make the vow. Bound upon a rack and burned to death by fire. Polos inwardly chuckled. A rather fine way to die. I accept it. I shall die like that once in the future. He seemed to see a future where Polos would die, but 3 days after his death, a brand new deity would be born from it. A god walking the path of faith seemed destined to undergo this step. Since you agree, then make the vow. Let the goddess of the underworld river bear personal witness. The underworld river goddess Styx, eldest sister of the 3,000 ocean nymphs, was also the goddess of oaths. She witnessed all vows made by living beings. Whoever broke an oath would face the sanction of her authority. Agreed. Styx, goddess of the underworld river and oaths, walked before Polos. A deep, dark river seemed to appear behind her. That was one of this world's 4 underworld rivers, representing hatred and wrath. As the final river one must cross to enter the underworld, gods would lose all their divinity upon crossing it. Therefore, God swore oaths by this river, also known as the river of the oath. As the ruler of this river, the goddess of oaths Styx was ordinarily just a common chief god. But before a god who broke an oath, her power far surpassed that of ordinary chief gods, making her feared by all deities. Polos knew this voluptuous goddess with a waterfall of black hair and a smooth face. He did not keep her waiting long and immediately made the vow. I, Polos, swear today to never again ascend Mount Olympus. Should I break this oath, I shall be bound upon a cross and, before all living beings, burned to death by raging fire. After Polos made this vow, Zeus was finally at ease. He waved his hand. Leave. I do not wish to see you again. Do not disrupt my feast with the gods. Polos did not look at him but turned his gaze to Hera. I am leaving, Hera. Hera directly descended before him, embracing him tightly. Only after releasing him did she speak. Polos, my child, I bless you in the name of the Queen of the Gods. You shall forever be prosperous. You shall be the very embodiment of earthly beauty. No matter what difficulties you encounter, you shall always find a way. Hera's blessing could not bestow authority directly, as Zeus's could. But as long as Hera remained queen of the gods, Polos could, through her will, obtain laws akin to those represented by a divine portfolio. Prosperity, beauty, a way out. In Zeus's view, these were not powerful divine portfolios. He did not object to Hera bestowing such a blessing upon Polos. Whether he admitted it or not, Polos was the child Hera had raised for 5 years. After receiving Hera's blessing, Polos left the temple of Olympus. All the gods believed this must be the first and only time Polos would ever appear in this temple. As long as the oath remained, as long as Zeus and the goddess of oaths Styx existed, they would absolutely never allow Polos to appear on Mount Olympus. I will return. As the gods began their feast, Polos left Mount Olympus, looking back once. He understood in his heart that oaths made in the world of myth would inevitably be broken sooner or later. Since I've descended from Mount Olympus, I shall first retrieve my divine artifact, the Azul golden-banded staff, then go to the mortal realm to tread the path of faith. Regarding his future path, Polos had long known how to proceed. Even if Zeus had not driven him from Mount Olympus, he would have left on his own. His path lay not in the divine court, but in the mortal realm. This feast on Olympus felt quite different, lacking the carefree, joyous atmosphere of previous banquets. All the gods knew this was due to the series of events that had occurred earlier. Hera, queen of the gods, had thrown her own son from Mount Olympus, yet had raised the son of Métis for 5 years. Polos, son of Métis, was also the deity prophesied to overthrow the throne of king of the gods Zeus. Then, Athena, daughter of Métis, was born. Zeus wished to kill Polos but was stopped by several goddesses, ultimately banishing him from Mount Olympus. Each of these events would become future topics of conversation among the gods. At the feast, some gods also noticed that Thetis, granddaughter of Pontus, the ancient sea god, representing the ancient sea god lineage, conversed with Zeus for a long time. However, they did not pay much mind, merely thinking that king of the gods Zeus might have taken a fancy to this goddess renowned on the seas for both her wisdom and beauty. At this feast, Zeus seemed to have gained two more children worthy of nurturing, Hephaestus and Athena. Athena, needless to say, inherited the strengths of both Zeus and Métis. Although Hephaestus was born ugly, his talent was also not low, pleasing Zeus greatly. He was already contemplating what divine portfolios to grant in the future to these five deities he regarded as hopes for the future: Athena, Artemis, Apollo, Hephaestus, and Ares. However, this matter was not too urgent. Their first surge of divine power had not yet reached its limit. The only thing that made Zeus somewhat unhappy was that since the incident with Polos, his relationship with Hera seemed to have developed some issues. That Polos, whom he had driven from Mount Olympus, had vanished to an unknown location after leaving. Hera specifically went to search for him but could not find him. The queen of the gods asked Zeus to help look, but Zeus was unwilling. The couple had a huge argument on Mount Olympus, in front of all the gods. In a fit of anger, Zeus took the five children away, placing them in suitable locations for upbringing, while he himself went to enjoy himself in the mortal realm. As for Polos, he didn't care in the slightest. After leaving Mount Olympus, Polos did not go elsewhere but went to the sea, to the area where his tree of life was stored. Perhaps due to some special reason, other gods passing through this sea area paid it no heed, as if oblivious to the golden light and strange sights here. Perhaps it is the will of the world, protecting this yet unborn goddess of love and beauty. Polos thought this upon his return. But when he saw his tree of life again, he fell silent, unsure of what to say. When he had left, he had given the instruction for the tree of life to help refine the sea-calming needle, left behind by the first king of the gods. And the tree of life had indeed done so. But the tree of life had done it too thoroughly, actually refining this sea-calming needle, together with the tree of life itself. What now appeared before Polos was not a pure tree of life, nor a separate, sea-calming needle. These two things seemed to have merged, becoming a peculiar scepter. The sea-calming needle formed the shaft, and the tree of life was at the top, giving it the shape of a scepter. From the very bottom of the tree of life, roots and stems extended, wrapping around the shaft, which satisfied Polos. With roots and stems covering it, he would not need to directly touch the first king of the gods' prized possession. The first king of the gods' smaller head was at the very top of the scepter. Polos discovered he could still use this thing as an usual golden banded staff. Under the operation of divine power, the top of the scepter could freely elongate, suitable for striking, sweeping, or thrusting. Even if he absolutely needed to, the tree of life and the sea-calming needle could still be separated. Although merged into one, they were still two divine artifacts. It was just that using the scepter form made it easier to conceal them together. You really are clever. Polos himself had not considered the idea of hiding the divine artifacts, but the tree of life had taken the initiative to do so. It seems the gods of this world still make you wary. Polos remembered in his previous life, during the urban end of law era when the tree of life was still the heart of Janmu, it had been utterly arrogant. He, a good urban student, ultimately became the great demon lord unseen in the cultivation world for 1,000 years. The arrogant heirs of the heart of Janmu back then were at least half the reason. Many times, Polos didn't actually want to cultivate by devouring people, but the heart of Janmu wanted to eat, so he had no choice but to follow along. Controlling lust, restraining the earth, are these your attributes? The tree of life remained in its previous state without much change. It would only play a major role once Polos slowly began the faith god path. Therefore, Polos began to study the abilities of this scepter's shaft. As the male foundation of Uranus, the first king of gods, it had been severed by the scythe during his union with Earth Mother Gaia, naturally carrying his final state as an enchantment upon it. Wouldn't that state be the eruption of lust, combined with the piercing of Earth Mother Gaia? Polos chuckled and suddenly turned his gaze toward the massive white shell nearby. Inside that shell, Uranus's final daughter was currently gestating. Polos could only sense that a goddess was within, but he was uncertain of what state she was in. Let me try and see just how much of an effect this thing has. Polos pointed the scepter at the white shell and triggered the power of the shaft. A strange law abruptly manifested, even though Polos held no divine authority himself. Is this the power of laws? Polos had only just obtained his priesthood and hadn't had time to study authority or comprehend laws yet. After the law appeared, he hurriedly began to carefully experience this power. Polos seemed to see the most ancient heaven and earth. Their powers attracted one another and then became intertwined, filled with heat and passion. This heat and passion were the first lust. And the power of the law upon the scepter represented the law of lust from the side of heaven. So, it turns out that even laws have various different facets. Polos thought of the 5 primordial rulers, one of whom was Eros, the lord of lust, who was as famous as the little god of love. Perhaps the power he represented was the true source of lust, upholding the foundation of this world's prosperity. While Polos was lost in thought, he suddenly heard a beautiful, muffled groan. He turned his head and noticed that the nearby shell had partially opened at some point, revealing a graceful body curled up inside like white jade. A slender, jade-like arm reached out and, before Polos could even react, grabbed him and pulled him into the shell. Polos had already undergone his second bestowal of divine power. According to his own classification, he should be considered a mid-tier god. The goddess inside the shell had not yet been born, so she was at most a low-tier god. When he was grabbed by the goddess inside, he immediately circulated his divine power, wanting to struggle free. But he soon discovered that the divine power coming from this arm, whether in quantity or level, far exceeded his own. No way. Polos had no time to react before he was pulled into the white shell along with the scepter of life. Then, the shell closed once again. A pair of arms as soft as if they were boneless, along with a scalding hot body, had already wrapped themselves around him. Faced with this situation, Polos offered no resistance, nor did he want to. He knew in his heart that inside the shell was the unborn future Aphrodite, goddess of love and beauty, the main god almost universally acknowledged as the most beautiful in all of Greek mythology. If he were to pass up such a perfect opportunity to snatch her, he would truly be unworthy of his title as a devil lord from his previous life. Thus, Polos sank into a state of exquisite enjoyment. 1 day, 2 days. A full half-month passed, spent almost entirely in a cycle of stopping and starting, starting and stopping. In the beginning, Polos enjoyed it very much. After all, he had spent 5 years on Mount Olympus appearing as a minor. At most, he had only been able to get a bit handsy with Hera. Now, he finally didn't have to settle for that and could enjoy a full meal. But even eating abalone every day has its limits. One needs conversation or other things to serve as a change of pace. However, this goddess seemed to have no consciousness, being completely immersed in these acts. She didn't communicate with him. As soon as he had rested enough, she would pull him back to her. Her strength was also ridiculously high. She was actually born as a main god, and it was simply not something Polos could stop or refuse. I really underestimated Aphrodite. During Polos's occasional breaks, he thought about how Aphrodite was almost famous for her weakness, when she later served as a main god on Mount Olympus. She couldn't even decide her own marriage and was forced to marry the old and ugly Hephaestus, the god of forging and fire. Then, unable to resist, she could only choose to have affairs. In terms of strength, Polos had actually looked down on her. No matter how one looked at it, compared to Hera, Athena, Artemis, and others, she had almost nothing to offer besides her looks. Now, Polos understood that at least in terms of strength at birth, she far surpassed Athena and Artemis, and likely even surpassed Hera's strength when she was first born. Polos had already guessed that when Aphrodite was first being gestated, Uranus, the first king of gods, must have used his authority to bestow a priesthood upon her. That was why she possessed the strength of a main god level while still inside this shell. Speaking of which, she should be considered a great ant-level deity to Polos's identity. Polos's identity was that of a son of Zeus, making him the great-grandson of the first king of the gods. Aphrodite's identity, however, was the youngest daughter of the first king of the gods, a half-sister to Zeus's father, Cronus. Polos naturally didn't care about Aphrodite's seniority. After all, such things were not important in Greek mythology. Right now, he only wanted to temporarily end this endless, strange battle, as it was truly becoming a bit much for him to handle. While Polos was resting from the combat, he continuously controlled the scepter of life, finally retracting all the law's power that had been emanating from it. When Aphrodite approached him again, he could clearly feel the difference. At this time, Aphrodite's pure animality gradually vanished, and her divinity and humanity slowly returned. Polos even felt she was inexplicably shy and inexperienced, which was quite rare. Wielder of the scepter of desire, can you tell me your name? Finally, Aphrodite spoke, causing Polos to involuntarily pause his movements. Immediately, he answered while continuing his work, "My name is Polos, god of opportunity and creation. My name is Aphrodite. I know. Could you please stop using that divine staff?" I haven't yet completely integrated the priesthood of desire into my own divine power system, and I cannot resist the treasure left behind by my father god. Hearing her words, Polos couldn't help but be curious. He held her and toyed with her as he said, naturally. Tell me about your situation, we have never actually communicated before. There had been communication, of course, but it wasn't one of words or emotions, it was purely a communication of actions. Aphrodite, despite having the strength of a main god, seemed somewhat wary of Polos, or rather, the scepter he controlled. Following Polos's words, she began to talk about her experiences. Actually, there wasn't much to say. Ever since Aphrodite began gestating inside this shell, she had never left. She had been constantly increasing her divine power and mastering her priesthood. Her priesthood had been bestowed by Uranus, the first king of gods, at the final moment before he lost his authority as king of the gods, and it governed matters related to love, beauty, and desire. And her divine power was almost a perfect match for these priesthoods. At the same time, Thalassa, the primordial sea queen who should be considered her mother, had passed on to her divine power related to the ocean, though she had not received a matching priesthood for this aspect of her power. This didn't affect Aphrodite's gestation and growth. The outer shell was formed from the lower part of Thalassa, the primordial sea queen, and it complemented the first king of the gods, Isual golden-banded staff. The shell was also a divine artifact, protecting Aphrodite so that she would not be discovered by outside gods. Simultaneously, it also prevented Aphrodite from leaving its confines. In this way, Aphrodite passed the entire era of the Titan god ruling the heavens inside the shell, finally possessing the strength of a main god and the ability to go out. Currently, Aphrodite had only completely mastered the priesthood of beauty, becoming a main god who could use it to trigger the power of heaven and earth. She was in no hurry to leave, wanting instead to also completely master the priesthood of love to the level of a main god. Then, with these two priesthoods as the core, she would build her own divine system. She hadn't even known that her father Uranus's precious treasure had been outside all this time, until Polos used the tree of life to refine it, triggering the power of the laws within. Within Aphrodite's body, there was also related divine power, and she even held the priesthood for it, but it was the kind she hadn't spent much effort studying. Once Polos triggered the laws, her outer shell began to have the same reaction with the precious treasure as it did in ancient times. That was why she had completely lost herself, sinking into boundless lust and finding it difficult to extricate herself. Had it not been for Polos's strong will in retracting the law's power drawn from the treasure, it likely would not have ended so soon. The previous state of completely losing herself had terrified Aphrodite, which was why she requested Polos not to trigger those laws again after she regained her consciousness. The fact that she was able to comprehend her divine portfolio of passion and desire in that state was a blessing she could hardly bear. Alright, a temporary truce for now. Such excellent equipment, Polos would never agree to never use it again in the future. He was just a bit tired for now and decided to use it again when the opportunity arose later. Can you tell me about the outside world? I've never been out. Aphrodite looked lazy and stunningly beautiful, but Polos had no such thoughts for the moment. He decided to continue chatting with her, to understand the character of this goddess who had yet to enter the world. Sure, where would you like me to start? Start from after my father was defeated. After my birth, he lost most of his divinity, scattering it across heaven and earth, and then disappeared. The father Aphrodite spoke of was Uranus, the first king of gods. Ever since the Scythe usurped the throne, most of Uranus's divinity had spilled across the sky, the earth, and the ocean, making this world more prosperous and giving rise to many more gods. However, no god knew of Uranus's whereabouts. Polos didn't know either. Holding Aphrodite, he leaned against the inner wall of the shell and began to tell a story. He started from the usurpation by the Scythe, with Cronus ruling the heavens, and recounted how Zeus was born and gradually became the king of gods. He also mixed in some stories about other gods, particularly the gods and situations in the various seas, emphasizing them since Aphrodite was, after all, half a sea goddess. It's already the third generation of god kings. Aphrodite looked somewhat troubled. Before my father left, he commanded that after I entered the world, I should go to the divine court to become a main god, to further comprehend the power of passion and desire. But from what you've said, this god King Zeus seems rather difficult to deal with. A thought flashed through Polos's mind. He feigned a sigh. Indeed, he is difficult to deal with. Moreover, given your identity, I'm afraid it would be very difficult for you to join the Olympian pantheon. Why do you say that? Facing Aphrodite's confusion, Polos spoke calmly. Because you are not one of them. Why would they accept you into their ranks as a main god? During the time of the first king of gods, there weren't many deities. But the three most important rulers in the divine court, Uranus of the sky, Pontus of the ocean, and Uraeus of the mountains, were all sons of Earth Mother Gaia. During the time of the second god king, there were already many gods. But the main gods in the divine court were only 12, the 12 titans. They were all children of Uranus and Earth Mother Gaia. Now that Zeus is the god king, barring any surprises, the main gods who will govern the divine court in the future will either be Zeus's siblings or Zeus's children. Other gods will have no chance. The worry on Aphrodite's face deepened. Although she was not as wise as Athena, she was not foolish. She knew what Polos said was true. Without any connection, why would this god king Zeus allow her to share his authority? Seeing her frowning in deep thought, Polos continued. Actually, you could join the divine court by changing your perspective. Change my perspective. How? Compete with Hera for her position as queen of the gods, and become part of Zeus's family. Polos hadn't expected that Aphrodite, who hadn't even stepped out of the shell yet, had such wild ambitions, to directly replace Hera's position and become Zeus's queen. In all of Greek mythology, goddesses or women with such ambitions usually didn't end well. Having ambition is good. Without ambition, there is no motivation. Polos had never imagined that the future goddess of love and beauty, who would have a seat at the Olympian round table, could also be a naive, sweet fool of the mythological world, just like goddess Leto. That kind of goddess could be fine as a tool for enjoyment, but not very useful as a subordinate. He had even less imagined that Aphrodite, at this time, would have any concept of chastity, that after what happened under the influence of the scepter of life, stirring the laws of the world, she would become completely obedient to him. It seems Aphrodite needs proper education, or she might not be obedient in the future. Polos dared not underestimate any god, not even Aphrodite, who was not known for her strength in the future. Against other main gods, Polos might have no way to deal with them. But against Aphrodite, he had a restraining tool. This, Izul golden-banded staff, of the first king of gods was the sea-calming needle, that would help him subdue Aphrodite. With this thought, he knew how to treat Aphrodite in the future. However, this matter was not urgent. Polos chuckled. Do you think you can snatch Hera's position as queen of the gods? Aphrodite shook her head. She threw Zeus's child off Mount Olympus and received no punishment. It shows Zeus truly loves her. Even if this love is not exclusive, it is the most special. As the goddess of love and beauty, she could easily judge whether it was true love. Plus, Hera is originally Zeus's sister. With the support of Hades, Poseidon, and Zeus's other elders, that position as queen of the gods is not easy to snatch. Polos took over her words, speaking leisurely. Your goal is to enter the divine court as a main god. It doesn't necessarily have to be Zeus's divine court. It could be another divine court. Another divine court. Aphrodite looked puzzled. Do you mean Poseidon and Hades? Although they share Zeus's authority, they still can't compare to Zeus. Not Zeus, but me. Polos's words made Aphrodite stunned again, somewhat unable to understand. Her wariness towards Polos was all because the scepter of life was under his control. If not for that staff, which had merged with her father's treasure, she believed she could easily kill this god who hadn't even manifested his own law. Polos sighed, feigning sadness, and began to tell another story. This time, the protagonist of the story was himself. Leaving out the part about being a transmigrator, he recounted his origins as Polos and his previous experiences. After listening, an unusual light flashed in Aphrodite's eyes. I never thought Cronus would also place a similar curse on his own child, just like my father did. As the youngest daughter of Uranus, she was very familiar with the curse her father left behind. Rather than a curse, it was more like it had become the destiny of this world. A destiny woven for this world at the cost of Uranus losing his rule over it. The father shall ultimately be overthrown by the son. At least, Aphrodite deeply believed this. For a moment, she fell into deep thought, her mind a tangled mess, unsure what decision to make. Polos did not rush her. He simply held her quietly, listening to her heartbeat, waiting for her answer. Do you really intend to overthrow Zeus? After a long silence, Aphrodite finally spoke again. Polos chuckled lightly. The death of Métis taught me a lesson. One cannot place hope in Zeus's mercy. Don't be fooled that he only exiled me from Mount Olympus now. I'm certain that given the chance, he would still find a way to kill me. Polos had long been aware of this in his heart. But Aphrodite said, however, you have already sworn not to set foot on Mount Olympus. How will you overthrow Zeus? I won't go up, but does that mean Zeus will never come down? As long as I claim to be a god king on some mountain in the future, Zeus will surely come looking for me. That won't be easy. Aphrodite murmured softly. Suddenly, she turned her head from Polos's embrace. Her features were like a painting, her gaze filled with emotion as she looked at Polos. If I help you become the god king, what can I get? This employee, instead of saying what she could do for him, first asked what she could get. Not qualified. This thought flashed through Polos's mind, but he said, "You will receive the most exalted status beneath the god king." Hearing this, Aphrodite recalled the Olympian situation Polos had described. Beneath god King Zeus, the goddess with the most exalted status was Hera, queen of the gods. This meant Polos intended to give her the position of queen of the gods. This position was the highest status a goddess could attain. She was immediately extremely satisfied and said without hesitation, "In that case, I am willing to help you become the new god king and overthrow Zeus's rule." Hearing Aphrodite's pledge of allegiance, Polos wasn't overly happy. This kind of allegiance had too little guarantee. Who knows when Aphrodite might sell him out? No hurry. Once I become a main god or possess the strength of one, I can force her to make an oath like Métis did. That will suffice. Compared to verbal allegiance, Polos trusted more in the leaves and oaths given by the tree of life. In the belief system, the fifth step after kingdom, foundation, glory, and victory is beauty. If Aphrodite did not disappoint him by the time Polos reached this step, he would make her his angel of beauty. But if Aphrodite disappointed Polos, then he would let her fall. After Aphrodite made this promise, Polos knew it was time for him to leave. Back on Olympus, Hera had once told him the reason why Zeus had taken Artemis and Apollo away early. The three fates, who governed destiny, had detected a change in fate and went to Mount Olympus to warn Zeus. Regarding the path of destiny, although he was cultivating the great destiny art, he had not yet touched true destiny and could not effectively guard against it. And Aphrodite, also originally one of the 12 Olympian gods of Mount Olympus, her decision might also draw the attention of the three fates. This place was no longer safe for him in his current state. He should leave as soon as possible. Leaving already. Aphrodite was somewhat reluctant. Since her birth, she had never interacted with other deities and very much wished to spend more time with Polos. No need for sadness. In the future, when we overthrow Zeus, we will naturally be together forever. Polos said, "But as I am now, my strength is insufficient. I need to find a place to grow quickly and also seek other allies." Aphrodite strongly agreed with this point. From the stories Polos told, Zeus became the king of the gods not because his strength surpassed Cronus's, but because he had enough allies. Of the 12 Titan gods from the previous divine court, more than half stood on his side, either fighting for him or remaining neutral. The 3 Hecatoncheires and the 3 Cyclops, born from Uranus and Earth Mother Gaia, also sided with Zeus. And many second-generation Titan gods were also Zeus's allies. It was only under such cooperation and after a decade-long great war that Cronus was defeated, which shows how powerful a contemporary king of the gods is. After I emerge, how should I find you? Aphrodite was currently merging the divine authority of love with the divine authority of beauty, which she had already completely mastered, to construct her own divine system. Once she succeeded in this construction, she would leave the shell left by Thalassa and go to assist Polos. Polos thought for a moment and said, "I shall walk among mortals. My traces will be found in the most prosperous places of humankind." After leaving these words, Polos had Aphrodite open the shell. Holding the staff of life, he left this stretch of sea. No sooner had Polos left and stepped onto land than he saw divine light shooting from the direction of Mount Olympus. Many deities were flying towards this stretch of sea. Surely, it can't be that absurd, can it? Polos's eyesight was good enough to clearly see that among the many deities, the one leading them was King Zeus. And the direction they were heading was precisely the stretch of sea Polos had just left, the place where Aphrodite, goddess of love and beauty, was gestating. So he appeared here. No wonder Hera couldn't find him. Although Zeus was flying through the air, he also noticed Polos's presence. He snorted coldly but had no intention of doing anything to Polos. He passed over Polos's head and flew towards the shimmering golden sea. The three fates, how should I deal with you? He saw that following behind Zeus were his 6 eldest daughters, the 3 Horae and the 3 Fates. Although the information he knew was limited, Polos could guess that Zeus's arrival in this sea was likely related to the 3 Fates. In the original myth, only the 3 Horae welcomed Aphrodite's emergence, not Zeus and the 3 Fates. Is this the place? Zeus, his clothes disheveled, arrived at the sea area indicated by the 3 Fates, his expression rather unpleasant. He had left Mount Olympus after a quarrel with Hera. While enjoying himself with a beauty in the mortal world, the 3 Fates suddenly barged in, telling him that the destiny of Olympus had changed and he needed to deal with it immediately. Zeus didn't even have time to finish before hurriedly putting on his clothes. Heeding the words of the 3 Fates, he summoned the 3 Horae and together they came to this stretch of sea he wouldn't normally even pay attention to. That's right, it's here. The youngest daughter, who received the final bestowal of authority from the first king of the gods, is gestating here. She is destined to be one of the 12 Olympian gods on Mount Olympus. We absolutely cannot let her go elsewhere. Elsewhere. Zeus frowned deeply. Where could she go? The reason Zeus was in such a hurry was that the three fates told him if he didn't come soon, this goddess, who carried the destiny of the first king of the gods, might turn her back on Mount Olympus and join Zeus's enemies. In the current world, those Zeus considered enemies were actually not few. His brothers Hades and Poseidon were enemies, Tartarus in the abyss was an enemy, the missing former two kings of the gods who had lost their authority were enemies. Even his grandmother Gaia and the reclusive Lady of Night could potentially be enemies. The three fates being so certain made him wonder which enemy it was. Hard to say. Destiny only gave us a warning, but it was obscured by the shadow of a huge tree. We cannot determine which deity it is. After hearing this, Zeus gave the three fates a dissatisfied look but could do nothing about them. On Mount Olympus, he could even punish Hera, but there were several goddesses Zeus dared not offend. Themis, mistress of justice, and her 6 daughters were undoubtedly among them. So, now that we've found this goddess, do we need to invite her out? Zeus had already seen the huge white shell and sensed a Olympian god inside. No need. Have the Horae goddesses wait here. When she emerges, directly welcome her to Mount Olympus. Just don't let her leave. The Horae goddesses refer to the 3 Horae. They nodded upon hearing this and said, we will wait here properly. Since we've come to the sea, first come with me to visit Pontus, the ancient sea god. Before young deities like Athena and Apollo grew up, the 3 fates and the 3 Horae were actually the main combat forces of Mount Olympus. Zeus had previously conversed at length with Thetis, the sea goddess who raised his lame son, in the divine hall. Thetis came to see him on the orders of Pontus, the ancient sea god, asking him to mediate the disputes at sea. Zeus felt this was an opportunity to declare his divine might and influence over the seas, and also to cause some trouble for Poseidon, making Poseidon submit obediently under him. Thus, Zeus and his 6 daughters went to the Sea of Chaos, the location of the divine kingdom of Pontus, the ancient sea god. Pontus, the ancient sea god, was one of the 3 children born to Earth Mother Gaia, the brother of Uranus, the ancient sky god and first king of the gods. He was the primordial sea. Pontus's strength had already reached a level beyond that of an Olympian god, and he had opened up a divine kingdom. But when Zeus visited, this former lord of the seas warmly received Zeus, accompanied by his 5 children and numerous descendants. These 5 children were Nereus, friendliness of the sea, Taumas, wonder of the sea, Phorcys, anger of the sea, Ceto, danger of the sea, and Eurybia, strength of the sea. None were born from him and Thalassa, the ancient sea queen. They were all born from Pontus and his mother, Earth Mother Gaia. In ancient times, Thalassa, the ancient sea queen, parted ways with Pontus, the ancient sea god, taking their several children to live alone in remote seas. These family matters of Pontus did not concern Zeus. He had come in response to the invitation to mediate the maritime disputes. After the king of the gods and the ancient sea god met, they went together to the domain of Oceanus, lord of the ocean. Zeus stated that as king of the gods, he was deeply troubled by the long-standing disputes at sea, which prevented peace for the sea deities and creatures. Therefore, he had come, hoping the ancient sea god and the lord of the ocean would delineate their respective territories and cease their ongoing conflict. Oceanus's strength was originally inferior to Pontus, the ancient sea god. It was only because of his numerous offspring that Pontus was wary of him. Now that King Zeus and Pontus had reached a cooperation, he could only reluctantly agree. Both sides delineated their territories. The Pontus lineage would govern the more chaotic seas, and the Oceanus lineage would govern the relatively calmer seas. But the areas they governed belonged to the distant oceans. The coastal waters were left to the Olympian pantheon. Not long after Zeus left the various seas, Poseidon, king of the seas, finally lowered his proud head to his younger brother, willing to become one of the future 12 Olympian gods of Olympus, obtaining direct rule over the coastal waters. Of course, the nominal king of the seas remained him, and he had the right to subdue all troublemaking deities at sea. Poseidon has bowed his head. How to make Hades bow his? In the divine hall on Mount Olympus, Zeus began to ponder his eldest brother who ruled the underworld. Compared to the irritable and easily angered Poseidon, Zeus was clearly more wary of his elder brother Hades. From the very first moment he rescued Hades with the help of Métis, goddess of wisdom, he felt the calm and gloomy Hades would be his great enemy. And after Zeus forcibly possessed Demeter, the second sister Hades liked, the 2 brothers had long been united in appearance but divided in spirit. Precisely because of this, Zeus had to consider how to make Hades completely submit to him like Poseidon, and sooner rather than later. Unfortunately, Zeus's wisdom was not sufficient. He thought of Athena, hoping this daughter who inherited Métis' wisdom would grow up quickly and become his capable assistant. Thinking of Athena, Zeus naturally thought of Athena's younger brother from the same mother, Polos, who was like a thorn stuck in his heart. Before the throne is secure, it's still not suitable to move against him, lest Themis, Hestia, and Hera become displeased. Thinking that these most respected goddesses would defy him for the sake of the same fool Jr., the killing intent in Zeus's eyes grew even stronger. Meanwhile, Polos, who was on Zeus's list of those who must be killed in the future, had completely put aside the matters of overthrowing Zeus and seizing Hera. At this moment, he was walking in the human world, experiencing the ancient Western fantasy societal customs, and embarking on a cultivation path of another system. This system was called the Tree of Life system, but Polos preferred to call it the faith system, or the belief system. Belief is rooted within, faith is directed outward. Whether it's strengthening one's own belief internally or spreading faith among all beings externally, it all lies in faith. Out of wariness towards the goddess of destiny, Polos did not initially introduce divine beliefs that were ahead of their time, such as God or the Creator. He would, in the identity of the God of opportunity and creation, build temples among mortals and teach the people. However, Polos soon discovered that spreading faith in the gods in this era did not seem to be an easy task. The humans of this era would be known in the future as the Silver Humans. Before them was the first generation of humans created by the previous king of gods, Cronus, the Golden Humans. Most of the golden humans perished during the 10-year Titanomachy. The few who remained became attendants to the gods, serving them. The silver humans were the humans created just as Zeus became the king of gods. At times, Polos truly yearned for the authority of the king of gods, which allowed a deity to dabble in all divine powers and laws. Almost as soon as Zeus became the king of gods, he naturally possessed the divine ability to create humans. Of course, the humans he first created were truly no match for the golden humans created by his father, Cronus. The golden humans created by Cronus knew neither disease nor aging. While they lived, they did not need to labor, for the earth provided everything they required. Thus, the golden humans were of a gentle disposition, beloved by the gods, and became their attendants. But the silver humans were different. They seemed to be a replica of Zeus's own temper, each one of them a bratty child. Zeus had been the king of gods for only a dozen or so years. This generation of humans was also only in their teens. Demeter, the goddess of grain, gave them edible food, and Hestia, goddess of the hearth, taught them how to eat so they would not starve. Yet they always maintained the appearance of the children they were when they were created, and their temperaments hardly matured. Because they had the disposition of children, the silver humans acted wantonly, crude and arrogant. They feuded amongst themselves and no longer offered sacrifices to the gods. The temples Polos established in the mortal realm had been torn down 3 times already by the crude and arrogant silver humans. But Polos did not become angry because of this. He remained patient, walking among the mortals to observe their way of life and understand their needs. Before long, Polos knew how he should spread his faith. In the name of the god of opportunity and creation, he taught the silver humans to use stone tools and craft wooden implements and various other tools. Because Polos could always create the tools humans needed, he began to be called the Creator among humanity. The Creator, the Master of creation, the Master of many newly created things, rather than the God of creation. They did not believe in gods. Instead, they felt that Polos, who walked among them and created various tools for them, was one of their own, and they were more willing to call him the Creator. Although this was a natural title from the silver humans, Polos worried for a while. Finding that the 3 fates had no reaction, he accepted it calmly. He even changed the names of his temples later, renaming them as churches, which the silver humans preferred. A church, a hall for teaching humans how to use various tools. As his name as the Creator spread, his churches could be found almost everywhere among humans, and everyone held a faith directed toward him. Perhaps because the silver humans had the hearts of children, their faith was actually purer and more fervent than Polos had imagined. The seed of divine power of faith given to Polos by the tree of life grew stronger and stronger under the watering of this power of faith. Finally, this seed of divine power suddenly burst open, forming a nascent world. Within this world, a figure identical to Polos appeared, though it was formed entirely of faith and had not yet solidified into substance. The Malkuth has formed. When Polos saw this figure of faith, he couldn't help but smile. According to the divine path of faith described by the tree of life, when the seed of divine power is watered by faith, a point of light forms a crystal and eventually bursts into the most primitive material world. It means the practitioner has taken the first step. This step is called kingdom. It possesses divinity but cannot yet be called a god. Even this primitive world of his could revert back into a seed of divine power at any time if faith ceased to exist. To truly become a god, one must continue to absorb pure faith to stabilize the foundation of the primitive material world, causing the appearance of earth, air, water, and fire, just like in a normal material world. At that point, Polos would step from kingdom into the second step, foundation, the base of his divine path would be stabilized, with no risk of regression. But how should I obtain even purer faith? Polos felt that the faith given by these bratty humans of the Silver Age could already be considered very pure compared to the Western believers he had encountered in his past life. After thinking for a while, he suddenly had a thought. Perhaps only when they face death will they burst forth with even purer faith. The silver humans were different from the golden humans, they had a limited lifespan. According to Polos' estimation of their physical state, it should be at most 100 or so years. At this time, the silver humans had only been created by Zeus for about 20 years, there was still about a century left until that time. Polos was in no hurry and decided to take this time to study his own divine portfolio and laws. His divine portfolio was the god of opportunity and creation. Opportunity refers to chances and favorable circumstances, given to others as well as to oneself. This divine portfolio very likely pointed toward destiny, which Polos did not yet have a deep understanding of. However, regarding the other portfolio, creation, he had already gained a very deep understanding over these years. Furthermore, he would continue to interpret his own divine portfolio in the name of the Creator and sense the authority corresponding to it. In his simple church, he sensed the connection between the authority of heaven and earth and divine power, and slowly began to see results. The most primitive divine power, after being enhanced by the authority of heaven and earth, underwent a peculiar transformation. His divine power possessed an even more exquisite ability for creation, making it more convenient and faster for him to create things. The only thing Polos was not quite satisfied with was that this kind of divine power, or law, was not very lethal at his current stage. But in the future, when I reach the realm of a main god and can directly harness the power of heaven and earth to create things from nothingness, the strength of this divine power and authority will be fully displayed. At this stage, if I need to face an enemy, I might still need to rely primarily on the great destiny art. Among the 10 arts of destiny, the great transformation art was quite close to the divine power and authority of creation. Polos felt he could use this divine power to initiate himself into the great transformation art. Another 10 years passed. Just as Polos intended to further study the great transformation art, a familiar goddess suddenly came to visit. Polos, are you well? This goddess was none other than Zeus's eldest sister, and one of the few deities current humanity held in some respect, Hestia, goddess of the hearth. By this time, another dozen or so years had passed, and the Olympian pantheon had finally gotten onto the right track. Poseidon, the sea king, had completely submitted to Zeus, at least on the surface. Zeus's exceptionally talented children had also successively obtained divine portfolios and were making a name for themselves among the gods. Athena, goddess of wisdom, Artemis, goddess of the hunt, Apollo, god of light, Hephaestus, god of the forge, and Ares, god of war, fought monsters everywhere, manifesting the majesty of Olympus. They were not yet main gods, but the gods all believed that these deities would sooner or later become powerful main gods and might even establish their own divine systems. Zeus was very satisfied. In recent years, he had even reduced the number of times he went out seeking pleasure, focusing instead on nurturing his children, wanting them to become main gods as soon as possible. The current period could be said to be a relatively important juncture for the Olympian pantheon as it gradually grew in strength, its divine might overawing the land and reaching the seas. Zeus was even pondering how to expand into the underworld. Hera, as the queen of the gods, although she had been a bit at odds with Zeus lately, was unwilling to miss this opportunity. Thus, she commissioned her eldest sister, Hestia, to come to Polos and teach him how to become a main god as well. Because Hestia knew Zeus was pondering how to make Hades submit and was unwilling to get involved in the struggles between her brothers, she agreed to Hera's request. After hearing her intent, Polos expressed his thanks and asked curiously, Goddess Hestia, roughly how many years will it take for Apollo and the others to become main gods? During these years in the mortal realm, he often heard legends of Zeus's children, who had defeated many mountain gods, sea gods, and many powerful monsters. They are fourth-generation gods, and the innate authority they possess is sparse. To become main gods, they will likely need to spend about 100 years sensing it on the basis of their divine portfolios. The foundation of divine power comes from bloodline. It is only natural that the later a main god is born, the less innate authority they possess. Thus, the generation of gods like Uranus, the first king of gods, had strength comparable to a ruler upon birth. The generation of gods like the second king of gods, Cronus, had the strength of a main god upon birth. By the generation of the third king of gods, Zeus, most gods did not reach the level of a main god upon birth, except for a few. And their fourth generation was even worse. However, innate authority is only one aspect. Authority acquired later is also an important foundation for a deity's growth. Zeus's children on Mount Olympus undoubtedly demonstrated this to the fullest. Although they had not yet reached the realm of main gods, most of their uncles and aunts were already no match for them. 100 years. Polos nodded. I hope I can also become a main god within 100 years. Hestia gave a rare smile. Your talent is no less than theirs. If they can do it, you should be able to as well. Thus, Hestia took up residence in Polos's church. She began to teach Polos how to control his own divine power, how to more quickly sense the authority of heaven and earth through his divine portfolio, and how to use the laws corresponding to various authorities. This knowledge had been slowly researched by generation after generation of gods. Without Hestia's teaching, Polos would likely have had to spend much more time to comprehend these things. For example, organizing one's own divine power and performing effective partitioning so that divine power better corresponds to the divine portfolio could be achieved with the help of divine artifacts, treasures, animals, and plants. For another example, if there is a discrepancy between divine authority and divine power, making it difficult for them to correspond perfectly, one can supplement it by acquiring some less important subordinate divine authorities. In short, what Hestia taught not only guided Polos in the general direction of comprehending his authority but also provided many small techniques, benefiting him greatly. With her help, Polos began to forge his first divine artifact, apart from the scepter of life, tailored to his own divine power and divine authority. God of creation, power of creation, Polos, what kind of divine artifact will you forge to bear your divine power, laws, and authority? Almost all gods, when possessing different authorities, find ways to separate them, though the methods they use vary. For instance, Zeus's authority over lightning is entrusted to his incredibly powerful, lightning, divine artifact. Hera's authority as Queen of Heaven is entrusted to the crown upon her head. And Hestia, her authority as Goddess of the Hearth is entrusted to the hearths of countless households. However, as humans today do not value family, this divine path has not progressed far, and she is now delving deeply into the study of fire. Polos had already decided what kind of divine artifact he would forge to bear the power of creation. Before long, the prototype of the divine artifact had taken shape, causing Hestia to exclaim in surprise, a clay tablet. She had originally thought that Polos, proficient in creation and full of ingenious ideas, would forge a special prototype that would catch her eye. She never expected it to be just an ordinary clay tablet. That's right, it's this creation tablet. Polos looked at the clay tablet before him, made of ordinary material and covered with doodles from every human, yet he placed great hope in it. For now, it could only be called the creation tablet, bearing his divine power of creation. In the future, it would become the creation tablet, and the tablet of fate. Since you've decided, I'll help you refine it into a divine artifact. Hestia, goddess of the hearth, wielded a flame more peculiar than that of Hephaestus, as if forged from the collective spiritual will of all living beings. Her flame was most suitable for helping Polos refine his divine artifact. They lived among humans, far from the deceit and conflicts of the gods, slowly transforming this clay tablet from ordinary earth into a divine artifact. It's almost done, Polos. Quickly, leave your mark upon it. Hearing this, Polos did not hesitate and channeled his divine power of creation into the clay tablet. The countless human doodles and Hestia's flame of collective spiritual will, guided by him, slowly formed lines of ancient divine script. When the sky above was not yet named, nor earth below pronounced by name. Apsu, the first one, their begetter, and maker Tiamat, who bore them all, had mixed their waters together, but had not formed pastures, nor discovered reed beds. When yet no gods were manifest, nor names pronounced, nor destinies decreed. Then gods were born within them. This divine script was what Polos had seen in his previous life on the ancient Babylonian creation tablet. Now, he had written this script using the divine language of this world, imbuing it with an aura of mystery, antiquity, and profound secrecy. Hestia stood beside him, witnessing him inscribe the divine script with her own eyes, her expression filled with a peculiar look. Soon, that look turned to astonishment. Because, after Polos's mark merged with it, the divine artifact began to emit a radiance that instantly illuminated the mortal realm, felt across the sky, earth, seas, and the underworld. When a supremely powerful divine artifact emerges between heaven and earth, special phenomena appear. It is said that during the Age of Ignorance, when the oracle of prophecy emerged, it alarmed all the first rulers, leading to a protracted great war, ultimately won by Earth Mother Gaia. Later, when the first king of the gods ruled the heavens, the appearance of his sundial, representing the beginning of the world's operation, also triggered a war among the rulers. Later still, when Cronus, wielding the scythe gifted by Earth Mother Gaia, launched the scythe coup, severed Uranus's genitals, and banished him to become the king of gods. The phantom of that scythe was also projected across all corners of the world. Similarly, there was Zeus's lightning spear, originally forged for him by the Cyclops. When Zeus became the king of gods, the might of his lightning awed all directions. Of these scenes, Hestia had only witnessed the transformation of Zeus's lightning spear, the others she had only heard about. She never expected to now witness with her own eyes a newly forged divine artifact whose radiance illuminated everywhere. As the goddess of the hearth, Hestia could perceive any place where a mortal hearth fire existed. She was unclear about the situation in the underworld and the seas, but on the earth, this radiant light could be seen almost everywhere. This is bad. She quickly reminded Polos to put away the divine artifact, they needed to leave this place. Polos also hadn't expected that forging a divine artifact, channeling his divine power, and inscribing a few lines of divine script would cause such a commotion. Upon hearing Hestia's reminder, he immediately complied. With Hestia's help, he traveled through the hearth in the church to another hearth elsewhere. They had just left when several gods arrived at the place that had once erupted with boundless radiance. Zeus, king of gods, Poseidon, king of the seas, Hades, king of the underworld, along with Themis, mistress of justice, and the three fates, almost all arrived at the first moment. After them, more gods arrived one after another, but seeing these figures, none dared approach. With the primordial rulers absent and other second-generation Titan gods not present, almost no god could stand against them. Who was it? Zeus was furious. He had been hosting Hades on Olympus, about to discuss matters of the underworld, when he sensed the radiance of a divine artifact from the mortal realm shining directly into the divine hall. This artifact was not powerful, yet it made Zeus feel threatened. Thus, he came immediately, only to find an empty church. Hades, king of the underworld, casually grabbed a few people nearby and asked about this place. Thus, from the mouths of these silver humans, the image of a god known as the Creator, skilled in crafting various tools, became known to them. Polos. Zeus uttered this name, almost through gritted teeth, then coldly glanced at Themis, mistress of justice. I said long ago, he is a great scourge upon the Olympian pantheon. Back in the divine hall, if Themis hadn't intervened in the end, Zeus believed he would have killed Polos under the joint protection of Hera and Hestia. Now, letting him return to the mortal realm, before even becoming a chief god, he had obtained an artifact that seemed only fit for a king of gods or a ruler. Not to mention artifacts born within the domains of the rulers. Over countless years, the artifacts outside the domains of the rulers that could stir the gods were just a few. The Oracle of Prophecy, the Sundial, the Scythe of Time and Space, and the lightning artifact in Zeus's hand. Polos already possessed such a thing. If one said he did not bear the mandate of heaven to become king of gods, probably no god in the entire world would believe it. Poseidon, king of the seas, and Hades, king of the underworld, had also heard of Polos. These two brothers were not as angry as Zeus. Instead, they wore peculiar expressions, as if eager to see Zeus make a fool of himself. Themis's gaze remained calm. She said to Zeus, "Rest assured, as long as Polos shows any intent of rebellion, I will personally deal with him." Is that enough? Zeus scoffed. Hermes, convey a message to all gods. Whoever brings Polos's artifact, which emitted that peculiar radiance, to Mount Olympus, I will grant them a position among the future 12 Olympian gods. Themis frowned, looking at Zeus as if somewhat displeased. Zeus said indifferently, "Don't worry, I won't kill him. It's just that this artifact is not something a young god like him can control. Let me, his father, keep it safe for him for a few years." I hope that's the case. Themis gave up trying to persuade Zeus. She had already sensed that fate was about to change and needed to find time to study it carefully with her three daughters. After speaking, Zeus looked at Hades. Hades, we're all busy. Let's not go to Mount Olympus to discuss. State your terms. What will it take for you to recognize my position as king of gods, like Poseidon? Compared to the masculine Zeus and Poseidon, the somewhat delicate and handsome Hades spoke in a faint tone. I've said it before. As long as you give Demeter to me, let her become my queen of the underworld, I am willing to submit to you. Impossible. Zeus refused outright. Demeter has the right to choose freely. Even I cannot force her. I also disagree. Even Poseidon objected. The conditions in the underworld are so harsh. How can we let Demeter go there to suffer with you? Demeter, goddess of the harvest, was their second eldest sister, younger sister to Hestia, goddess of the hearth. If the powerful Hestia made the three kings fearful and deterred any other ambitions, then Demeter, the most voluptuous among the three sisters, had caught the covetous eyes of all three younger brothers. However, at this time, only Zeus had found an opportunity to force himself upon her once, succeeding in one attempt and fathering their daughter, Persephone. Hades and Poseidon had not found such an opportunity. Poseidon was merely driven by lust, but Hades genuinely liked Demeter and wanted this elder sister to be his queen of the underworld, to accompany him forever. With Zeus disagreeing and Poseidon unsupportive, this meeting of the three kings was destined to end without result. Hades, you forced my hand. I didn't want to cooperate with them originally. After Hades left, a cold light flickered in Zeus's eyes. He had finally made up his mind. Hestia, with Polos in tow, continuously leapt, passing through one hearth after another, until they arrived directly on an island in the sea. This island felt inexplicably familiar to Polos. It was actually not far from the sea area where Aphrodite was nurtured. Why come to the sea? Hestia seemed not to hear Polos's question, instead looking at him with an incredibly strange gaze. Everything happening on the earth, as long as Earth Mother Gaia wishes to know, she can know. But once at sea, she might not be able to detect it. Hestia wasn't entirely sure herself, hence she used the word, might, to explain to Polos why she had brought him away from the land to this island in the sea. Only then did Polos suddenly understand and thank Hestia. Hestia's expression was rather unsettled. She sighed, I don't know whether saving you was right or wrong. Seeing the emergence of Polos's divine artifact, it clearly carried the aura of the artifacts wielded by Uranus, Cronus, and Zeus, even surpassing those of the previous ones. After all, Polos's artifact could only be considered an ordinary divine artifact for now, far from possessing the might of artifacts like the sundial, the scythe of time and space, or the lightning artifact. Perhaps, the thing Zeus has always feared might truly come to pass. Hestia's emerald green eyes fixed on Polos. Son of Métis, tell me truthfully, will you overthrow Zeus in the future? Polos laughed, a casual, seemingly indifferent laugh. Probably. I find him displeasing, and he finds me an eyesore. In the future, either he kills me, or I kill him. Aren't you afraid I might deliver you to Zeus? Hearing Polos admit this intention so directly, Hestia's gaze grew even more profound as she looked at her nephew. You can try. Perhaps you'll help your god-king brother eliminate a future threat. Polos was completely unconcerned, showing not a trace of fear. Not to mention Hestia, even if other gods had found him when the creation tablet first emerged and he hadn't reacted in time, the worst that could have happened was temporarily losing this tablet he had forged himself. The staff of life had long been placed by him in a special location he discovered in his early years, ever since he began walking among humans. Even if he died, he could still be resurrected. Hestia took a deep breath, her chest trembling slightly. What if I could guarantee that Zeus would not harm you? Polos shook his head. You can't guarantee that. As Zeus's position as God-King grows more stable, his power will also increase. By then, he won't care about your opinions and will definitely eliminate all existences he perceives as threats. Could it be that our family ultimately cannot escape the fate of father and son slaughtering each other? Hestia's voice even carried a hint of a sob. As Zeus's eldest sister, having endured countless years of loneliness due to Cronus's fear-driven actions regarding fate, she had cared for and raised each of her younger siblings. Perhaps because of this, she might be the one among Zeus's 6 siblings who values family and kinship the most. Of the many heavenly authorities, she only took the divine office of goddess of the hearth, wishing to build a divine system related to family. Yet, the Polos before her made her realize she couldn't even protect her own family, filling her heart with sorrow. Polos looked at this exquisitely beautiful virgin goddess with silver white hair. Her weeping appearance actually stirred his desire somewhat. As a god who made no secret of his true nature, Polos did not restrain the lust in his heart. He directly pulled Hestia into his embrace. Feeling Hestia's scorching body, he directly kissed the crystal-clear teardrops on her face, then slowly moved towards her eyes. If Hera's gaze was filled with an arrogance that looked down upon everything, and Aphrodite's gaze was a peerless enchantment, then Hestia's gaze was one of steadfastness and persistence after having witnessed all the scenery of the mortal world. This gaze was different from that of most gods in this world, resembling more those mortal practitioners who had their own convictions. Polos admitted he was stirred again. Holding Hestia in his arms, Polos couldn't help but let his hand wander inside her garments. Before reaching its destination, he was immobilized by a powerful force of law, unable to move. This level of strength is truly shameful. The goddess is right here, yet I am powerless. Polos mocked himself inwardly, but there was nothing he could do. Hestia collapsed her sorrowful expression, looking at Polos with an even more peculiar gaze, both amused and exasperated. You truly are Zeus's son. She extricated herself from Polos's embrace. His interruption had diluted some of the sadness in her heart. Afterwards, Polos felt his freedom restored, no longer held immobilized. Facing Hestia, he spoke frankly, you are so incredibly beautiful. It's only natural for my heart to be stirred. The mutual attraction between men and women was nothing to be ashamed to speak of. That's why I despise this behavior of Zeus and the others. It's almost no different from those stud animals in the mortal world. Where is the dignity of a god? Polos had nothing to say. As long as one wasn't like Zeus, indiscriminate with meat and vegetables, regardless of human, animal, male or female, and the object were all beautiful goddesses, he didn't mind being a stud animal. He had originally thought that since Hestia didn't intend to hand him over to Zeus, she would leave soon. Unexpectedly, this goddess, whom he should call Aunt, continued to stay with him on this remote islands. Polos built a spacious church. Inside, she carved out a hearth, as if preparing to cohabit with Polos. Polos was somewhat puzzled. Lady Hestia, don't you have anything to do? He himself wasn't in a hurry to leave because the lifespan of the silver humans had not yet reached its decline, so he was here studying the laws. But this goddess of the hearth was one of the most important goddesses on Olympus now. The relationship between the three brothers of Zeus still required her mediation. Why was she staying here and not leaving? The humans of today have insufficient mind, like children, with no concept of family at all. As the goddess of the hearth presiding over family, I don't have much to do. Rather than going out to watch Zeus and Hades contend with each other, it's better to stay here and see what peculiarities this tablet of yours possesses. Inside the church, Polos displayed the tablet, writing and drawing on it for Hestia to study. The tablet's creation owed half its merit to Hestia. She discovered that the reason for its special nature lay not in the artifact's material or the divine laws it contained, but in the divine script Polos had inscribed upon it. Last time, with the ancient, mysterious divine script, Hestia hadn't yet attained understanding. This time, Polos began writing new things on it again. In the beginning, I created the heavens and the earth. The earth was formless and void, and darkness was over the surface of the deep, and my spirit was hovering over the waters. Polos only inscribed these 2 lines of divine script before he could proceed no further. Yet, Hestia felt a great shock in her heart. A flame cohesion the spiritual will of all living beings unexplained arose, as if deeply touch, continuously beat. The flame mastered by Hestia was more special than any flame controllable by other gods in the world. During the Titanomachy, she had protected the golden humans of that time, transmitting the flame and laws she controlled through their hearts, sparing many from death. It was also then that her flame acquired a special property, the empowerment of the collective spiritual will of living beings. Hestia only knew this special property had unique aspects, capable of get rid of most divine power and laws, but she had no deeper understanding. After Zeus created the silver humans, she still wished to serve as goddess of the hearth among humans, to strengthen the characteristic of her flame. Unfortunately, the silver humans seems not very religious gods. Her flame hadn't grown much because of it. But now, merely by looking at the 2 passages Polos had inscribed on the tablet, her flame automatically underwent change, as if the content within could guide the direction for the flame's further growth. Polos stopped writing. Hestia grew anxious. What is this? Why did you stop writing? Even a hint of fanaticism flickered in her eyes as she looked at the tablet and at Polos. Polos glanced at the flame ignited in her hand, seeming to understand something. He said leisurely, "You can call what I am writing, and will write in the future, Genesis. However, I haven't yet thought of what to write next. In the beginning, I created the heavens and the earth. The earth was formless and void, and darkness was over the surface of the deep, and my spirit was hovering over the waters." These 2 lines of text were no simple things. They were Polos's creative contemplations formed through the prototype of the material realm he had opened using the power of faith. Although there was suspicion of borrowing from others' classics, they truly were insights he had already comprehended. As for saying he hadn't thought of what to write next, that was purely deceive Hestia. His faith God path had only reached the first step. He could only write these things. Even if he copied from Yahweh's Bible, afterward, it wouldn't touch Hestia at all. Writing out what one has already comprehended and writing without comprehension were 2 different concepts. Didn't he want to write the next line? And I said, "Let there be light." If he could truly write it, he would immediately be able to getting started the great light art within the 10 arts of destiny. Haven't thought of it. Upon hearing this, Hestia frowned her pretty brows and collapsed the flame. Then keep thinking. When you think of what to write, notify me. She had already decided not to go anywhere, simply waiting for Polos to finish writing all the content on this tablet. This isn't something I can write just by wanting to. My divine power is limited, I need the empowerment of other forces. What force do you need? The power of faith. Polos, fearing Hestia might not understand what the power of faith was, explained further, it's this power of collective spiritual will contained within your flame. This is the power of faith. Hestia was even more I don't understand. Have the gods before never obtained this kind of power? Polos shook his head. Request and response, unswerving persistence, and mutual generation of beliefs, only then is faith born. The gods of the past did not care for the requests of sentient beings, nor did they bother to respond to them. How could they have obtained it? Hestia suddenly understood. The reason she had obtained this power was that the golden humans at that time were on the brink of destruction and had finally made a request to the gods, and her saving them was the response. Only after 10 years of persistence during the Titanomachy did she obtain this power of faith. So, you create various tools in the human world just to obtain the power of faith. Polos nodded. Indeed, though the harvest has been limited. Then can I transfer a portion of my power of faith to you, so you can continue inscribing upon the creation tablet. Hestia roughly understood how she would acquire the power of faith in the future, it wasn't too difficult. What was more important now was obtaining the method to fuse divine power with the power of faith. And this method seemed to lie within Polos's inscriptions. Unless you believe in me, just as those mortals once believed in you, the power of faith cannot be transferred. He wanted to enter the second stage of the faith god path and elevate this system from a demigod to a god. He still needed more and purer power of faith. If a deity who possessed the power of faith believed in him, it would likely be achieved very quickly. Not to mention, this deity was a powerful main god who was not far from establishing her own divine system. Polos even suspected that if Hestia entered the origin of his tree of life, she could quickly emerge as a sequence 2 or even sequence 1 of the mystery system. Hestia fell silent. Back then, those mortals had viewed her as their only savior, which was why the notion of faith was born. But to ask her to have faith in Polos was truly a bit much for her. It wasn't that Hestia was unwilling, but that she simply couldn't do it. Polos was merely her junior, and his strength wasn't even at the level of a main god. She truly couldn't find a reason to have faith in him. Is there no other way? Hestia was somewhat distressed. A broad divine path had appeared before her, yet she could not step onto it. There is, Polos said. But you might not be willing to do it. Tell me. In Hestia's view, as long as Polos wasn't asking her to help overthrow Zeus's throne, she could actually do it. Polos took out a verdant green leaf and said to Hestia, take this leaf and walk among the humans. Spread my name among them. You must not use any of your own divine power. Help the suffering humans so that they will take the initiative to go to the churches and worship me. The power of faith will be transmitted to me through the leaf, allowing me to continue inscribing the creation tablet. This leaf was one of the 10 leaves on Polos's tree of life. After he had placed the scepter of life, he had removed all the remaining leaves. The one he had taken out now was the leaf representing the foundation point on the tree of life. Without using divine power, Hestia took the leaf in her hand but was somewhat hesitant. If I cannot use divine power, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to help humanity. Using divine power is merely a deity's trick. Given the personality of the silver humans, they won't have faith because of it. Instead, by using the same means as ordinary people to help them, they will be willing to revere and have faith. Polos continued, when I was in the human world, I discovered that compared to the golden humans, the silver humans still suffer from illnesses. I have conducted research on some common ailments. Herbs can be brewed into water to help them eliminate their pain. You can use the medicinal water to help the suffering. In all those years in the human world, Polos hadn't just been working on those inventions, he had also used some knowledge of traditional medicine from his past life to find substitute herbs, waiting for the chance to treat illnesses in the future. However, as the grand god and creator, it would be somewhat inappropriate for him to personally step forward and treat people. Now that a goddess was interested in faith, Polos decided to guide her onto this path. Having Hestia carry the holy water and walk among sentient beings as a saintess was the first step. I am willing to do such a thing. Compared to other gods, Hestia already preferred the human world. Even though the current silver humans were too unruly and were not the kind of humans she appreciated, she was still willing to help them escape their suffering. After Polos informed Hestia of various medicinal water recipes, she set out on her journey with the green leaf. Soon, among the silver humans in various places, a beautiful woman would appear. She wore a white robe and had holy white hair, claiming to be the messenger of the Creator, come to help humanity escape their suffering. At first, humans were unwilling to believe her. In their view, the only help the Creator could give humanity was creating some special and useful tools to make their lives easier, not some kind of aid for suffering. But as one sick person after another became healthy after drinking the medicinal water brewed by this woman, their thoughts changed. Even if the Creator did not create objects, he was still an existence worthy of their reverence. Slowly, the prefix of Creator for Polos was dropped by them, and they simply called him Lord. The beautiful white-robed woman was called the Saintess, and the medicinal water she brewed was also called holy water. Every 7 days, Hestia would return to the island where Polos was located once to tell him about the difficult and complicated cases she had encountered and discuss methods of treatment and aid with him. On this day, she could not give the humans holy water, so the sick humans would worship the Creator in the churches and pray to the Lord. Therefore, every 7 days came to be called a worship week. This day was a relatively happy time for Polos. Not only because the power of faith on this day was pure enough for him to gain much, but also because Hestia would return to the kitchen and cook the most exquisite food for him. It had to be said that this goddess of the hearth truly had a talent for culinary arts. All the delicacies Polos taught her, she could improve upon, achieving a level of near perfection. Polos was a natural-born deity in this life, but his love for beauty and fine food had never changed. A beautiful, gentle, and extremely good-tempered goddess was not only helping him spread faith but also cooking delicious food for him. What more could he be dissatisfied with? Hestia liked researching food, but she liked sitting alone by the fire even more, thinking about things. Polos had once been curious about what she was thinking when she was by the fire, why she could sit there for an entire night. Hestia only gave an embarrassed smile and did not say. They stayed in the human world like this, living together, for several decades. During these decades, Zeus had another child with outstanding talent, Hermes. He was born to Zeus and Maia, the goddess of wind and rain and daughter of Atlas. After being brought to Mount Olympus by Zeus, he was proficient in debate, but his divine power was complex, and it was not yet time for his divine portfolio to appear. Currently, he was only granted the authority of the messenger of the god king by Zeus. And during this time, with the help of the purer power of faith from humanity, Polos finally touched upon the second step of the faith god path, foundation. The first step, kingdom, is when the seed of divine power, under the watering of the power of faith, erupts and generates a most primitive material realm, containing only the initial substances like earth, air, water, and fire. However, the various gases were not separated, the flames were not lit, and water and earth were mixed together. It could be called a state of chaos. Upon reaching the second step, foundation, Polos could begin to evolve this material realm. Foundation, the foundation of all things, this is the base of all creation. Polos was in no hurry to evolve it, he wanted to wait until Hestia returned and complete this matter in front of her. At this moment, his attention was stirred by another divine path. Polos's divine path was split into three, and the divine power within his body, or rather the extraordinary power, also had three types. Innate divine power, faith divine power, and mystery divine power were clearly demarcated. But when his faith divine power broke through to the second stage, he suddenly discovered that it and the innate divine power inherited from Métis actually converged and interacted within his body for a moment before immediately separating again. Just that one moment made Polos feel a mysterious stir. At this instant, through his divine portfolio, his divine power truly perceived something that seemed supreme. Polos had only known of this thing's existence before, but he had never experienced it so truly. Authority, hidden behind the divine portfolio, could be called the manifestation of the world's origin power. Polos discovered that after his divine power received the blessing of authority, he was already able to use the corresponding laws. Laws are powers that come from divine power yet transcend it, grasped by the deity's own divine power through comprehending the world's authority. No wonder the inevitable fate of this world does not view the faith god path as heresy. There is an intersection between them, and they can naturally evolve and reference each other. Polos carefully comprehended the law of creation he had mastered, a smile appearing on his face. According to his own classification of deity ranks, he could now be called a high-tier god, only one step away from being a main god. As long as he could further approach the essence of the world's authority through the laws he mastered, he would be able to become a main god once he could directly trigger the world's origin power. Is this a main god? Just as Polos was using the law of creation to create various peculiar marine lives, plants, or animals, Hestia returned. Seeing Polos's great progress, she was momentarily filled with mixed feelings of joy and worry. Having lived together with Polos for so many years and even becoming the messenger of this Creator to spread faith for him, she was naturally happy to see his promotion. However, thinking about how Polos's every thought was about overthrowing Zeus's throne, she couldn't help but feel worried again. Seeing her return, Polos didn't mind her joy or worry but took out the creation tablet once more. When the faith divine power entered the second step, foundation, this divine path could also be called a deity. Even if all human faith were to disappear immediately, it would not regress. Certain things had to be done in the presence of Hestia, the first angel. Hestia's eyes were filled with anticipation, her gaze fixed and unmoving as she stared intently at Polos's movements. Polos did not disappoint her, he first wrote a sentence inside. Let there be light. As Polos wrote the brief divine script, let there be light, upon the creation tablet, his mind became completely immersed in the chaotic world evolved from the power of faith. It was as if a chaotic, primordial world appeared before Hestia's eyes, perceived by her as Polos inscribed the divine script. She saw Polos standing upon the face of the deep amidst a patch of chaos, just as he had written before. The earth was without form, and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And my spirit moved upon the face of the waters. Then, she saw the Polos within that world make a casual stroke, and immeasurable light appeared. Born alongside the light, naturally, was darkness. Light is day, and darkness is night. Polos wrote another passage of divine script on the creation tablet. Hestia watched the writing of the divine script and sensed the passage of time within that world because of it. What seemed like a very ordinary stroke had actually taken a full day in reality. Let there be an expanse in the midst of the waters, and let it separate the waters from the waters. The expanse is heaven. The sky of that world appeared, and another day passed outside. Let the waters under the heavens be gathered together into one place, and let the dry land appear. The expanse is heaven, the dry land is earth, and the gathered waters are the sea. As Polos inscribed sentence after sentence on the creation tablet, Hestia watched that world slowly take shape, transforming from a formless void into an almost complete world. But that was not enough. Polos wrote one more sentence on that day. Let the earth sprout vegetation, plants yielding seed, and fruit trees bearing fruit in which is their seed, each according to its kind. Thus, the third day had passed. Let there be lights in the expanse of the heavens to separate the day from the night. And let them be for signs and for seasons, and for days and years. After Polos carved this sentence, the sun, the moon, and the stars appeared one after another in that world. This was the fourth day. Over the next 2 days, Polos continued his inscriptions, creating all kinds of living creatures. On the seventh day, Polos stopped writing. Except for humans, the world was almost entirely complete. This day happened to be the day of worship and prayer for the silver humans. Because Hestia had not appeared for 6 consecutive days, their prayers became even more devout, and their power of faith grew purer. Polos put away the tablet, only to find Hestia before him in tears, yet her face was filled with joy, a truly contradictory sight. Hestia, why do you weep? And why do you rejoice? Hestia wiped away the tears, but they continued to flow. With mixed emotions of sorrow and joy, she said, I rejoice because I have seen another divine path, but I weep for the future of Olympus. Having witnessed Polos' 7-day creation with her own eyes, she understood in her heart that this was a divine path rooted in faith, yet incredibly vast. Polos' destiny might not only lie in overthrowing Zeus, the king of gods, but also in opening up an entirely new divine path. She did not know which was superior, the end of this divine path or the original rulers. But she understood that when 2 destinies were placed upon the same deity, he was destined to rise, just as Zeus once had. In fact, Polos was destined to even surpass Zeus. Hearing Hestia's words, Polos sighed softly. He and Zeus were destined not to coexist. Sooner or later, a war like the Titanomachy would break out. So, what is your choice? Hestia was destined to be swept into this war. Polos looked at her and said calmly, if you are willing, I can pass this faith god path to you. After hearing Polos' words, the eldest sister of the king of gods lowered her head and fell into silence, seemingly deep in thought. After a long time, she finally raised her head, revealing a stunning smile. Polos, dear creator, you must have always wanted to guide me onto the path you walk, haven't you? She was very clever. Although this divine path of Polos's had just been born, she already understood that as soon as she followed him onto this path, she would naturally become his subordinate god. Of course, for her, this was actually a good thing. She could walk 2 different divine paths simultaneously, just like Polos, and explore the mysteries of heaven and earth. Polos did not deny it. He nodded and said, among the deities I have encountered, you are currently the most suitable to walk this path with me. I already had this intention when I sent you to walk the mortal world before. Whether it be the kingdom or the foundation, Hestia was suited to be the deity representing that cornerstone. However, Polos decided to hold the position of kingdom for himself for the time being, leaving the foundation for Hestia. My mind is in a mess right now. May I consider it carefully? Hestia yearned for Polos's faith god path, but she was unwilling to become an enemy to her brothers. At this moment, she was caught in an internal struggle, not knowing what decision to make. You have shown me kindness, so that green leaf will remain with you for now. When you have made your decision, you can swallow the green leaf and offer this prayer. Then our pact shall be established. Polos passed a prayer to Hestia. It was somewhat different from the contract with Métis, the goddess of wisdom, and not as stringent. After all, Hestia did not need the tree of life to save her life, so there was no need to rush her into the tree of life. Polos could wait for her until he himself had comprehended the cornerstone of foundation, and then induct her into it. I understand. When Hestia first received that green leaf, she knew it was no simple thing, but she hadn't expected it to be used this way. Hestia decided to leave and find a place to think carefully about where her future lay. But just then, in the nearby sea, a vast golden light suddenly erupted, dyeing the horizon gold. Powerful divine power and laws filled the space between heaven and earth, sensed by both Hestia and Polos. Is this a natural-born main god about to be born? Hestia was incredibly surprised. In this era, where Zeus, the third-generation king of gods, ruled the heavens, how could such a powerful natural deity still be born? The last one to be born as a main god was her father, Cronus. Cronus was the youngest son of Uranus, the first king of gods, and Earth Mother Gaia, so being a natural-born main god was normal. What was the origin of this deity about to be born? Hestia was curious and was about to go take a look. Beside her, Polos seemed thoughtful and followed her out. Seeing this, Hestia quickly tried to dissuade him. Zeus is having the gods search for you to seize your creation tablet. It's better not to leave until you are strong enough. Having served as a saintess in the mortal world for decades, she naturally knew that many gods were desperately searching for Polos' whereabouts to obtain the position among the 12 Olympian gods promised by Zeus. Don't worry, they won't find me. In front of Hestia, Polos changed his appearance, becoming a seemingly ordinary deity. Only then did she notice the belt at Polos' waist, and she couldn't help but exclaim, the belt of deception. How did it end up in your hands? Polos replied, it was a gift from Hera years ago, meant for me to hide my appearance from Zeus, though I didn't use it back then. He was not yet particularly proficient in the great transformation art of the 10 arts of destiny. The appearance he transformed into might not necessarily deceive some gods, so using the belt of deception was more appropriate. After all, this artifact was personally crafted by Nyx, Lady of Night, for her daughter Apate, the goddess of deception. Forget Zeus, it could even temporarily deceive fate itself. Then let's go take a look together. Hestia led Polos to that shimmering golden sea. Besides them, many gods had already gathered around this sea area. Oceanus, lord of the ocean, and his wife, Poseidon, king of the seas, and his wife, as well as many ocean nymphs and the sea monsters who were descendants of Pontus, the ancient sea god, were all there. Hestia. When Poseidon, king of the seas, saw Hestia, he couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. He hadn't expected that his eldest sister, who usually remained aloof from worldly affairs, would also be drawn here. Hestia nodded slightly toward Poseidon. She noticed her brother's expression seemed a bit odd, but she didn't pay it much mind. After all, among the 3 brothers, except for Zeus, the other 2 were raised by her and had always been somewhat afraid of her. Is that Poseidon's wife, Amphitrite, the sea queen? Polos saw a cold and majestic goddess beside Poseidon, her temperament somewhat similar to Hera, queen of the gods. She wasn't as noble and proud as Hera, but the majesty in her eyes was even a few degrees stronger. What are you planning to do? Poseidon and his wife are not to be trifled with. Hestia thought of this nephew, who shared the same lecherous heart as his father Zeus, and couldn't help but worry. Poseidon's power was now no longer inferior to her own. Amphitrite, queen of the sea, as the second daughter of Oceanus, lord of the ocean, was already quite powerful. With thousands of younger siblings backing her, she was not someone to offend lightly. Don't worry, I'm different from Zeus. I don't like to use force. Polos chuckled lightly, turning his gaze towards the surface of the sea. At that moment, a beautiful goddess emerged from a giant seashell rising from the ocean and walked barefoot onto the beach. Her beauty was like the shimmering light of daylight, her rosy cheeks resembled peach blossoms, and her long, golden curls shone brilliantly. Her eyes seemed to hold the azure waters of the sea. It was none other than Aphrodite, goddess of love and beauty, who had once shared an intimate encounter with Polos and promised to help him seize the throne of the king of gods. The clothes she wore were all left for her by Polos. Wherever Aphrodite walked, beautiful flowers bloomed in her wake. Meanwhile, Zeus's eldest daughters, the 3 Horae, had already been waiting respectfully not far away for some time. The 3 goddesses placed a glittering golden crown upon her head, dressed her in more vibrant and elegant attire, and fastened a golden belt around her waist, making Aphrodite even more captivating. Afterwards, they placed her in a colorful chariot pulled by a pair of doves and carried Aphrodite towards Mount Olympus. With such a beautiful goddess ascending Mount Olympus, I fear Zeus and Hera will start quarreling again. Hestia herself was a beautiful goddess, but even she was struck with awe by the newly born Aphrodite. This goddess seemed to be the very embodiment of beauty. I hope she won't make the wrong decision. Polos, standing beside her, muttered to himself, gazing in the direction Aphrodite had departed without attempting to stop her. Do you know her? Hestia asked curiously. She is Aphrodite, goddess of love and beauty. After the first king of gods Uranus's severed genitals fell into the sea, they combined with Thalassa, the sea surface goddess, and gave birth to her. A strange expression appeared on Polos's face. Decades ago, I had an exchange with her. She promised to assist me in overthrowing Zeus's throne. Now, having been received by the three Horae and taken to Olympus, it remains to be seen whether she is still willing to honor our original agreement. You've truly gone to great lengths to overthrow Zeus, Hestia sighed. Uranus's youngest daughter is destined to be a powerful deity, having inherited part of his authority. No wonder Zeus had the three Horae wait for her birth and bring her directly to Mount Olympus. Hestia, do me a favor. Polos took out a green leaf and placed it in Hestia's hand. Go to Mount Olympus. If Aphrodite does not reveal my whereabouts to Zeus, give her this leaf. No matter what danger she faces, as long as she swallows this leaf and recites the prayer I taught you, I will be able to rescue her. And if she does reveal your information. Hearing this, a mocking smile appeared on Polos's face. Then she will forfeit her chance to become my envoy and will instead become a slave girl, forever atoning for this sin. I don't mind any of my subordinates becoming Olympian gods, but they must never betray me. Hestia looked deeply at Polos, as if seeing a different side of him for the first time, majestic and ruthless. These words seemed to be directed not only at Aphrodite, but also at herself. Hestia did not refuse Polos's request. She bid farewell directly and headed towards Mount Olympus. The eldest sister of the god king also wanted to know what decision Uranus's daughter would make. After Hestia departed, Polos watched as the Sea King and his wife headed in different directions. Poseidon had likely also gone to Mount Olympus, while Amphitrite, looking displeased, returned to the deep sea. Interesting. It seems the Sea King and his wife's relationship is somewhat strained. Upon learning this, Polos immediately became intrigued. He decided to spend some time on the sea to understand the reasons for their marital discord. Perhaps he could find an opportunity to exploit their weakness. It wasn't that Polos had the heart of a scoundrel, it was just that the Sea Queen's cold, dignified, and majestic aura had piqued his interest. Gods shouldn't spend their entire existence focused solely on cultivation. They needed to find some enjoyable pursuits. Polos didn't share Zeus's interest in bullying weak goddesses or mortal women. He preferred conquering goddesses like Hera, Amphitrite, and Hestia. While Polos was determined to study the Sea Queen, another banquet began on Mount Olympus. Compared to his grandfather or father, God King Zeus had one most notable characteristic. That was his fondness for hosting banquets. Regardless of the occasion's significance, as long as he was on Mount Olympus and not out seeking pleasure, he would always find a reason to hold a feast and enjoy the performances of the muses. This time, with the goddess of love and beauty setting foot on Mount Olympus, it naturally counted as a major event. The banquet Zeus was so pleased to host quickly began. After Hestia, goddess of the hearth, and Poseidon, king of the seas, successively ascended Mount Olympus, Zeus was even more delighted. The seats of the 12 Olympian gods are finally almost complete. At this moment on Mount Olympus, Zeus sat in the god king's main seat, with Hera, queen of the gods, beside him. Below them were his eldest sister Hestia, goddess of the hearth, his brother Poseidon, king of the seas, and the newly welcomed Aphrodite, goddess of love and beauty. Apart from these 5 deities, there were 6 deities of the next generation: Athena, goddess of wisdom; Artemis, goddess of the hunt; Apollo, god of light; Hephaestus, god of the forge; Ares, god of war; and Hermes, god of messengers. In other words, 11 of the 12 seats holding authority over heaven and earth were now occupied. Only one final seat remained empty for the Olympian pantheon to be complete. Zeus faintly sensed that when that time came, his power would undergo a completely new leap. By then, he would have the confidence to face even the primordial rulers in battle. Facing the triumphant Zeus, the other 10 chief gods were lost in thought. Hera, queen of the gods, was also joyful. As the queen, the completion of the divine court would grant her a significant boost in power. Poseidon, king of the seas, was filled with envy. If not for Métis' schemes and the unlucky draw, this position should have been his. Zeus's children felt a mix of joy, wariness, and calculation. Hestia, goddess of the hearth, was filled with worry. She didn't know whether she was worried for Zeus or for Polos, her emotions were indescribable. Her turbulent heart could no longer provide an answer. She simply stopped thinking about it and turned her gaze to Aphrodite, wondering what decision the goddess of love and beauty would make. Sure enough, midway through the banquet, Zeus questioned Aphrodite, chief goddess presiding over love and beauty, can you tell me which deity, before your birth, sought to take you away and turn you against the Olympian pantheon? He had always remembered the words the 3 fates spoke to him, waiting for Aphrodite's birth to reveal the identity of his enemy. Aphrodite's expression immediately changed. She hadn't expected to be confronted with this question so soon after arriving on Mount Olympus. After some consideration, she spoke directly. God King, that deity was your son, Polos, the god of opportunity and creation. Hearing this name, Zeus's expression instantly darkened. A terrifying pressure filled the great hall of Olympus, as if a thunderbolt was about to strike. Wait, at that time, Polos had just received his divine portfolio, while you were already a chief goddess. How could he possibly enter the place of your gestation? Do not speak nonsense. Hera spoke up, immediately reprimanding Aphrodite, goddess of love and beauty. This argument made sense, causing many gods not seated at the main round table to nod silently. They had witnessed Polos receiving his divine portfolio. Not just then, but even now, it would likely be difficult for him to enter a place controlled by a chief goddess. Hearing Hera's question, Aphrodite gritted her teeth, thinking to herself, that fellow deceived me from the very beginning, saying I wasn't part of Zeus's family and could never become an Olympian chief goddess no matter what. But the three Horae were waiting for my birth. My becoming an Olympian chief goddess was destined by the will of heaven and earth. Since he deceived me first, why should I keep his secrets? With this thought, Aphrodite declared directly, he obtained a divine artifact left behind by Father God Uranus, which naturally counteracts me. Upon hearing this, Zeus's expression grew even more troubled. He said coldly, so it was an artifact left by the first king of gods. No wonder it caused such a great disturbance. Aphrodite didn't specify what the artifact was. He instinctively believed it was the same artifact that had illuminated heaven and earth before Polos's disappearance. Thinking it was a legacy of Uranus, Zeus's wariness deepened. Hera, Hestia, you've heard it too. That boy has been plotting against our divine court since he left Mount Olympus. Will you still protect him? Hestia remained silent, but Hera said, until I see Polos with my own eyes, I won't believe any of this. Then we'll capture him first and discuss it later. Zeus tapped the palace floor with his royal scepter, spread my command. The most important 12 seats of the Olympian chief gods now lack only one. Throughout heaven and earth, be they god, monster, or giant, whoever captures Polos and brings the artifact upon him shall become the 12th chief god. Hearing this, Hera's thoughts churned, and she suddenly smiled. In the name of the queen of the gods and goddess of marriage, I add a further condition. Whoever brings Polos before me shall become the husband of Aphrodite, goddess of love and beauty. What? Aphrodite, goddess of love and beauty, immediately cried out in shock. Hera, what are you doing? Zeus was also displeased, looking at the queen beside him. He had been captivated by this beautiful goddess the moment she set foot on Mount Olympus. With Hera right beside him, he dared not show the slightest sign. However, he was extremely unwilling to betroth Aphrodite to another deity. Hera gave Zeus a cold glance. If you have designs on Aphrodite, you can take action yourself and bring Polos before me. I can relinquish my position as queen of the gods and let her have it. What nonsense are you talking? The queen of the gods can only be you, it cannot be any other goddess. In Zeus's heart, Hera was ultimately different. Forget it. Let's proceed according to your suggestion. Yet Zeus was thinking, perhaps he could arrange for his ugly and somewhat incompetent son Hephaestus to complete this task. When the time came, with Aphrodite facing her ugly husband every day, it would be perfectly natural for something to happen between her and himself. With just a few words, the divine king and queen decided Aphrodite's marriage, never once considering asking for her own opinion. A flicker of anger passed through Aphrodite's eyes, but she was helpless. Yet, a trace of doubt crept into her heart. Could it be that my decision was a mistake? She didn't notice that Hestia, goddess of the hearth, was looking at her with pity in her eyes. She also didn't notice that Athena, goddess of wisdom, Artemis, goddess of the hunt, and Apollo, god of light, all looked at her with coldness in their gazes. Hestia, goddess of the hearth, sat at the table of the main gods, holding a green leaf in her hand, thinking to herself, it seems this leaf need not be given away. I just wonder what kind of path of corruption and repentance Polos has prepared for this goddess of love and beauty. At the entire round table, the ones with the most favorable attitude towards the goddess of love and beauty were undoubtedly the three brothers, Hephaestus, god of the forge, Ares, god of war, and Hermes, messenger god. As sons of Zeus, whether ugly or handsome, older or younger, almost all of them felt a stirring in their hearts for this goddess who represented beauty. Especially Ares, god of war, who was already pondering how to capture that Polos who was once so favored by his mother. Ares had always been more dissatisfied with Polos than even Hephaestus, who had been replaced by Polos for several years. Because ever since his birth, he had seen his mother Hera's affection for Polos surpass even his father Zeus's affection for him. Originally, if Polos were his full-blooded older brother, he wouldn't have said anything. Who would have thought that Polos was actually an imposter? Now, capturing Polos would allow him to become the husband of the goddess he admired. Ares was absolutely thrilled. In the eyes of this god of war, given his current strength, capturing a single Polos should be an easy task. Goddess of love and beauty, huh? Athena sneered inwardly, but then noticed that the siblings Artemis and Apollo also had cold glints in their eyes. She couldn't help but recall the story of goddess Leto she had heard from the ocean nymphs while growing up by the sea. So, should Artemis address Polos as father or brother? That is the question. The seas were the place with the most deities. Pontus, the ancient sea god, had over a dozen children, especially the 5 born with Earth Mother Gaia. Their chaotic intermingling gave rise to most of the world's sea monsters. Oceanus, lord of the ocean, need not be mentioned, with thousands of children. His sons were all river gods and his daughters were all ocean nymphs. Among these children, most had not yet obtained divine portfolios, remaining idol gods on the sea, traveling everywhere. When Poseidon, king of the seas, first married Amphitrite, queen of the sea, in order to gain the help of Oceanus, lord of the ocean, and his family, he was famously devoted, a stark contrast to his brother Zeus. At that time, many ocean nymphs felt that their second sister, Amphitrite, compared to their eldest sister Styx and third sister Métis, had a marriage that could be called happy. But after Zeus allied with Pontus, the ancient sea god, to force Oceanus, lord of the ocean, to cease hostilities, and after Oceanus compromised, behind Poseidon's back, demarcated their respective sea territories, everything changed. Poseidon submitted to Zeus, losing any chance to oppose his younger brother. He believed Oceanus and his family had betrayed him, and thus took out his anger on Amphitrite, queen of the sea. No longer needing this family's help, Poseidon began to let loose, becoming like his younger brother Zeus, leaving behind lovers and offspring everywhere. He and Amphitrite had only one son, Triton, but the number of his children outside was unknown. Poseidon even pitted his own children against Amphitrite's younger siblings in contests for divine portfolios, causing Amphitrite to face constant blame from her own siblings and parents. It seems the Sea Queen's days are not easy. After the command from the divine king spread from Mount Olympus, deities continuously searched for Polos, wanting to seize his divine artifact, then capture him and bring him before the queen of the gods to exchange for the last important main god position, and to obtain the most beautiful wife in the world. But Polos, using the belt of deception to alter his appearance, walked openly upon the seas. This time, he directly came to the sea where Amphitrite, queen of the sea, lived, to visit this mistress of the sea. He avoided Amphitrite's messengers and silently arrived at her palace, only to overhear a thought-provoking conversation. Mother, why can't you understand? Father's children are our true family. If we don't give the divine portfolios to them, should we give them to Oceanus's children instead? Triton, I am also a daughter of Oceanus. The owner of this voice was, unsurprisingly, Amphitrite, queen of the sea. That was in the past. You are now the sea queen, the mistress of the sea. Back then, father gave divine portfolios to Oceanus's family, but what was the result? They went behind father's back and demarcated the sea territories directly with Zeus, forcing father to submit to Zeus. This was an agitated male voice. Anyway, I don't agree either. Using sea-related divine portfolios to nurture Oceanus's children. Father is right to do what he did. Triton, you don't understand. Without the support of those younger siblings, I cannot possibly hold my position as sea queen firmly. Mother, with Zeus's character, despite having so many illegitimate children, he has never shaken Hera's position as queen of the gods. You should trust father, he wouldn't do that either. Your father is not like Zeus. Amphitrite's voice carried a hint of self-mockery. Zeus has been like this from beginning to end. But your father, when he needed our family, was the best husband. Now that he no longer needs our family, he immediately shows a different face. Mother, Oceanus's family is not our family. Everything father does is for the growth of our family. Can't you see that as Athena and the others grow, Zeus's authority as divine king is also slowly strengthening? In the end, you just don't trust father. A deity with a human head and fish tail strode out of the palace, his face still showing indignation. Polos recognized him, the only son of Poseidon, king of the seas, and Amphitrite, queen of the sea king's herald, who in most times could exercise the sea king's authority on Poseidon's behalf. Even the divine artifact in his hand was a trident, the same as Poseidon's. After this crown prince of the sea angrily walked out, only the beautiful sea queen remained in the palace, letting out a deep sigh. Amphitrite, who always appeared cold, majestic, and dignified before outsiders, slumped wearily on her divine throne, supporting her forehead with her hand, appearing somewhat lonely and desolate. Father, mother, siblings, husband, child, ha ha, ha ha ha. Suddenly, this sea queen burst into laughter, her laughter filled with helplessness and desolation. The disappointment of parents, the resentment of siblings, the heartlessness of a husband, the misunderstanding of a child, has all this made you despair, Amphitrite? After Amphitrite finished laughing, a figure appeared in her great hall. Amphitrite immediately sat up straight, resuming her cold, dignified, and graceful demeanor. Her gaze fixed on this deity who had barged in, she spoke with authority. Who are you? Amphitrite never expected that a deity would dare to enter her temple without announcing himself. Moreover, judging by this deity's strength, he hadn't even reached the level of a main god. Amphitrite didn't understand who gave him the audacity. The hairnet on her head drifted down, caught in her hand, transforming into a divine net capable of capturing deities. Without waiting for the opposing deity to answer, she prepared to apprehend him. Don't be agitated, Amphitrite. I am your friend, not your enemy. Polos looked at this cold, beautiful goddess dressed in a queen's robes, withdrew the divine power of the belt of deception, and revealed his true appearance. Polos. Amphitrite had attended the divine court banquet where Polos received his divine portfolio, having gone to Mount Olympus together with Thetis, Hephaestus, and others. She naturally recognized Polos, the son of her sister Métis. How did you come to the sea? Hide quickly. Right now, countless deities want to capture you. Amphitrite's first reaction was to tell Polos to hide, which pleased him greatly. Don't worry about me. As long as I am unwilling, no one can capture me. Then did you come to my temple specifically to watch the spectacle? The coldness on Amphitrite's face remained undiminished. The urgent, concerned words from moments ago seemed as if they hadn't come from her. Polos, however, smiled calmly and said, No, I came to find a way for you to escape your current predicament. Find a way. Escape my current predicament. Amphitrite let out a self-mocking laugh. You must have heard the conversation I just had with Triton. Tell me, how can a goddess who has disappointed her parents, drawn resentment from her siblings, faces a heartless husband, and is misunderstood by her child, possibly satisfy everyone? These words were exactly what Polos had just said, but Sea Queen Amphitrite felt they struck right at her heart. But so what? What could she do? Polos said lightly, as long as you can become the Sea King, all problems cease to be problems. Your parents won't dare blame you, your siblings won't dare resent you, your son will only respect you, and as for a husband, do you think you still need one? That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.